So Akali can sometimes just have a bit of a hard time in lane. Doran shield or not. This can always be a struggle, and Tarzan is getting ready to set up to make a play, and Bulldog seemingly fearless. Justice Punch into the taunt, into the knockup, into the first blood for Shanks.
There we go. This is what we need to see out of AL. Early ganks coming on through, making that one work. And Bulldog, as much as he had a better game in the previous one, really returning back to the form of the split so far. Just going to have to teleport back into lane to avoid losing out onto too much more. The fact Shanks picked up this kill is, I think, slightly better for EDG. They would have not wanted this Jarvan to get rolling as quickly on, but still, this Galio going to be very tanky and still does a surprising amount of damage at the moment.
Yeah, like we said, in the early game, your Jarvan and your Galio are going to do damage, regardless of the fact that these are generally low damage champions. And now Shanks is going to ramp that damage up. He's got a Dark Seal, he's got a Hextech Alternator, so Bulldog is going to have an even harder time now.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep getting worse. For Bulldog, really all you can be hoping to do is get out of this lane and get involved in skirmishes and team fights elsewhere. Potentially look for some lane ganks as well, because this lane, not going to go well for him.
Alright, heal's going to get used, and the flash is going to get used too. Good pillar from JJ.
Beautiful.
Does not result in the kill, but got to go and return the favor on those summoners and get that back. The first dragon of the game is now up. It's a mountain dragon, so if any fighting happens around that, Hope's got to be careful.
Indeed, he does. And you really do just want to get this flash gone as quickly as possible. And it's good to see that the pillar out of JJ looking good as well. As we talked about, right, one of the few actual engage tools that you have available to you right here as EDG. So if JJ's missing those, it wouldn't be a good sign for the game going forwards, but looking good at this point, obviously. Both of these compositions have some pretty heavy spiking at their first item, but for EDG especially, right? First item onto your Lucian, onto your Akali, Trundle too, that's the point at which you really want to go, push the boat out and get involved. Right now, Tarzan looking to potentially gank onto this bottom lane. They're very pushed up, don't really have much warding to keep them safe.
Well, leave one of that plate. He will dash away. We've seen him many a time die for a plate. Not so this time around, as JJ is going to be able to clear out this pink ward. Leaving Perukia will be able to pick up this one too. So trying to eliminate the vision that AL has put down, but now JJ is split from the rest of his team, fighting over a crab that could determine level 6 here.
Yep.
But again, as mentioned, that good pillar means that JJ hits level 6 and is not in any danger.
No, and because you don't have any camps available to you now on the bottom side of the map, we are just going to have to see Tarzan walk up towards the top side to go and try get himself that level 6. JJ, I think he can just start this Drake up now if he wants it. And once again, we're seeing EDG in control of these neutral objectives.
He's done a great job so far in this series. Really something that you can write home about for a team that we've mentioned hasn't had a whole lot. JJ is now going to show up on the bottom side here, and they are going to get ready to dive. Kyle's shield is up, pillar used onto Hope. Nobody tanking aggro quite yet. Hook goes down onto JJ, but this dive attempt is foiled.
Yeah, just not really able to play this one out. Good positioning out of Hope to keep him in a safe situation, and because JJ starts up the Drake but walks away from it to try for this play, nobody ends up picking up that first Drake. Kind of just a mistake out of JJ right here. He should have just picked up that Drake for himself. He was under no threat of having that one stolen away with Tarzan on the top side of the map. Instead, out he comes again, and we'll see if he actually goes bot lane to try to cover off for Tarzan, who now could be opened up to try start this objective.
35 seconds until the grubs come up, so if EDG pick up the grubs and give up the dragon, I say that's a win for them. Trundle, even though in the jungle, won't get too much time on turrets. Anytime he does get time on turrets, will be time well spent. And your strong solo laners also getting their hands on those grubs will certainly be a big benefit. But given the fact that JJ is on the bottom side of the map for the moment, you don't really see too much action. We have shifted Leave up into the top lane here, and Perukia getting some critical vision down in the AL top side.
Indeed, and with this map rotation coming on through, I do wonder if that indicates EDG wanting to play towards these grubs, or if they are just happy to swap away, not really try to play too aggressively for them. Breathe is still heading towards the top lane right here, so he is just going to get shoved in this situation. He's not going to have a particularly fun time right now. Same thing obviously happening to ZDZ over on the other side of the map. And Tarzan should just start this Drake up. He's not going to be under any threat from this one. And JJ just going to head topside to pick up the grubs, as you said.
ZDZ in a 1v1 with Hope on the bottom side, so that'll leave a lot of room for Hope to heal up. Leave, gonna put the culling down. It's not gonna do a whole lot of damage, but will get breathed to about half HP, and will further allow JJ to pick up these grubs without too much of an issue.
Indeed, Leaf continuing to step up right here. Oh, public execution just going to go wide. Breathe takes a shot to the face in a response for that one as well. Still going to be able to clear up this wave nice and easily. And it is going to be that 1-for-1 trade between the grubs and Drake. Drake going over to AL.
Yeah, and if you ask me, Bloxer, like we just said a couple of moments ago, this is a win for EDG. So long as you just don't allow AL to run away with all the dragons. Their team is a little bit more early game slanted, especially with the kind of CC that they can put together. Or, I'm sorry, the damage that they can put together. So, you know, will be some worries, especially for the next month, but with the way that EDG have played around some of these objectives, you know, they have shown a good idea on how to take control of mid waves for dragons. I imagine they will do so in 4 minutes.
Exactly. As, I mean, their vision setup as well has so far been pretty good. You can see vision littered all around the top side of the map right here for EDG. Right now, Tarzan could potentially have looked for some sort of play onto ZDZ, but instead just going to back that one off. And we talked about wanting to see proactivity coming through out of these junglers. We get one good gank on Tarzan, but doesn't really do anything too much as we check in on the gold. Once again, pretty much dead even right here. Little bit favored to AL, which, as you can see, is not necessarily a good thing.
Yep, as when they're up in golds, 6-3. They are up in golds. I got bad news for AL. It could potentially be 6-4. And one thing to note is, remember, I mentioned this quite a while ago when we initially brought this graph up in the pre-show, that the last time they played against EDG, they had 2,500 gold leads over EDG at the 10-minute mark. Yes, They had leads that large this time around, even essentially in game 1, and a 600 gold lead in game 2. I don't know what's changed between now and then, Bloxer, because this AL team is not pushing the pace the way they should. Might see an opportunity there as JJ is forced to flash the wall. But the Tarzan, I know, would have flag and dragged right after.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Tarzan has just been playing really slow. It's interesting for someone that we have pretty consistently thought of as one of the best junglers that we've got in the LPL, potentially even internationally as well, to be just playing so reticent. He just doesn't want to get involved in a lot of situations at the moment, which is a super interesting departure from what we have seen from him previously. Obviously, he had that one good gank earlier on in the game, but hasn't really been able to keep the pressure up so far. Both jungles heading towards the top side of the map to grab this scuttle at the moment.
Shank's going to throw his weight around a little bit. That extra magic damage shield, a little bit harder for Bulldog to actually do anything to him. Good shuriken flip there to avoid the hook from Kyle. That topside crab will go over to AL. Unlikely to make too much of a difference, as the next objective upstairs isn't until 3 minutes from now. With the dragon coming up in about 1 minute and 50 seconds, this is where you'll see some big initial moves to try to get advantages elsewhere and force AL to go in other places. As Hope did use that Ghost Blade, it does stop the recall of Perukia, who was home.
Yeah, but still going to be more than enough time for Perukia to head back to base, grab himself that first item, well, some more components towards that first item, you'd have to imagine at this point. Speaking of first items, the beginnings of those are coming on through. JJ just now going to pick it up. Trinity Force, obviously a massive spike right here, and for all of EDG, really big spikes for them. A couple Trinity Forces, Blade coming on through as well, putting them in a pretty nice spot. Leave really would like a second item before he's fully online and kicking, but already with the Essence Reaver, going to put himself in a pretty big spot. For AL, the item spikes are slightly less massive for them, really. You're happy with the Eclipse, you're obviously happy with that Sundered Sky coming on through, but EDG, they're in a nice spot right here to compete for this dragon.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dichotomy between the items where AL is getting a lot of utility out of theirs, healing off the Sundered Sky, shielding off the Eclipse, Obviously, we know what Ghost Blade and Rocket Belt can do for your mobility. When over on the other side for EDG, it is really just raw
stats.
damage.
Yeah,
30 seconds until this dragon is up. I want to see them use their Trinity Force spikes to really wrestle control of this game in their hands, and it looks like that they are well aware that that's what they want to do.
Absolutely, bringing plenty of members down, and the round couple final resets coming on through as well. 12 seconds though until the Drake is going to spawn, and with the full bot lane heading back to base, it does not look like EDG are actually happy to go and compete for this one instantaneously. Instead, JJ was potentially going to look for some sort of gank onto the top lane. That one's going to be covered off by Kyle though, and instead turns back around and heads towards this Drake.
What's really interesting, Bloxers, we've seen teams kind of go away from the we're going to immediately start up an objective as it spawns.
Yeah.
That they used to do is we're going to see a flash forward here. Here comes the entrance from the Galio as JJ is taunted up and is healing quite a bit. The hook goes down and he does too as Tarzan gets a heal and will chase after Perukia on the backside. Bulldog slides in looking for Tarzan but is locked up, forced to flash away. Shuriken flip and will use the perfect execution to get away from Kyle. But our top laners could not join the fight, which was a big negative for EDG.
Absolutely. If you're able to get yours ahead in right there, maybe there's a chance for that fight. Instead, it's just going to be the second Drake of the game picked up for Tarzan. And JJ just gets caught out. He was healing for so long. There was a chance he was going to be able to survive, but there was just no repeat damage out of EDG. They were not able to sit and hit. Leave was scattered to the hills. And Bulldog, he comes into this one a bit late and just... I'm not quite sure what he was thinking in this situation. The healing out of JJ is obviously massive, but look at Leave. He pumps the entirety of the culling straight into Shanks whilst he's got that winds up as well. So he is just chilling throughout that one. Just a messy little fight right there from EDG. They don't lose too much from it, but it is now about 1,000 gold an advantage for AL.
And I want to give credit where credit's due. That was a really good look from Tarzan. Quickly identifying these are the champions that have no escape tools. JJ's flash was still down after it got burnt a little bit earlier. Attack him. Force the flash out of Perukia. So now next fight, you know immediately who to look for if you're Tarzan.
Yeah, exactly. It was just well played right there from AL, and they're going to have to play this one out with good execution if they want to send us to a game number 3 right here. Like you said though, top laners not getting involved is really interesting. As much as that does favour over onto the side of EDG, Breathe could still change team fights up. If he's able to hit a big public execution, if he's able to get into the backline and scatter Bulldog and Leave, that can be massive as well for AL. So we'll have to see how things change once we do get one of these proper 5v5s.
I don't know how much of those we'll see. He gets hooked during the culling, locked up, and it's more Leave positioning errors, and Hope drives an arrow through the heart of Perukia. JJ will survive after dropping his ultimate on top of Tarzan, but it's 2 more kills for AL.
Yeah, and that should turn into the Rift Herald as well. As Tarzan heads over towards that one. Like you said, mispositioning error. Just a big mistake right there out of Leave. Stepping way too far forwards. And with just the Essence Reaver in inventory, he really just does not do that much damage. Bulldog, he does land himself the execution, but isn't going to go in and try to finish this fight off. As EDZ will spot out the recalls coming through, but is not going to be able to do anything to stop this Rift Herald. So that will be Rift Herald going on down to AL. They've got a couple lower health towers available to them. The mid lane specifically is where they should be looking.
Leave is now down about 1,000 gold, and the reason why that's important is because you just want so much out of your Lucian. This is the part of the game where he should be incredibly strong, should be really taking over. Didn't really get that much of a lead in lane. Now, after these last couple of fights went poorly and Hope got a lot of gold in his coffers, it's a mid-game where you have this Lucian that is unable to take over, and when that happens, your comp is just left a little bit lacking. Bulldog is having a tough time trying to assassinate anybody. You saw him get Shanks real low, but he had to hold back because he's not going to be able to kill him if you went all the way in.
No, exactly, and it just puts you in a really rough spot right here for EDG, down by 3,000 gold. Next big thing to play around will be the Drake, that's still going to be 2 minutes away. And until then, just taking out these towers right now. this top lane tower can have a huge chunk of damage taken off of it. Only 2 plates remaining on this mid lane, so wherever Tarzan decides to put this Herald down, he's just going to pick up that first tower, really open the map up for his squad. And this is a much better look out of AL, far more proactive throughout this early game.
I will say they were not as active in the early game as we'd still like them to be, but past the 10-minute mark is when they really started getting going this time around. We've seen it earlier against not only EDG, but against other teams. But as long as they're just doing it, this is the AL that we expected to see. Clinical gameplay so far, making good decisions and punishing mistakes.
Exactly. At this point, we're not exactly looking for them to fix every issue instantaneously, but being able to show that they can play a little bit earlier on in the game, get involved when they really need to, is a good look from them. And right now, it does just feel like there's nothing for EDG really to do. Without any hard CC to really be playing around, just the pillar as that sort of engage tool for them. How do you find picks? How do you set up this Lucian for success, this Akali for success?
Chains of Corruption went down. Another
again.
hook on to leave, who dashes away, is knocked up, but will burn all the same. Cataclysm onto JDG, and he's going to get locked up next. It's Shanks picking up that kill, and once again, it's a pick on to leave that starts the play.
And Leave just once again positioning horribly right there. That's now going to cost them this tower as well. And with 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns, this is sole point for AL if they want it. It's going to be very, very tricky for EDG to be able to step themselves back up now. They've lost all of the control around the mid lane, all of the control that they were potentially looking to play through in their bottom side jungle. And it's just going to be so much darkness for them to step into. Quick resets coming through from the AL members as well. Spend that gold, put themselves in the strongest possible position going forwards. Leave,
Yeah, they get this root on the
what are you
JJ,
doing?
Yeah, they
he
were
can't
going to go in on the JJ. And then Leave just, I don't know. Tough.
He can't beat them. Like, he's not far enough ahead to just burst somebody one tap. He's not sitting back and just throwing the culling down over the top of people. It's just stepping up into a Nautilus and expecting the Nautilus to not turn around and dredgeline you. Obviously, he's going to turn around and dredgeline you. I just don't know what he's doing in that situation.
Yeah, he's done it multiple times this game, has Kyle. He's just turned around and dredgelined you. So the disrespect after winning game 1 against AL, perhaps a bit of air of confidence around EDG that they should not have, perhaps. Breathe is going to knock down this top tier 1. So our top laner is just doing cardio for the moment, not really getting into the game, which we said was a big negative for EDG, as they are now down just over 6,000 gold at the 21-minute mark. Third dragon of the game is available. It's going to be another Chemtech soul this game, as AL are on their way down.
Like you said, with this gold advantage for AL, it's well split as well. Everybody's up by a decent chunk. It means that you've got second item fully completed, the components of thirds coming through, whereas for EDG, they're just trying to scrape together enough, go for a little bit of something onto Hope, but he's able to just turn around and walk this one out. Teleport's coming in, so we do now get the top laners involved.
Breathe did not see Bulldog, so Bulldog is in an unknown position. It's a good look here for EDG potentially, as Breathe has now gotten to the front line. We now have spotted out Bulldog, and now he gets marked as JJ, forced to use that subjugation. But the Cataclysm on the Tarzan with the hero's entrance on top of it means a lot of damage goes out onto your Lucian, who was on top of the dragon. Bulldog got picked up on the backside, and it's an absolute disaster fight for EDG, as EDG desperately wants to escape. His passive will get burnt. The dragon will be secured by AL. The Grim Deliverance will only deliver ZDZ to his death. And AL are pitching a shutout right now.
They really are in this situation. I mean, when we jump into the replay, watch Leave. Watch the amount of damage that Leave does. He fully opens up with the curling, hits a couple of those taps too, and it just does nothing. It does absolutely nothing in this situation. As much as we talked about it was a cool flank from Bulldog, he just flanks himself into a bad position. Watch Leave right here. Oh, good damage. Yeah.
The tickling.
Yeah, onto Kyle as well, by the way. You know, he's tickling onto the
forward.
support.
Did you see that? He dashed forward and immediately got cataclysed, and then immediately gets hit with the hero's entrance.
Leave and his mispositioning errors name a more iconic duo at this point, and all of that fun, all of that momentum we had from EDG after game 1. Like you said, a shutout happening right here, and at this point, 0-9, down by about 9,000 gold. It's going to take a monumental collapse from AL for them to lose this game.
Like, I get it. I get it when you're this far down. Hold on. Cullen going down, but Shanks is able to escape. Teleport going to land right on top of everybody, but Breedy's got a big shield, and the public execution goes down onto Bulldog. Bulldog's going to have to try to escape as Leave is caught in the cage. Perfect execution from Bulldog, just trying to get away, but he is slowly running out of space. The Hero's Entrance going down, and Leave once again on the backside without a teammate to save him. Big taunt coming down from Shanks as he's able to pick up multiple kills. The Grim Deliverance, again, not going to do much. And that is an ace for anyone's legend, and there are pings on the Baron.
That's a clean ace right there for AL, and like I said, straight over onto the Baron. They don't even bring all the members, they get pushing onto these lanes already, and I really like this. AL just playing this so much better. Shanks is having a hell of a game. It's not going to show up really in terms of the damage that much, but his Hero's Entrances have been beautiful. The amount of space he's buying for his team right here as well, just using that Shield of Duran beautifully. Just constantly stepping up right here. This ulti from him is going to be nice too. But nobody from AL are playing badly at this point. Bulldog's getting the runaround, Leaves getting the runaround. Leaves doing his best here to try do the damage, but again, he just isn't able to keep the space for himself. The Hero's Entrance just absolutely destroys it.
Yeah, and, you know, again, at this point, like, dashes like that, where you're just trying to get behind the Abessa, stay in range to put damage in, because you're so far behind. You have to try to make a hero play. So, you know, the worse and worse this game gets, the more and more you can kind of hand wave away some plays like that from Leave, because you just have to try something at this point, because everything that EDG have tried has failed to make an impact. It is a 13k gold lead at 25 minutes. AL very clearly not happy about what transpired here in game 1 and are looking to just crush EDG out of this game complete.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You said pitching the shutouts, it is an absolute routing right here out of AL. They clearly got told off, clearly had some things that they needed to work on after game number 1, and they have cleaned it up overall, but it also just feels like more of the same from EDG. Not getting anything going. Bulldog having a bad game. Leave with mispositioning errors. I mean, Tarzan jumping in right here, and he doesn't even care.
Tarzan just lives. Yeah, Tarzan just lives through all that. There's that Hero's Entrance, and then Breathe creating a lot of space. Bulldog on the bottom side, not able to do much. That Grim Deliverance goes down, but the members of EDG continue to drop. The shutout is still intact, Bloxer, and with only 2 standing members of EDG left, maybe, just maybe, they'll complete it.
Yeah, I mean, they lost the 3 grubs. That is the only mark against them for a perfect game, but 3 grubs compared to everything else. This one is just a disaster of a matchup. 26-minute teleport coming in right here as well from Shanks to bring the extra members in, and this game is just done.
Bulldog engaged on, he may be in stealth, but not stealthy enough, and AL 18-0 over EDG to force game 3.
Yanni, we asked going into this game, you know, where's the damage for AL's composition? Well, apparently we should have been asking it for EDG's composition. They had none available to them. They did absolutely nothing in that game, and all of the worries we had about that EDG composition came true, specifically the just lack of CC. You only have a pillar as your real hardest beats of CC, and that's still not hard CC. There's no proper stuns, there's no proper lockdown, and you could really feel it.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, you know, they picked Lucian Milio, and then they just go very individualistic with the rest of their picks. Like, you know, for as much as we kind of ragged on Leave for that game, the team composition around him was not very good. As good as the draft for EDG was in game 1, it was very, very poor in game 2, and they need to go back to the drawing board with that composition and kind of rework that, because I do think having Leave on Lucian is pretty powerful if you pair it with a lot of other good champions up on that top side. Just not able to do that.
You can play around in this situation, right? Like, I don't mind the Trundle. I think the Trundle's fine in this situation. It's a pretty good pickup in the meta at the moment. It's something that you also have, like, some pretty decent history on for JJ. But for ZDZ, for Bulldog, I mean, it cannot be the Akali here. You said it, you hated the Akali. I agree in that situation. I think any sort of standard control mage in the mid lane would have been way better for them. I think the Syndra would have been perfect in this situation, you know, buys you some extra space, does its own bits of damage as well. Instead, we just saw nothing out of EDG. If you have just tuned in and you haven't checked the game scores, you expect this to have been the first game, right? Oh yeah, this is going exactly as you would have thought. The fact that we're now heading into a game number 3 is pretty crazy, but EDG are going to have to really go back to the drawing board once again.
Yeah, just 3 Void Grubs away from a perfect game, which is something you don't often see, Bloxer. You rarely even see shutouts like this, right? Especially at the tier 1 level. Even, you know, the best teams versus some of the lesser teams, like a scenario like this, you at least see a couple of kills. Shanks going 7-0-7, now passing 700 domestic assists for the year, and Hope getting his 4 kills means he's got 100 in the split so far, so good for him.
Awesome. And again, the first game is going to be a blemish on this. Even if AL win the next game exactly like they won this one, you know, 24 minutes, stomp, nothing doing for EDG. They don't pick up a single kill in 2 games. You're still going to be looking at this one and going, okay, but AL, you lost to EDG. And this is what I was talking about with how this first game really does impact onto the overall perception of this squad, because the fact that that's there, it still means going into this next game, I'm like, okay, but EDG have shown us they can do it now. They've shown us that there is a way for them to be able to win this. Their draft has to be better, and the execution of that draft has to be way, way better. They cannot afford to be this inactive early on. We talked about inactivity in the previous game, but this was a whole nother level.
Yeah, and AL's level of activity wasn't high enough for me to say, like, oh yeah, they were just doomed no matter what. If AL come into game 3 the same way they came in these first 2 games, around that 10-minute mark and before, EDG will once again be in a position where they can take the game into their hands. AL have not been this oppressive early game team in the last couple of series that we've seen them be against some of these other teams. Perhaps they knew that when they're ahead in gold, they tend to struggle. This time around, getting another one in the win column, up to 7-3 when they're ahead at 10 minutes. So, you know, kudos to them, but that's still only a 70% win rate, not where you'd want it to be.
No, you're expecting 100% win rate from ahead in gold, and then, you know, you lose some games that you were behind in gold early on. Really not been the case for them so far. But going into this next game, for AL, more of the same is what you're really talking about, but I think specifically, I like how much more we got to see the combo between this mid-jungle duo. Tarzan looked way better, and Shanks was just everywhere in these skirmishes. Exactly what I want to see from them. For EDG, I don't even know what you change, because there was very little discernible difference between games 1 and games 2. They just didn't make it happen.
Not at all. Bloxer, it's time to talk player of the game. I thought that Tarzan certainly made a decent impact, had a lot of really good looks, but listen, I think that Shanks put on a really good performance in this game. His hero's entrances were really solid. His taunts were really good. Lots of damage coming down early, landing his Winds of War. That's what I'm calling for here. I think definitely would have been well-deserved for Tarzan or Hope, but somebody's got to catch up to what Tarzan is doing.
Yes.
Who has, you know, some of the highest player of the games and player of the matches, actually the most out of anybody, and that will actually continue. I think Shanks was robbed here, but Tarzan now with his 9th player of the game, still continuing to lead the league.
Yeah, he's been good. Even in the matchups where we've been saying, things are not quite going well for them, we want to see more proactivity from him, more aggression, but when they win, boy, does he put a real impact onto these games. I agree, I would have liked Shanks in this situation. I think he was playing a really underappreciated role. Often you are on the Galio, right? You're not really doing the big damage, you're not making the big flashy plays, but he was the reason people were able to stay alive and able to position so well in these team fights. But anytime we're arguing about multiple people having awesome games, that does really show you that you had a good one here. And AL going to be happy to at least get a win out of this one.
An absolutely dominant game by anyone's legend, as we knew that AL was not going to take that game 1 loss sitting down, but we'll see if EDG can do the same, can pull out the sort of power that AL did as we're going to take a break, and when we return, it'll be the final draft of the first match of the day between EDG and Anyone's Legend. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we are getting to the draft of Game 3 between EDG and Anyone's Legend for our first match of the day. Second match of the day, by the way, we didn't really talk about it too much, the fact that there is a second one, but BLG, JDG should be a pretty good one, although, JDG hasn't been the team that we have expected them to be here in Split 3. Still a team that we know can do some damage, but
yeah,
for now, I mean, EDG, they got their one game win. Excellent. Can they turn it into a series win? It's just like Alk Battery says. If you can win one game, you can win a second game. And if you can win a second game, you can win a series.
Exactly. The second that you're able to put just a couple wins together, things can turn around. And we got to see much, much, much better out of them in their first game. The second game was not great, really. A lot of wow, you have not put this one together. But our big problem with that was the draft, right? So with a better draft coming into this next game, it wasn't like they were necessarily individually getting pushed around on the map. They just couldn't make the composition work for themselves in any real way.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Bloxer. The good news for EDG is, Review was short that game, right? I feel like Review was probably short for both of these squads and their losses, Yeah. After AL lost, they're probably like, hey, come on, guys, what happened?
What are we doing?
We forgot how to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
And for EDG, it's like, guys, come on, what happened? It's like, we forgot how to play League of Legends. No, it should be, you forgot how to draft, coach, but that's okay.
Yeah, you can't tell your coach that, but I would not be surprised if there's some thinking of that going on in. So hopefully the draft will be better. Obviously, now in Game 3, EDG have not seen a lot of Game 3s throughout this split. They really haven't. They have been getting 2-0'd left, right, and center, so we haven't really seen them be pushed super far with their champion pools because they had to be, and yet they've still got some of the widest champion pools of things played of any of the teams because they just haven't really been able to settle in onto any specific style.
Yeah, in fact, just the third game series, I know it's easy to figure that math out with the fact that they have not won a series and have one individual win before today. So, hey, they took a game off of BLG and they took a game off of AL. Many teams would call this a very successful season at that point.
Yeah, ignore everything else.
Yeah, it's
dumb.
Just only those two. But hang those series up, slap it on the bulletin board at your home facility, and be like, "This is what we should be achieving, guys. This is peak."
The peak of League of Legends, taking single games off of much better teams than you are. I mean, hey, you've got to shoot for something right now. And as we said, right, coming into today, they were shooting for one win off of AL. They have now gotten this. So, jumping into this next draft, EDG, competency. That's all we're asking for. It's all we're asking for from the draft, from the laning phase, from the teamfight execution, all of it. EDG just playing competent League of Legends has been enough for them to show us much better things during some of their matchups. For me, it all starts in the jungle right here. I want to see JJ on something with proactivity early on. He hovered on towards his Skarner, and I think that could be fun, but really, I think I'd love to see him on something uber aggressive, right? We'll see if the Neferi actually gets to slip through in any of these drafts. It hasn't so far, also because Tarzan's a big player of this champ.
Well, it was available in Game 2, but was not selected by either side. So, well, we'll see. I know Lee Sin has been a regular on the ban list. This could be a game where we see a Nocturne come through. So there are certainly some good aggressive options if that's what you're looking for. Then you can kind of go down a little bit in the lists with a Wukong or a Xin. They're not as strong as they were earlier on in the year, but still strong champions nonetheless. Still playable junglers.
There's a lot that you can potentially be looking towards out of that lane. I think the other big question for me right here is, does ZDZ have any of this flexibility available to him? As long as you ban away the Cassante, it feels like he's not got anything else tanky that he's willing to play, right? He's got a ton of aggressive picks he's very happy to go towards. He's loved playing things like the Vayne, the Jace, any of these in-your-face kind of picks. He's not had this just standard, I'm going to play the tanks look that we've been seeing from a lot of other top laners. He hasn't even played the Yorick, which is one of those things that the majority of LPL top laners go towards at some point as a bit of a halfway between being quite aggressive and having that extra level of survivability for your team. He doesn't even play towards that. So if they do need something tankier in the top lane, I don't know if ZDG is really going to be able to provide.
Listen, I'm totally fine if he does not want to play the Yorick. I think that many teams in the LPL, many teams really across the world, struggle to execute Yorick compositions on what that champion wants to do. He is a split push maestro for a reason. An immediate Lee Sin lock-in over on EDG. You said you wanted something a little bit more aggressive, Bloxer. We get JJ on his Lee Sin. Now in response, the Neferi is indeed available, so we'll see if that comes through as the final pick in the first half of the draft, or if it comes through a little bit earlier for little reason, to be honest.
We'll see. If you do want to just lock this one in, they usually like to pair it up with a very aggressive top laner instead. Looking on towards the Rumble. Now, the Rumble often are pairing alongside the Jarvan. That one is obviously already gone, so you're looking for something else with a lot of hard lockdown CC, multi-man if you can get it. I think this fits in perfectly well. It gives you some late game scaling option as well. The Skarner obviously gets super tanky as we get later on into the game in a way that the Lee Sin often cannot keep up with unless you have an exceptionally good early game. So looking over onto the other side, if this does get locked in right here, EDG, obviously they're pretty wide open with where they can pick up. You've got plenty you can just take into the Rumble, but I wouldn't be surprised if we want to see a little bit of a later pickup of the top laner.
Yeah, we got the barbecue combo coming through. The you could even call it the hot pot if you wanted. It's not the exact same as the Jarvan, but it is still good all the same. Could be that tank that ZDZ has been not playing a whole lot. The Cassante is his most played for the entire year. He's generally been successful on it, but again, as mentioned earlier, is going with a lot of the carries. So I like that we're bringing this flavor out here and getting a little bit of aggression here out of this mid-jungle duo. The pick potential is certainly there for EDG.
I like it. I like it out of EDG so far. As we said, right, aggression coming out of JJ. I think that Bulldog on the Syndra has looked not good, but Bulldog's barely looked good this entire split long, but I like the champion pickup at least. This all feels like a setup, though, for whatever it is that Leave is going to be playing. You are setting up for this ADC to take over the game. We'll see what the bans are going to be, obviously, before we really start speculating on what that pick could be. For AL, just going to grab themselves the Rise, something that's been hovered a lot throughout this series, but is finally now going to be locked in, and I like it. I like Shanks on these utility pickups. I think that's where he looks best. The Galio in the previous game was pretty good, and you do have plenty of roam potential alongside this Skarner, and it's a pretty safe laner overall into the Syndra. You're not under too much threat. You're not under too much worry.
Yeah, it is certainly safe. It certainly brings good utility, but this mid-jungle duo has very little kill threat, if any. This leads me to believe we might see another AL early game where they're not doing a whole lot. The good news is Rise has decent survivability against the Lee Sin and the Syndra, but if they get to him early, they will have the damage to be able to take him down. I'm expecting a lot of proactivity early on from EDG, very little from AL. So, Bloxer, how is AL going to try to stop what EDG want to do early?
I don't think they are. I think they're going to be happy to kind of just sit back in this, and we saw that in the first game, right? And it did not work out for them. I'm not necessarily saying that this is the best decision, but AL have clearly proven to us that they are happy to just kind of allow opponents to do their thing. Don't get too worried about it overall. I do wonder if we may potentially, out of EDG, end up seeing some sort of Ziggs pickup down in the bottom side of the map right here. Obviously, you can still move some of these APCs around into different lanes, but in terms of the top tier ADCs, we're really losing out onto a lot of them. The Sivir could be interesting potentially, but that really does kick your game super far into the late game.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, though. I really would like the Sivir for AL. I think you can kind of weather that storm with how tanky you are with your mid-jungle duo. And later on in the game, your Rumble, your Skarner, your Rise would be very happy to have a Sivir. But these other picks that are being floated around are also great. These are not only hope picks, but good, strong champions for the early game. And, oh!
There it is.
I'm so excited!
There it is.
Let's go! We got a Aphelios Thresh. Thresh is my favorite champion. I am so happy that we get this man in a game finally. He's a champion that has kind of fallen by the wayside, and I am super excited to see how Perukia Thresh is going to turn out. Thresh is really, really good into Skarner. He is very telegraphed with the directions that he can go, so you can hook him fairly easily. The only problem is this lane could be slightly problematic. And Nico generally can give Thresh a hard time, and Kyle's Nico has been one of the best in the biz.
I've just had a quick check right here, and yeah, this is the first Thresh that we are seeing in the LPL this split. This is the first Aphelios that we are seeing in the LPL this split as well. I did see it a little bit over on the NLC, and it did really well. It was looking super fun right there. It's obviously a bit of a Game 3 kind of pickup, but still, you're going to be happy to grab this one. Like you said, with the Corki and the Nico, some pretty heavy aggression potential down in the bottom side of the map. We'll see how much Tarzan really wants to get involved, though. Once again, these junglers need to get things moving. JJ specifically, though, has really got the weight of this early game on his shoulders.
Second career game for Perukia on Thresh. 3-2-8 in his first outing. Good enough for a victory. Let's see if his second career Thresh can lead EDG to their first victory here in Split 3. Bloxer, I am very, very worried for EDG, though, in these team fights because of the tools that AL have. The Pop Blossom, the Impale, the Equalizer might be too much for them to handle.
Yeah, if any one of those bits lands and then you get the Equalizer down on top of all of that CC, it's going to be very, very tricky to win these ones out. I think that means that you shouldn't be going for these straight-up 5v5s. As we've talked about, right, AL have shown us some real hesitancy to initiate big team fights early on. Instead, just look for the pick potential and try to get rolling from there.
The final game of the first best of 3 of the day will start now with EDG looking to shock the LPL and knock off anyone's legend.
Go. Those EDG fans were pretty loud.
Yeah, I wonder how loud they would have been in Game 2, though. That's what
Surely louder, yeah.
It is difficult to get excited and amped up after your team just got completely shut out.
Yeah, they win one of their first games in a while. They had to have been loud at that point. Then they get demolished in the next game. Indeed. Will take a little bit of wind out of your sails. Still, EDG, they got a chance right here. As you said, the straight-up 5v5 team fighting potential of this composition is not the strongest. They do have tools to potentially be playing around. A lot of this is going to be on Perukia right here on this Thresh, and you're right to love this champion. Always such a joy to watch during competitive, but not just for the hooks and the aggressive play. You love having a Lantern in this game. It's going to make the life of Leave and Bulldog so much easier.
Yeah, especially, you know, we've levied a lot of criticism at Leave, and he got a lot of it levied at him in that second game. Being able to reposition with the Lantern is always solid. But whenever you see your Aphelios with Green Gun have some early game struggles, you are a little worried. Immediate recall after clearing out the top side of the map did JJ have, so he's going to have that longsword. The problem is he's going to run right into that Skarner in a couple of moments as Hope gets taken out of half HP on a hook.
Yeah, really nice right there. I mean, that death sentence is going to be incredibly important for us to keep on watching. Tarzan does manage to just steal away onto JJ's camp, and JJ walks around the bush, sees that this one is gone. That sucks for him. He's not going to be able to get that camp back anywhere. It does mean he is definitely going to get this bottom lane scuttle crab, so gives his bot lane a little bit of extra protection and survivability, but you're going to be more than happy with that one as Tarzan looking to rush his way to level 6 here to really make that most of this champion.
Yeah, and there's like a big dichotomy of what we see these teams treat their junglers. We saw Tarzan in Game 2 get well protected on his bottom side of the map with those wards that were placed in the banana brush and in the tri brush, and over on the other side, EDG's bot lane, or EDG's team as a whole, not protecting JJ's blue buff. So, might be a little homeless for the moment, but Hope is caught on an island for the moment, rooted up. They're going to go all in on him here. He's going to Valk away. Good play,
he lives!
But the dive is unsuccessful. He will survive and will force multiple flashes out of EDG.
Wow, yeah, all of the flashes of the members that played in that one from both sides of it, and that does leave you pretty vulnerable to a repeat gank still. The fact that JJ wasn't able to quite pick up that kill is unfortunate. Now, instead, hunting onto Shanks potentially, may instead just look to steal away some of these chickens as Tarzan does go in.
Yeah, now Bulldog's forced to flash away, so Tarzan is going to quickly head over to his chickens, which we'll realize are gone. We'll see what JJ is going to do here, if they're going to try again. It looks like just a recall going to happen. This is not the first time we've seen an EDG dive go by the wayside.
No, very much not, although plenty of credit right there to Kyle. Was able to do pretty good with the Tangle Barbs to keep his ADC alive. He is going to be pretty critical to this game. Kyle had a very good game in the previous one, but also just has had himself an overall pretty stellar split, I think. As much as we've got some criticism for the majority of the members here, I think Kyle's overall looked really good.
Yeah, it's really been his meta for him and the rest of the team to take over, which is why I think we're so disappointed in the way that AL has played over the last couple of matches.
Yeah.
But there is no denying that this AL team is performing so well in this split because of not just the play of Tarzan, but the play of Kyle. Tarzan is getting a lot of the plaudits from all of the MVP voters with, 9 game MVPs, but Kyle has certainly earned his paycheck when earlier in the year, things were not the way we expected them to be after how good 2025 was for Kyle.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the way that he was able to play in 2025, we had such high expectations going on forwards, and I'll see if they're going to be able to fully pull these through. And so far in the early game, as much as there's been some attempts, no real explosivity coming on through quite yet. Got a first Drake, which is Hex Tech, usually draws people in quite heavily. At the moment, it looks like JJ just going to go and start this one up. With Tarzan on the top side of the map, should be able to start this up pretty easily, although Tarzan can make his way over.
We'll see if he's actually going to get anything for it. Remember, we are always looking for AL's productivity and proactivity to be high in these early games, as JJ is forced to pull off the dragon without any external assistance from the rest of his team. Now we're going to try to go in on Shanks. Remember, we said they had the damage, but it's just not enough at the current moment. Shanks can live on about 150 HP, and JJ is forced away. So the first 2 ganks from the EDG jungler have been foiled.
I'm okay with it, though, still. I'm okay with the fact that he's still going in, getting aggressive, trying to make sure he doesn't have his chicken stolen away. At least grabs the big one in this situation. Hasn't quite hit the level 6. If he'd have had the level 6 before, it would have been a kill onto the mid lane. Instead, Bulldog, once again, getting jumped.
Oh, no.
He's so dead.
Yeah, he is in so much trouble. He will get hit with the Tangle Barbs. Tarzan won't even need the Impale. He will pick up first blood.
And that's unfortunate. As much as we were talking about enjoying EDG's proactivity, the fact that it didn't result in any kills, and now AL make one initial play work instantly, it does feel really, really bad. And this is Bulldog's whole season through and through, right? Just overly aggressive, stepping up in a situation in which he had no hope to. Really just feels like there's no communication between the bot lane and the mid lane, right? They should have noticed that Kyle had walked away, and whenever that happens, you're expecting him to pop up mid lane for a gank.
Yeah, and you also have to be aware of where Tarzan is. He just took a bunch of small chickens from your jungler. He can show up mid lane there. He is Skarner. He can go through walls. And, even an Impale, like a flash Impale, forcing your flash there or something would have just been very difficult to try and deal with.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's just unfortunate out of him. He's just not quite playing as well as he needs to. Still stepping up, trying to hit a Scatter the Weak, isn't quite going to be able to hit that one. Doesn't have the Unleash power at the moment anyway, so would have been unlikely to be able to pick up a first kill. Still, with all of that skirmishing and back and forth, nobody ended up actually starting up this Drake. We do now have both of the junglers heading down towards the bottom side of the map. Both top laners too do have their teleports. If we want to see a straight up 5v5, that could be pretty interesting. And at this point in the game, there is plenty of hope available to EDG to find good skirmishes, especially with this Lee Sin, but AL, they're still going to feel pretty competent. They've got lots that they can play around.
And Kyle is very close to hitting level 6, so he'll have that Pop Blossom available, which means any fight where there is 2 of the 3 of Breathe, Tarzan, and Kyle is a fight that you might not want. All out on top of Breathe, forcing his flash out. ZBZ doing a good job.
Yeah, nice from ZDG. The fact he hasn't had to use his flash hit either is lovely. Still dealing big damage. Does take a little chunk off of the tower. Needs to be a little bit careful. The Equalizer going to go completely wide here. Out of Breathe. And ZDZ now in a great spot. No flash, no Equalizer. ZDZ is chilling in this one.
seen a lot of equalizers this year that haven't been that great. I know that one is more of a wishful thinking one. If you predict ZDZ and his movement correctly, that's great. If not, you are mostly clearing out the wave, but I'd like to see a little bit more value out of that, as Tarzan is going to pick up grubs for his team. Not quite sure how much usage you're going to actually get out of them. JJ is going to go ahead and pick up that dragon for this objective trade 9 minutes into the game.
I like picking up this Drake right here out of EDG. It was really the only available option to them as well, but they're able to grab this one. Still waiting on first items to be coming on through. The first item power spikes again. They're going to be some really big ones. One that isn't particularly impactful is Tarzan grabbing himself his Heartsteel right here. He'll be real strong later on in the game, but for the minute, not going to be giving him that much, whereas JJ, when he's able to complete that first item, he's going to be ready to rock and roll.
Problem is actually getting to that first
Yeah,
item.
it's
Meanwhile,
so far.
how many Heartsteel stacks is Tarzan going to get in that time frame? If he's able to pick up a couple, he'll be on a really nice pace for himself. And you know, with this Heartsteel already, I do wonder if EDG are actually going to have the damage through their mid jungle to be able to, you know, kill a Tarzan. Right? He couldn't even kill Shanks. So
Yeah.
I don't know about that one, Blocksters. We notice that AL is up 300 gold around the 10-minute mark, 300 or 400. Can add that to another early game lead for them. This last time around, they were able to come away with the victory.
So far, pretty chill game. Couple explosive moments out of EDG that they tried to have happen. Not quite able to complete onto any of them though. We are just keeping our standard lane assignment so far. Now, Leaf has already got himself that collector completed, so he's getting, you know, online slowly but surely. Obviously not a massive first item power spike coming through. Leaf is going to need 3 items to fully get online, but this is very much a game that is set up for him to have success in.
Open Tyel, just kind of hanging out, using the vision that you're getting.
Nice!
What a move coming out from EDG! It's a perfect vision play, and it's Leaf picking up a kill.
That's beautiful right there. Really, really nice. Just jumping forwards with the Gravitum, getting that root off, and that makes it very easy to land that death sentence. Usually you'd see the Thresh go first, but instead using Leaf to make that initial play happen. Beautiful. Beautiful little pairing right there, and the fact that Leaf grabs that kill as well, exactly what EDG were looking for.
Yeah, very creative use of Moonlight Vigil there, Bloxer. Now EDG have a small lead. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah.
They are seeing the auto attacks go down on here, and
Moonlight
it's a
Vigil,
perfect
Gravitum,
distance to
stun. It's beautiful. It is exactly what you're looking for right there. Lovely use of the weapons. He immediately switches off with the Gravitum as well, just to get full damage coming through. Just really well played right here, and you were super excited to see the Thresh, but Theos is from 2.
Oh no.
Thresh
Perugia is in big trouble. The Pop Blossom on top of him too. We have red white guns on Aphelios, and they were able to trade back a kill. And he got a lot of consistent sustained damage. The kick is there,
wow.
And the kill is going to go down onto Tarzan. It's a double kill for Leaf, and EDG are looking good in this early game.
There we go. Leave now going to be 3-0-0. Yeah, as much as you get that patch onto Perugia, JJ making it work. He's got 100% kill participation at this point as well. Has just been all over for his bot lane, making things work for them. And look at this now. You are now very, very close right here to getting that second item completed onto Leave. He's put himself in a really good spot right here.
No doubt about it, Blocks. Are things looking a lot better for this EDG squad here in this third game. Already not getting shut out. That is already a big positive.
Hey, they've had a lot of positives so far, right? Pick up a win, not get shut out. The bar is not high for EDG, but they are currently clearing it, which is nice to see. And I don't know, in a game right here where, as we've been talking about, this was about Leave and him being able to deal enough damage, they have set him up for success. 3-0-0 with Perugia in his back pocket so that he's got a Lantern, so the mispositioning errors shouldn't cost the team anywhere near as much. For AL, I would be a little bit worried about the state of this game.
It's a small gold lead for EDG, but whenever you have an Aphelios, you feel like you're going to run the late game. Even though there's a Rise on the other side, you are feeling quite good if you have an Aphelios. Even better if your Aphelios is 3-0 But do you feel worse that your Aphelios is leave? He does not have a cleanse. He doesn't really necessarily need it, but he's going to need to have very intelligent flash usage in this game. Something that we have criticized this guy so much for, and he might have to put that one to the test right now, as Kyle leads the charge as a small melee minion. A lot of pings going down, and EDG can indeed count.
They can, and they are going to recognize that that was not a play they wanted to be making. Still, everyone coalescing around the bottom side of the map right now, as we do have a Cloud Drake to potentially play around. Tarzan not going to get caught right there by the death sentence, and instead get some pretty big damage off onto Perukia. Teleport coming in.
All right, ZDZ is going to land first with this big shield. Perukia in the thick of things, getting a nice play off. Pop Blossom doesn't land onto anybody. The Impale goes down, but Leave is the only one who's cut off. He gets flashed on by Breathe. He'll be forced to flash away, but the Realm Warp means that Leave is in big trouble, and Shanks is able to finish him off. EDG is, ZDZ I should say, is burning away, and he failed his flash, and it is AL coming up huge in this fight. It is JJ stuck alone in the pit.
Indeed. Still, I wonder if they might be able to turn this one back around and try to go back in. The resets are coming through, as yeah, Perukia respawning, and everybody just gonna turn tail and run. Nobody ends up picking up the Drake in that fight. Still, bunch of kills going over to AL, and we'll have a look back at this one, because it's just a split mess of a team fight right here. What happens on this end of the fight? Does Bulldog just get one rotation? He just gets zoned out of the fight. He just never gets to stand in and play. And as much as at this point the Cinder isn't all of your damage, it's still not good to not have those stuns coming through. Over on the other side of things, Leave just gets eviscerated right here. I mean, Shanks into the tower as well. And although he takes a good couple of shots, pretty tanky champion at this point.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we talked about a little bit earlier was that great point that Fulls made a couple of shows ago, is having a mid laner who can move, and Bulldog was unable to move to that fight. Shanks was able to move to that fight, was able to claim the life of Leave and put AL back in the driver's seat for right now. EDG, they're going to be able to pick up their second dragon of the game here at the 16-minute mark. So not all hope is lost. No time to panic at this stage of the game for EDG.
So far, been looking okay enough. There's a couple of kills going over. Not ideal, and obviously the Rift Herald going to be traded back. AL's bot lane recognizing that they are likely going to be the target of the next play, so they at least step away to keep themselves alive, but they will lose their bot lane tier 1 tower for the play. Now let's see out of AL, can they make something happen on the cross map? It looks like they're just going to go for the tower right here. Leaf trying his best to defend it, but he may well just be caught out.
Yeah, he cannot stay there and stay alive. They leave him on his lonesome. He goes down. They will lose mid at tier 1 as well. JJ with a great smite there to make sure Hope can't get in. He'll flash over the wall, but JJ will knock him down.
There we go. At least you do get that trade back of a kill. Still, tons more gold going over into the AL back pockets as they grab a mid lane and a top lane tower off the back of this play. Now they're looking to put their pressure down onto the bottom side of the map as well. Leave. Mispositioning errors. I mean, stop me if you've heard it all before.
That's tough, you know, but once you see that Rift Herald go down, you know that you have to just back up and walk away. Luckily for EDG, JJ was able to equalize the play with that nice smite, and no love lost for his former AD carry that he played with together on EDG from 2019 to 2020.
And for Leave, you know, gets 3-0-0, has now died twice since then, just isn't really paying the team back for all of the early kills that he was fed. JJ having a much better look at it though. I'm being pretty impressed with the way he's been able to play this one out. Still, for AL, things looking solid enough. They're getting their scaling online slowly but surely. 172 heart still stacks for Tarzan so far. He's making that one work out pretty well for himself. Shanks as well, slowly stacking up that Rod of Ages, the Seraphs too. So he's going to be particularly tanky and deal plenty of damage later on as well. And things just looking pretty chill for AO. I don't think they need to panic at all at this point.
Yeah, but the good news for EDG is they don't either, right? Because, you know, Syndra, a lot of her power got shifted into scaling, remember? It's been a while now at this point. Since she was in her old iteration, but you essentially have double scaling laners here, and while Bulldog is 0-1. It is down, you know, almost 1,000 gold. It's not anything that's insurmountable. As long as EDG continue to carefully play out this game, I think they can overcome what AL is trying to do. You know, they've taken the first 2 dragons of the game, so don't need to show that much fear in giving away a couple, as we once again have it in a Chemtech Soul for now 3 straight games, Boxer.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. I don't know the maths on that one, but it's got to be very, very rare to see that 3 in a row. Interesting as well, because it's not usually the Drake that people want to move towards the most. It doesn't entice people in as much. But I really like it, specifically because I love the map. I think Chemtech map is my favorite of all of them. The extra cool plants really just give you some different options and angles. And in this game specifically, for someone like ZDZ, constantly looking for flanks, getting into the backline, the better blast cones are really exciting for him.
Yeah, it gives him a little bit of a leg up here, as he has been rather muted in this series, I'd say. Even in his team's victory, he was, you know, certainly a willing participant, but did get set pretty far behind. So trying to just come away with a victory against this former team, but it would be very nice to see him step up and show out and, you know, be a carry performer even on a tank. You know, he has been the guy who's been a dim light in a dark split so far for EDG, with that one Vayne game that he had where they ended up getting their first win, and before the series their only win. So it would be nice to see him make plays.
Hopefully he can begin to step up into this one, as right now EDG happy to just kind of put some pressure down onto the mid lane. Got 40 seconds until the next Drake is available. Right now all of the vision AL favored. You'll be walking into quite a lot of darkness right here as EDG, but they do it as a group, and obviously with a Thresh, extra levels 5 ability. Shanks could potentially get caught out right here. Might have to just realm warp. Gets hit by the scatter.
Nice play there by Bulldog, and now Shanks is in a bit of a bad spot. We're going to use a ZDZ teleport as well to make sure that not only he goes down, but it can be followed up into a dragon in 15 seconds. But AL are responding and moving up to this Baron. They have not started it. They have just moved over there to try and trick EDG, but with hope showing on a ward here. EDG know that this is not happening, and it could be sole point for them.
Yeah, it should be right here. I mean, there's no actual response. You've got JJ starting this Drake up. Some push happening on in the mid lane as well. And I really like this. I like the idea out of AL to immediately sprint over towards the Baron, at least draw the members over, make them worry that it's happening. It has delayed this Drake. You know, JJ taking it by himself has been pretty slow.
They're doing it.
Now, though, they do start it up, and see if they can get it. It's a pretty slow Baron take. I mean, you've got enough time as EDG to walk over.
The Bulldog is on the way. AL are forced to pull off. It's just a matter of, will EDG actually get caught here? Kyle spotted off on the side, gets scattered, and JJ is on the way, kicks him, misses his Q, but Kyle's in no man's land and will certainly fall in a moment or two. Equalizer down on the lead, he flashes away, gets rooted up, drops down his ultimate. Shanks is dead. EDG is frontlining. They're able to get out as ZDZ flashes away. Somehow, some way, Kyle lived, but it came at the cost of Shanks.
It did indeed. You're going to lose a couple more kills right here. Soul Point went over to EDG, and Yanni, this is so much better. This is so much better out of EDG, because in this game, unlike in Game 1, it feels like AL played the early game how they wanted to play the early game. It wasn't that they were just inactive and sat back, but it was EDG making plays happen, being proactive across the map. JJ absolutely going to deserve an MVP if they're able to win this one. As we have a look back at this side of the fight that we had missed, Leave just about flashes Perukia. Beautiful right there. If he doesn't hit that death sentence, you lose Leave and you lose that team fight. Instead, everybody's just about to able to get away. ZDZ doesn't even get hit by the Impale. Yeah, you don't get the Baron or anything, but EDG get themselves a small advantage.
And one thing that I've noticed is a little bit difficult for AL is their upfront damage isn't really there. We've had to see Breathe drop this Equalizer before Tarzan uses Impale. We haven't really seen that combo work the way it's intended, but just trying to make sure that AL can catch up. This is why I mentioned in the draft that I would have actually liked the Sivir, even though it would have made them more of a late game comp, is because AL is having a tough time keeping up with EDG and trying to catch up with them if EDG is an arm's length away.
And I mean, as Hope, how do you really get close enough to deal your proper damage? Yeah, you could be throwing out your rockets, but you're not really getting close enough for that Gatling gun to actually be hitting onto anybody. And it is just making these team fights really tricky to play out. You are so reliant on hitting some of these wombos to make the fights happen. And so far, EDG have been playing on a knife's edge, sure, but just about far enough away to keep that level of safety.
3-item leave, 90% crit. Oh, they're gonna hopefully wait this out until he gets that Infinity Edge, and then he will be an absolute menace, the late game menace you hope out of your Aphelios. AL still with a very small gold lead, 24 minutes into this game. Next Dragon in 2 minutes. Another soul on the table here for EDG, as the Baron has been started up by AL. They do a lot of damage to it, as they might just be trying to sucker in EDG. Scout of the Week doesn't land onto Hope. Ward goes down. 7,000 HP continuing to drop. AL are just pulling this Baron. They still have an aggro for the moment. Stun onto Hope. He got hooked. He's getting blown up, but he's still alive thanks to the Pop Blossom. Equalizer goes down. It forces Leave and Bulldog away. Big damage coming out. The Moonlight Vigil does a little bit. ZDZ trying to get to the Lantern. He does, but he dies in transit.
Oh, just not quite gonna work out. Another hook lands though.
Oh, Perugia with another nice one. And Hope is nowhere to be found. He had to recall, so they equalize the picks. It's 1 for 1.
And the mid lane tower as well, we can't forget. EDG making these fights work, and AL just over-aggressive right there on the Baron, thinking, hey, maybe we can actually finish this one off. Multiple great hooks right here from Perugia. First Thresh that we've seen in the LPL, and he is making it look great at the moment. Bulldog too, pretty good scatter the weeks to make things happen, and EDG, they're hanging on. The gold is still dead even, but boy, how does Hope not die here?
Because Bulldog has no damage. Now, Proto Belt gets Bulldog into range here, but this Pop Blossom stops so much. ZDZ can't close on that kill.
Yeah, and the fact that ZDZ then just goes down on the back end of this fight as well is really unfortunate for EDG, but still, they're then able to make that next pick work out for them. And this is just, again, better looks. Now, as we jump out of this replay, be interested to see where we're all set up at, obviously, because we do have that soul point available for EDG if they're able to grab this next Drake.
15 seconds, EDG, a date with Destiny at this Dragon. If they win this fight, they can put themselves in prime position to win their first game here in Split 3. Still waiting to see what items Leave has. I doubt he's been able to finish that Infinity Edge. But if he has, that's a huge spike for EDG. It's Kyle on the backside just looking to clear out a little bit of vision. Haven't necessarily pinged him out, and you know that Ego can do some sneaky things. On the backside, Kyle finds Leave. Equalizer's on top of him as well, and he's caught in a corner. He's shielded up, but he goes down. Impale will pull Perugia, and ZDZ will die as well. It ends up being a 3 for 1 in favor of anyone's legend, and they will swipe away a soul from EDG.
Delay things out for at least 5 more minutes. Exactly what they want to do with this scaling composition right here. EDG, they're just so close to making these team fights work. Leave, as much as we've been criticizing him and his positioning, I'm not sure where he really could have stood to be able to keep himself alive right here. This was just really nice from Kyle. Gets into the back line, flash, Pop Blossom, Equalizer lands right on top of his head as well. And then you get the Realm Warp in to just, where do you go? Where do you go at this point in the game right here for Leave? If they want to make these team fights work, they cannot have this happen, can EDG? But that was beautifully played from AL. Threw everything in the kitchen sink at Leave, and they get him.
Yeah, and he didn't have good guns for that fight. He didn't have his Infinity Edge either, so this was a fight where a lot was going against Leave. But now with the Summoners down, I mean, AL, they might want to say, hey, you know what? Let's just go for this Baron or something like that. Because Leave is still not on that Infinity Edge yet, and AL have decided to start up the Baron.
He's really stalled out at this point. Now, where's the flank potential right here? You do obviously have TP for ZDZ, but he's not even channeling it yet. Do they know? They know it's happening. Hello?
Oh, he got impaled in! JJ stuck in the back of the pit! He's got his Guardian Angel. Let's see if he can get helped out here. He'll flash over the wall just to be able to survive.
Can he go back in?
Unleash Power doesn't do a whole lot of damage. 3,000 HP and drop and teleport coming in here from ZDC.
He's gonna go.
JJ one save, but he's not able to get it. And ZDC now has to lead the charge, but he's the only man there against 5 members of AL. He's gonna get a Lantern. His hope is gonna be able to Valkyrie away. There's gonna be a Realm Warp, but now Bulldog is on the wrong side of the tracks with Tarzan bearing down on him. Does not have the Impale, but the rest of EDG has left their mid laner for dead, as Bulldog will fall. Baron to AL, and they may be in control of this game, Bloxer.
They are indeed. AL making a snap decision right there to go towards the Baron, and EDG, oh, it was close. It was a proper smite fight right there. The GA doing its best to allow JJ another attempt at that steal. Not quite going to work out. And now with the Baron empowered minions, let's see what they can clean up right here. Already going to get a tower. And this is the first significant gold lead of the game that we've seen for either team.
It's not that insurmountable, though, Bloxer. It's a 3,000 gold lead.
Nope.
That's a gold lead that I would call healthy, but not safe. Remember, we've seen AL lose from bigger gold leads in earlier parts of the game, but we have seen many teams being unable to hold on to gold leads like this. Leave has now just picked up his Infinity Edge. We'll go in and take a look at the replay here. JJ really did all he could.
He did. He tries his absolute darndest in this situation to make things work. I mean, you do have the Lantern, but he just doesn't trust he's going to be able to get it. There was a control wall placed down to stop him from being able to flick it, so just flashes back over the wall. And then look, he is so close. I mean, this is just a straight up 50-50 smite fight coming on through, and Tarzan's just slightly more accurate with it. Obviously, he immediately gets blown up. I don't know how Bulldog ends up where he does. That's my question at the back end of that one. If Bulldog doesn't die there, it's so much less of an issue of a fight, but unfortunately, as we've seen quite a lot throughout this split, Bulldog just walking himself into bad spots.
Yeah, he's had a couple of okay moments this game. I think of that scatter onto Hope earlier, but we've really needed to see him step up, find a big pick, do a solid amount of damage to a target. Don't necessarily need to blow him up at this point, because you have Leave who can take care of that. There's a good scatter, but there's really no follow-up to be had right now because of this Baron siege.
Exactly, they just need to step so far back to really feel any kind of safety that you're just not getting the full follow-up out of anybody. So right now, Shanks as well pushing on into the mid lane, drawing the members around. All of these turrets outside of the base have now gone down. Next job is to crack the base open. Of course, they can also pull back, though, 50 seconds until the next Drake spawns. And once again, soul point for EDG. AL, they've got a long way to go if they want to get towards that. But for right now, they can take nice quick resets with those Baron-empowered recalls and get themselves set up for this objective.
QSS picked up for Leave, so able to kind of deal with those Tangle Barbs. You can always do the old QSS flash on a knock-up as well to be able to get out of a tricky scenario. Teleport's going to be coming in for Bulldog, so EDG want to stake their claim to this dragon right here. 24 seconds until it's up. They are sending everybody to try and take control and make sure they are able to secure this. EDZ is here. He's going to need to use his teleport at some point just to get that extra shield, as AL have control of the river for right now. But EDG, I want to let them have this for free. Shanks on the side just trying to force off JJ as well. Kyle and Shanks a little bit split here, but you know that Tarzan can always get over the wall. EDG grouped up nicely.
Hope is coming through. Hope is now taking a big
Shanks
chunk.
got stunned, but Bulldog able to get out of there. Leave still upright as EDZ was the one who got pulled in. Hook goes down. Good flash away from Leave, but he's away from the rest of the team. It has to get
the scatter.
back. Low health bars. Leave's alive. Leave will fall, but gets a kill out of it all the same. But it's a 3v4. These health bars are low, but there's no damage. It's Bulldog, ZDZ, and was Perukia, but he goes down. Scatter will keep ZDZ alive. AL are limping, but they are limping toward the base of EDG, not away from it.
They are indeed, and with only Bulldog and ZDZ still up and available, they can at least crack this base open, pull back as well, and go pick themselves up the Drake that the whole fight was about in the first place. And Yanni, once again, we are seeing Leave get himself caught out on the side of a team fight. I mean, he's split from the rest of the squad. Bulldog nearly saves his butt by getting a great scatter over the wall, but it isn't quite enough. And if Leave survives here, this is just, you're in a great spot. Instead, just goes wrong for them because Tarzan flashes forwards, impales only onto CDC. Lantern is way too early.
Is too early. Because if he takes it, he's going to get impaled. Now he's got to flash away from Kyle.
And now he's just getting walked at by Breathe. Watch Bulldog right here. Really good double scatter that nearly keeps his ADC alive, but it's just not quite enough. And AL, they have more members, more health bars, and they can just run through and get the rest of this fight.
I'm willing to give Leave a mulligan on that one. I think maybe he could have taken the flash angle over the wall, and it might get him out of the Pop Blossom, but in that particular instance, making a snap decision like that, I think you have to flash away. Just, you know, again, it was just that lantern, yes, needed to be held a little bit longer, or he needs to angle himself a little bit better to make sure that Leave is never in danger if he takes it, because he would have gotten snapped up by Tarzan.
Absolutely. I mean, it was just a good team fight right there out of AL once again. 5.5 thousand gold up right now. Baron spawning in just about 10 seconds time too, so that's going to be the next big objective. Still, EDG, they're in this one. They're fighting. You've got yourself a ton of items on Leave. He does do so much damage if he's allowed to sit and do his thing, but there have been lots of members doing their job, making sure that isn't happening. Breathe and Shanks specifically have just been so fearless. Not on particularly tanky champions overall, hasn't mattered. They are just stepping up, walking at their opponents and making their presence known.
Now, Leave has finished his Merc Scimitar, but he still has his brown bag boots, which means you're just going to have a little bit less movement speed. Yeah. I wonder how much of a difference that's actually going to make at this point in time, and what boots you're going at this point too, right? I mean, you could always pick up the Mercury Treads for the additional magic resistance and really hope that that's enough. You could just decide that you're afraid of Hope and go for your Steel Caps. You could go for more attack speed. Heck, I actually wouldn't even mind. I wouldn't mind Swifty's boots here. You know what? And that's what he just picked up.
Yep.
That's what he just got. Good job.
I think that's right. Just run away faster. Get out of dodge as much as possible for him. I think it's the correct decision. I think AL just going to start this Baron up right here. They take it really quickly at this point in the game. I don't know if you're even going to get a chance to sniff at this one as JJ.
Well, here comes EDG's teleport, so he's going to have that big shield. As EDG are going to look to walk their way into this top side that they don't have a whole lot of vision on right now, but they have a very, very strong AD carry in the form of Leave. Cresting to the 36-minute mark of this game, EDG are fighting for all of their worth, which coming into the day, Bloxer, was really not a whole lot.
Nope. No, absolutely not. And yet, they are really making AL work for this one in game number 3 right here. They do need to kind of hurry things up though. Big wave happening in the top lane right now. Big flank too. Yeah, this is a bit scary.
Somebody's going to have to spot that out. Bulldog has already been seen. ZDZ going to clear out a couple of wards as Kyle is just hovering around a little bit here. If this turret goes down, the turret goes down. It is what it is. But Kyle is lying in wait. They have no idea where he is. Now we're going to look for the chase down to Shanks. Takes a little bit of damage, not a whole lot, but Bulldog is missing a lot of mana. Perukia's hook lands on a Tarzan. Kyle still waiting for the opportune moment. As the Baron has been started by EDG.
Quick.
Here comes a Realm Warp. It's a fake out there.
It's just gone.
It's Kyle. Kyle's going to have to walk up the old-fashioned way. Baron is secured. Can AL chase down EDG is the question without a Realm Warp. Tarzan, is he going to commit to go over the wall? He's not.
Oh my god.
Just going to throw a rock, and EDG with a great heist secure the Baron.
I mean, just not recognizing the fact that there's an Aphelios in this game. Aphelios is one of the fastest Baron-taking champions that we have in the entire game. And they just melt through that one instantaneously. Tarzan never even gets a sniff at that one whatsoever. And it looked like it could have been AL's Baron instead. Now, as AL, you need to be really careful not to just get overrun, because 45 seconds until the next Drake spawns. Again, soul point for EDG if they're able to pick it up. And you're now going to have way more lane pressure to have to deal with.
Lots of summoners up, but a key one is down. ZDZ does not have his teleport, so he will not get this abnormally large shield that our top laners get. So losing out on that is going to be a big deal. Bloxer, Breathe, and Shanks do a whole lot of damage right now, but he does have a solid amount of magic resistance along with that shield coming through on the Canic Rooker. The siege is on for EDG in the mid lane. They are going to take mid tier 2 as multiple members of AL showed up on the bottom side and are now recalling.
Yeah, now they're just going to be able to walk straight through onto this mid lane tier 3 power. Interesting to see. Oh my god, he's
the kick! The kick! They found him! him! They found Breathe! That's a quick pick there for EDG. They will not push. No, they are. They're hovering around. It seems like they're splitting what they want to do, Blockster. They are going to move to the Dragon instead of looking for more here. It's going to be a fake Nico. Tarzan with the impale, pulls Bulldog over the wall. JJ follows, Pop Blossom on the multiple members. Leave is still alive, but he's gonna flash away from Shanks as they take down Tarzan. It's Hope, Kyle, and Shanks against the combined might of EDG, and they want more. The root is cleansed.
They've done it.
Finds Kyle. EDG with 5 members strong against the 2 of AL. Bring up the W, Shivam. Bring it up. EDG might find their first, but the wave has been cleared. Teleport on the top side as Hope clears this wave too, but the rest of EDG is in hot pursuit, and they will take down Hope. A wave is coming in, but look at these respawn timers. It's Rumble in 5 seconds with an equalizer up. This Baron has 40 seconds left on it. Now we need a recall out from Shanks as EDG continue the siege.
Yeah, they're just going to push forwards right here, see if they can pick themselves up at least this inhibitor. I don't know if they should stay and try to end it right here.
I think you have to go, Blockster. You have 0 wins. You must go. Equalizer down, but so is the first Nexus turret. The second Nexus turret is under siege. Here comes Kyle as Bulldog goes down. Haruki is down, but Lou is the one who falls, and EDG are battered back and knocked down by anyone's legend who defend their house. JJ will fall, and only CDC will be left to tell the tale of failure.
And I mean, these are long death timers right here, Yanni. It's a full minute until JJ's going to be back up and available. You're at least losing this dragon, but I wonder if as AL, you don't even care about this dragon. You just try to push forwards for the end right here. No. They are going to decide they're going to go take this dragon and extend this game out for a little bit longer. EDG, they smelled blood in the water, but they stay a little bit too long. They run out of steam right at the very last moment. I knew it was coming. I agree with you too that they just wanted to go. They wanted to pick up this victory. They wanted that first W of the entire split, but it's just too hasty. It really is. Shanks doing really well to pump the damage right here. Big shields as well coming through from that Seraphs, and he's a sniper with it. It's really unfortunate for EDG, but they do live to fight another day.
It's just another scenario where they don't appear to be on the same page. I think that if they're all grouped up, this is okay, because when you split up in the base, you allow AL to have more room to move around, right? You sequestered off Shanks against Bulldog and Perukia, but guess what? He can 2v1 those guys. Yeah. And then once JJ moves over, that gives the signal for Leave that, hey, I need to move over, and now Leave is all of a sudden frontline. And that is a critical error. Now, the good news for EDG, despite the fact that AL has taken 3 straight dragons, they do not have Aesol.
No.
Leave now has this Guardian Angel, and there are 2 inhibitors down. EDG need to win just 1 fight, and they don't even need to win it fully. They can get a pick or 2, and that should be enough to get it done. Shanks is going to run warp in Kyle. Here comes the Pop Blossom. It only lands onto 1. Hook goes down, but the Impale lands onto 2. Leave completely untouched for the moment, but he's going to wait for Kyle to get out of stasis. Bulldog with a scatter of the week. It's up to Leave and Bulldog, the guys who have not been able to get it done for EDG so far this split. And this time, they will get the inhibitor, but will they be able to win? CDZ, Bulldog, and Leave will walk it out.
Do not keep playing in this situation. I mean, if Bulldog didn't hit that massive scatter of the week just there, they could well have fully lost that one out. The equalizer out of Breathe just eviscerated the members of EDG, but they don't get onto the key members, as you said. Oh, this game, knife's edge. I mean, in the previous game, 40-minute game, it takes 2 Elder Dragons for EDG to be able to win it. In this game, 42.5 minutes in, and we haven't even got to Elder right now. We've still got another 3 full minutes until we have the deciding Drake. This one has really stalled out. It has allowed AL's composition to fully come online, but it has also allowed the scaling elements of EDG to get there too. And at this point, the tanks just aren't tanky enough to deal with the damage available from these carries.
Baron has been started up by AL, but a couple of members are not quite there yet. This Baron, however, does go down. Bulldog going to go after Tarzan, but doesn't do a lick of damage to him. It is a Baron secured for anyone's legend. But can the EDG cut off the rest of AL? They have the empowered recalls. Bulldog looking to maybe just blind scatter somebody, but they're all able to escape. So AL with the Baron for this defense is going to be a nice feather in their cap.
Yeah, it really helps when you've got all of these super minions pouring in. Your mid lane inhibitors already respawned. Same thing for the top lane. It's really just going to be supers coming in through the bot lane for a while here. EDG, if they can just tickle this, they're going to be able to pick this inhibitor back up again and leave step up far enough to be able to do so.
He doesn't have a green gun, so he does have to be very careful. He's got red-blue. Not the red-white that you're really looking for. Breathe on a side angle here. His equalizers have done a whole lot of work. Didn't have that much of an impact on the last fight, as Leave was untouched. This middle inhibitor getting whittled down, and EDG will be able to take it again. Tarzan gonna pull in. There's that equalizer. Leave is getting burnt, but he's still alive for the moment.
Oh, the hook!
On to Shanks! The Impale is there. Shanks goes golden. Pop Blossom lands on the multiple, but it's Leave's time to shine. He's full HP, but AL once again get 2 kills in exchange for 1. Leave is front line.
Leave, what are you doing?
He's got this GA. He wants more, but he's not able to get it. He's got blue and white. He will be lanterned out. It is an inhibitor and a 2-for-1 in favor of AL, but they are not in a winning position just yet.
No, they are not. Even with getting more kills in that situation than EDG, EDG is still doing the right thing, which is keeping them pinned inside of their base, making sure they can't step out, get any vision set up. Upcoming Drake, 40 seconds time. It's been 3 straight Drakes for AL. EDG just haven't been able to step past. That inhibitor went down though, so you still are going to have empowered minions pouring in through the mid lane and the bot lane. Top lane inhibitor does respawn though, and that would be the critical one for setting up around this Drake. Still, the pressure is there. EDG are so close. This is the closest that they have been to winning a series, to actually having a W in that column, and they can taste it. It is so close.
Leave has no flash, but he does have the ghost. Perukia, no flash hook available. JJ, no flash kick. Teleport coming in from ZDZ. He's going to have that big shield. This dragon, this soul, may actually make the biggest difference in this game. If EDG had it earlier, maybe these fights go their way. But now they're going to have to fight for it. And if AL get it, all of a sudden the fights might be going even more favorable to them. Both AD carries with their Guardian Angels available. Bloxer, this is what you want when you watch the LPL. A 46-minute banger coming down to the 7th Dragon for Soul. 23-17, one of the best teams in the league versus one of the worst. And EDG continuing to scratch and grit and claw their way, trying desperately to get their first win of the split. Tarzan in the back of the pit, backed up by Hope as Breathe is pushing that bottom wave in.
Being able to establish some wave control right here, so EDG, they're just going to have to go. They do not do damage to Tarzan, though. I mean, Tarzan is so tanky at this point. Breathe as well, looking to jump on in. He's got the equalizer available.
Sorry, we have to flame the ads sometimes. Does Breathe takes up last plant. He's on a flank, but has been marked by Perukia. 4,000 HP, still getting lower. JJ wants to find a way in. Kyle does too. 2,000. JJ goes in, kicks him out, and secures the soul. But Kyle flashes in and hits everybody, and they burn from the might of Breathe as AL will knock down EDG and will win the series 2-1.
Oh, so close. EDG one Nexus Tower away from being able to pick up a massive upset right here versus AL. But AL, they grit this one out. They find a way to win it. Just Bulldog standing between them and this victory, and he will not stand for long. Bulldog goes golden, will go down, and it is going to be a 2-1 for AL. EDG, they fall at the final hurdle.
The soul for a Nexus trade. EDG had this game in their hands, Bloxer.
They did.
They were so close multiple times, but AL keep planting their feet, planting their banner in their base, saying no, you cannot win, you will not win, you will remain winless. And AL fortunate to escape with a victory here today.
They're going to have a lot to go back and look over. EDG, they should take some heart from this one, but they will also take their 8th straight L of the split. I mean, it's been bad. It's been bad from them, but that was better. There were better moments right there out of EDG. They were fighting that one. I can't help but keep coming back to that base bit where they were pushing and they just went too far. They needed to have backed off in that situation. I get why they wanted to send it, but you've just got to walk away. They could have walked away. They could have got the soul. Like you said, the soul could have been the game changer in these close fights, but they don't quite make it happen. And like you said, winless, unfortunately.
It's so rough, too. Leave tried real hard. Had a couple of moments where, things weren't great. I think back at that last base siege where he has to burn his flash, and it just felt like in any of these fights, he did not have the guns that you'd want your Aphelios to have. No. How many times have we seen an Aphelios roll up to a key fight with red-white guns? And we did not see Leave have that very often.
Well, he didn't have his green either in a lot of situations.
No,
right? He didn't even
like
just get
when he needed his
range.
Green, he didn't have it. When he needed his red-white, he didn't have it. When they needed a win, they get saddled with another loss.
Yeah. L. They are just racking
Where's
them
the
up
GIF?
right here.
L,
and yet
L,
still.
L.
You get an L. You get an A. It just... The fact that I still come away with this with far more heart for EDG. They played better. The other thing is, though, boy... As AL, you should not be getting pushed to the brink by EDG right here. If they want to be sitting at the big kids table, if they want to be playing alongside TES and BLG as one of the better teams in this league, if they want to be competing for that first seed and a world slot, they cannot be getting taken that close to loss by EDG.
Oh, no, not in the slightest. And, this EDG team does look a little bit different than they did before, right? This extra time, this extra practice time they had with JJ returning to the team that he's done so much with has given them a boost. They do look different. They do look better in a lot of aspects. It's still going to be a work in progress, but instead of bagging on AL a little bit here, because they really should have handled this one cleanly, I want to give a lot more credit to EDG here. And we said earlier in the broadcast, they need to give us something that they can build on, right? That we can see, you know what? EDG is making some growth happen here.
Yeah.
I saw that today.
Yes, agreed. And I can barely even blame them for not being able to close out a 40-minute game that was that back and forth. At what point have they been in 40-minute games? EDG have had some of the quickest times to lose, and they haven't been in winning positions, basically at all. They get that one victory versus BLG, and that was it, and they hadn't shown us anything since that moment. This was better. This was so much better in a lot of different ways. Specifically, this was the JJ effect we'd been hoping for. This was him playing out of his mind. If they'd have won this game, he would have been MVP easily. The flash kick insects were awesome. The early ganks were awesome. He was all over the game on this Lee Sin, and he just has looked like he's brought this spark to EDG that they didn't have previously.
Yeah, I mean, you just take a look at that last fight. He goes in, he kicks away the Scarter. Guys, I got the soul. Guys, and it's just you know the meme where the dog walks in, or I'm sorry, where Donald Glover walks in and everything's on fire.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened. He went to go back with his team, and his team's just on fire.
Yep.
Oh, and not in a good way. Not in a good way, Bloxer.
No, they were definitely on fire. I mean, the equalizers coming through multiple times right there. Just doing ridiculous amounts of damage. I'm excited to see the the damage graph for Breathe, because those equalizers were really nice across multiple members, and he was doing so much damage. Whereas if you look on the other side of things, was Bulldog dealing damage? He did nothing in that game.
I don't know. This guy needs to go...
The scatters were good. He was landing the stuns, but then he had no follow-up damage whatsoever.
This guy needs to find the Strompest build that he's been wrecking people with on this Syndra, you know, Mandate, Storm Surge, Shadow Flame, Crypt Bloom. Usually that gets the job done. And Bulldog did a lot of damage this game. He really did. And you have to remember, when he lands those W's in the late game, it's true damage. So we're going to have a little bit of extra damage there.
Genuinely surprised by that number.
Breathe's damage looked low. but in the key
It's all
fights, it was
key
very
fights.
high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every bit of that damage is in the key fights, exactly when it needed to be. I mean, look at this gold graph as well. If EDG won that, they were going to win that game down 5,000 gold. Now, obviously, at some point, gold stops mattering. Your full items anyway. It doesn't actually change anything, but really was just a ridiculous
100% KP for JJ. Are you sure we can't? Are we
JJ
sure we can't
better.
give him the MVP?
I think he still deserves MVP. Like, I agree with that. Like, he's trying so hard. And for JJ, we'll see what the future holds, obviously, but he deserves better than this right now. But he looks like he's energizing them. He looks like he's making something happen.
Yeah, and you know, I do think that JJ joining the team can be great for the development of Perukia, right? And you know, maybe this means that you're looking forward to 2027 and what this guy can bring to the table, because he did play a pretty solid Thresh game, all things considered. But you know, it is so hard to take a team that is 0-7 when you come in and try to turn them around in just 2 games. If this was any other team other than the top 3, this is definitely a series that EDG could have won and may have actually won, Boxer. So I'm excited to see if they continue to play like this in some of their other matchups. I want to see how many more games they can steal. I want to see if they can steal a series or 2. Because I actually want to, I'm going to look a little bit ahead. They have LGD.
LGD, yeah.
So that's I'm circling that on my calendar if I'm EDG after the way we played today, is that, you know what? Maybe this is where we get our win. Maybe this is it.
It's entirely possible, right? LGD have shown us, again, some pretty good moments and some just real bad looks. I mean, I am on that series, EDG LGD, on Friday. That's Friday, 8 AM for British people. I have no clue what time that is for everybody else, but this is going to be a really important matchup for these 2 teams. If EDG aren't able to win that one, it's going to feel really rough for them, but I could see them stealing more games. If they're able to replicate the way they played here, I guess the big question is, how much is this EDG looking better? I say at least somewhat. JJ, again, looking really good. And how much of this is that we were correct to have some suspicions about AL?
I think the AL suspicions are pretty big here. It's a nice flash there by Leave, but just can't finish off more than Shanks, right? I mean, Hope was doing such a good job of staying at arm's length, and you just look at this beautiful play again, this equalizer, just, that was not equal. There was nothing equal about that equalizer.
No. I mean, who are you MVP in this game?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, because it felt like every time Kyle had a great Pop Blossom,
the equalizer.
It was Breathe that had a great equalizer on top.
This is my exact thinking too. I'm like, is it Kyle or is it Breathe? Because those 2 are playing in lockstep. If we can't give JJ MVP, can we give Breathe and Kyle a joint MVP for that one? Because that was really nice between the 2 of them.
I guess it has to be Kyle, because the fight doesn't start without the Pop Blossom. Let's see who it is. Yeah. It is indeed Kyle.
Yeah.
His first MVP of the split. And just because Tarzan's been taking all of them.
Yeah, he's been hoovering them up. Holy. Got another one earlier on. I would be interested to see as well who we end up with as our overall series MVP, because nobody specifically stands out to me as having been better than everybody else right here. Everybody, it feels like, for AL stepped up in certain situations and also made some pretty bad mistakes.
All right, now who's going to be the player of the match, Boxer? That's what I want to know, because that one is a much infinitely harder decision, right? So they initially gave Tarzan the Game 1 MVP when I think Shanks could have gotten it. So now we take a look at Game 3 Tarzan and Game 2 Kyle, and who played better between the 2. I think that's who your man of the match is going to be.
Yeah, I think overall, I've been slightly happier with the way that Kyle has been playing. I think he's had himself a slightly better look overall. And indeed, he does pick that one up, even in the loss with the Shen, right? He still had some pretty fun moments. I think this is very ethical. I think Kyle deserved this one. I just still struggle to have that full level of excitement about this squad because of the fact that they got taken so far by EDG.
Maybe this is an indictment on AL, or maybe this is just a new EDG, a better EDG jury's still going to be out on that, but it certainly raises more questions than answers, Bloxer. And, you know, only those questions can only be answered when we see the teams play their next games. AL has JDG on Friday and then Thunder Talk on Saturday. Meanwhile, EDG has LGD that same Friday and then has Top Esports to end the week. So we're really looking at that Friday match and really ignoring that Sunday match if you're EDG.
Yeah, very much so. One match at a time for them, very much so. The LGD match is going to be their moment. And I mean, big questions as well on this LGD roster. It's interesting, you know, when we're talking about LGD versus anyone else, it's God, LGD don't look so good. And when it's LGD versus EDG, it's maybe there's a chance, you know, maybe they're going to be able to just easily walk away with this one. 0-9 right here for EDG off of the back of today. Let's see if they can stop it from being 0-10.
Well, that's another story for another day, Bloxer. And a news story that we have coming up is a couple of roster changes, one that you will see and one that you won't see for our next matchup between BLG and JDG, covered by K-Man and Mazel. We're going to do the caster swap, and their beautiful smiling faces will be here to take you through that after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and we've got Shivim still behind us on prod. Huge shout out to Blockster and Yanni for that first series. But now we get the fun. We get the carousel. We get all the crazy memes that are going to come from this one. It is BLG versus JDG. It is Flandra's debut on yet another LPL organization.
Oh, Mazel, I am so excited for Flandra to be back. I was really sad to see him not be on anyone's legend, and obviously lots going on with that team as we saw earlier, but to get to return to BLG, to get to pair back up with Viper and really kind of come in here and hopefully reinvigorate a bit of what Bilibili Gaming are, about in terms of being a top tier team, it's just super exciting. He should be a great playstyle fit for what they are and what they need as a tank player on the top side, and we even got a little fun factoid there that Shun has now played with every single member of the 2021 EDG World Championship roster.
Yeah, is just sitting there, he's a little, maybe a little sad. But everything's right in the world. I tweeted it, but EDG is losing with JDG and leave again. We've got the guys backed up to the other Viper and Mr. Flandra. We've got Mako in the group Nirvana games, which is fun, and Scout's doing whatever he's doing in LCK. This team BLG though, it's gonna be interesting with Flandra. I think he's gonna add a new dimension to this team, or maybe the dimension they've been lacking a little bit. Still though, I gotta give props to Wenbo before we cast him off to the nether. Now that he's been replaced, I think Wenbo actually stood pretty tall for this team, and I'm very curious what it looks like now with Flandra.
Yeah, I mean, Wenbo certainly did an admirable job considering the circumstance that I think he was put in. Certainly not an enviable position for a rookie to have to be in, to immediately come into arguably one of the top 2 or 3 teams in the world and immediately have to be, a strong piece for them. But Flandra coming back, linking back up with Viper, super excited to see this. Yeah, that's a long time since these two have played together, and they are very different players now than they were back then. Flandra has become somehow the, I guess, weak side top laner, which is the exact opposite of what he was on EDG, as kind of the counter pick guy. Viper now is somebody that wants to play a little more, towards weak side as well. Like, both of them, I think, have changed their styles a lot and might even be better off as teammates now than they were before.
True. Little side note, by the way, that was Gala's, whatever he got the pentakill this week or last week, his 11th. But also, it was Kair's first last week. So, the duality of the Pentakill Prince and somebody who's never gotten a Pentakill. Anyways, that was just a little fun fact. We also had some fun on our podcast. You can check it out on YouTube, by the way. We were talking a little bit about what this change could mean, and we're going to go ahead and listen in on that now.
Someone said that this was now going to be like a sword and shield team, which I think is interesting. Like bring in Bin to play carries, bring in Flandra to play tanks, but I think in a fearless game, there are so many different things you're going to be thinking about when games change and champions are taken away, that you're actually just incentivized just to have the pool in one player and not kind of split time like that. So
we need the dual spec.
But you don't need to be. You don't have to be a super elite player to win championships. I keep saying this. People want like the
just
hyper elite tier players in every single role, but like we've seen in every world championship, the best player in their role has not always won the tournament. So and you already have Should Knight playing their kind of style. You have a Viper who likely isn't going to get more resources because that's just not what the meta is right now. So just put, just play our Renekton's, play our Rumbles.
In the bag.
You can play a Rek'Sai if you really want to, even though she's been nerfed this year, because Riot doesn't want to see her in solo lanes. I'm okay with that. You can win a tournament doing all of that.
The rankings are in, K-Man. Did you have feelings? You have thoughts?
My first thought, we are disrespecting Flandra's Jace. I understand it's not really
worked out. I said that.
We are actively disrespecting that man.
They told me I'm not allowed to look in the past, which I'm just getting. We did talk about the past for some of the other champions, but it's fine. Context clues doesn't matter. I agree though. I actually, I was fighting for us. Okay, man, I was fighting for us. But it's such an interesting thing. I know like the community is gonna have their thoughts on it as well, with what this means for the roster as a whole. But I truly think that this has the opportunity to be extremely good for both players, but specifically Ben. I think he has the most to gain out of this if he checks his ego, gets this development that's being hand delivered to him with a great top laner that can play the style that he's a little bit more weak at, and to use that to become a better all-around player. So it's all about what he does to approach it and what Flandre does now with BLG. But let's not cast the shadow too heavily on their opponents, because JDG are on a spree, K-Man. They have finally locked in. I don't know what was happening with the other parts of the split, but it doesn't matter, because they're 3 wins in a row now. The team has been functioning. There's maybe a little bit of fire being lit under them with some recent signings, but specifically this team has finally found a little bit of what we were hoping for.
They have absolutely recouped a lot of that momentum that they were desperate for at the start of the split. I think Split 2 just ended so poorly for them, down in lower bracket, not even finishing in the top 4. There was just a lot of confidence that ended up draining from them. I think the start of the split was all of their most difficult series. They ran through the gauntlet of BLG, AL, Top Esports right as the split kicked off, and just didn't start very well. Losing to WE was just icing on top of the cake, but the bounce back has been really important, most of all because they were able to build that confidence, able to get that momentum back. I think specifically that dominant win over WE is really important for this team. You know, we talk all the time about wanting them to be top 2 or top 3 in the LPL. Right now, their goal is to get as comfortable as they can be so that they can go into the playoffs with, you know, all of that talent that they have and be able to use it to their best ability. And I think definitely they've rebuilt that confidence enough to at least hopefully be competitive here today against a team that, you know, does have a new member. I mean, we talk about Flandre coming in being an upgrade. A roster change is a roster change. Like, sometimes it's going to be tough day number 1. JDG might be able to take advantage of that.
I'm just so happy to start seeing those connections between Hongkyu and Junja, but also the rest of the team finally come back, because that's what made this team so exciting in the first split, but also even building up a little bit in the second split. And hopefully we'll see the culmination of their efforts throughout this year for JDG. But there's also a little bit of specific player that we want to put a spotlight on here for JDG, and it is Hongkyu, who came into the split, came into the year at least in the LPL, his debut, and was taking names, taking numbers. He's one of the only, and there maybe are a couple at least this year, but he's one of the only players that have solo killed Knight in the LPL this year, which is pretty awesome to say. But you also have something to say about his stats.
Yeah, I mean, Hongkyu has been the one member of this team that I think has been good even through the bad days of JDG. It felt like nothing was going right for them at the start of the split, but Hongkyu's laning stats have been great. He's first amongst all mid laners in damage percentage. He is the core of JDG. They are playing around him basically every single game. It's not quite to the level of the Maokai Yone from the end of the previous split, but they're definitely still putting a ton of attention in the mid lane. And let's be honest, Knight didn't exactly have the most dominant, last week that he's ever had. It was probably the weakest week he's had in general all year long up until that point in terms of consistency across the 2 series they played. I'm not saying that Hongkyu is favored in this matchup. Nobody's really going to be favored against Knight, but if there was ever a time for somebody to at least go even, Hongkyu's in good form, and I think he's the kind of player that has the talent to do so here.
Yeah, and we've seen it. We've seen him be able to push Knight just a bit, especially for a budding new player. That's impressive to say nonetheless. But let's go ahead and zoom out and take a look at these teams a little bit more so of what they're approaching this with. We talked about some of the win streaks. We talked about some of the momentum, maybe some of the lack of momentum for BLG there. But I just want to get this out of the way. BLG is still incredibly terrifying. And especially with Flandre, who is a piece to the puzzle that I feel like fits so well, which we'll see if it actually works out in execution. But it's JDG who I'm putting a lot of the weight on to come out the better of this series.
They got to show us that they deserve to be considered a team that is near the top of the LPL. They have not really shown us that throughout this split. They really didn't show us that in the playoffs either. They weren't a team that really felt like they were a true contender. At some point, this team has to start living up to their own expectations. You know, people talk about, oh, AL's really fallen off since Tabe has left. Well, Tabe's come over here to JDG, and it's not worked out for this team nearly as much as they would have wanted after the beginning part of this year. There is this expectation that they are eventually going to get back to the top, and to do that, you at least need to be competitive. I'm not sitting here saying they have to completely outplay BLG, but this is a big opportunity for them to prove that they belong on the same stage as this team, and should be a really big, hopefully coming out moment, I would say, for JDG to potentially showcase they are one of those top tier teams.
True. I have always been the biggest fan. I'm going to harp on it now. I think Suzhou has one of the best stadiums that we've seen in the LPL. I always love everything they do for it. And it's LNG's home arena. And you see the cool effects they put with her night there as well, but also for the previous series too. So nice to see these guys walking out. Do want to give a little bit of a stop to that conversation, since get all my narrative out of the way now before we get to the fun gameplay. But what do you feel about Viper and Flandre back together, man? I feel like it's like all the EDG members have different lives, they're different stories, but we get this one connection here.
I mean, it's been on the mind of, I think, a lot of people lately because of the, JJ versus Viper matchup, JJ going back to EDG. I think that 2021 team has very much been, on everyone's brain as of late. And for these two players in particular to come back together, I think is really fun because, again, I think they're the most different from what they were when they won Worlds. Viper was this super aggressive, resource-heavy AD carry that wanted to play strong side, and Flandre was the counter pick god that just wanted to try to get as good of a lane matchup as he could get. Now, Flandre is the tank player. This is the guy you put on weak side, you give him Ornn, you give him Scion, and he's going to be able to pop off. And Viper has been at his best all year long when on his roaming, when Viper gets to play side lanes and gets to, really be efficient in his own way. It's so fun to see these two players come back together because I think it's going to be a very different look now.
I think so too. It's going to be curious what we get here for this first game. But we're getting a little bit closer to draft. Narratives aside, let's talk brass tacks. Got the pentakill prince over there. Is Gala coming out with his 12th pentakill tonight? But more so, where are the big focuses for draft? Because I think bot lane can take resources, but we really want to see mid lane because I think it's led out to how these teams have found early successes, especially. And when Knight hasn't been super prevalent, it's been really difficult. So do you think there's a lot of resources early in the draft that's going to be delved to mid, or is it going to be a little bit later?
I certainly hope so. Hongq has had some very specific picks that he's been able to pop off on. He's been good in this mage meta, but things like Akali and Locke are still a big deal for JDG to be able to get some priority on his side. The Syndra in particular has been massive for JDG in terms of finding success with their teamfight engages. If they do want to play a 5v5 comp, expect them to draft around that Syndra. Basically anything that pairs up with it is going to be a value for them there.
I'm curious what that prio, because there's other things like Viper having played a ridiculous amount of different champions this split, which is hilarious. But I also wouldn't mind seeing some of the flavor of JDG that really made them a force all throughout this year in some regards, and some of the niche and kind of comfort picks that we've seen from them, especially Hongq too. Not as many of those niche comfort picks this year, or at least this split so far for him, but see if that changes at all. But we're getting carries for Flandre, right? Not facilitators, not playing for the team. We're getting hard carries.
Hey, look, Wenbo came in and played some carries. If you're giving carries to Wenbo, you can give them to Flandre. Like that. Hey, like that's how I feel. I think you might want to get him a good matchup on the top side. Xiaoshu, his opposition in this series, has really not been in great form throughout a lot of this split. He's certainly not been playing up to the standard that he set for himself at the end of last year, beginning of this year. If there was a matchup to kind of prove, hey, Flandre can come in and do some of the stuff that Bin was doing as well. It's not just a sword and shield dynamic. He can kind of be a little bit of both. This might be the series to give that a little test run.
Let's see if we do get that, as draft is starting now. We do see a couple particular bans, at least, as the Akali does end up getting banned away by BLG. It is JDG that's going to have first pick on the blue side, so we're kind of right as rain, or rather, sorry, counter pick on the blue side. So it's the opposite of normal. The Cassio, the Orianna, all banned towards Knight. Little difficult to whittle down his champ pool, but I think that's a pretty good crack at it.
You were spot on, Mazel. We got a lot of mid lane focus already in the draft here when it comes to these bans. Locke also taken off the board, the two champions I called out, and then of course Orianna and Cassio in terms of consistency. Certainly going to be pinched pools, but notably things like Victor, Rise still left up on the board. These are all very... Syndra still left up on the board, a very strong, especially flex pick for BLG, a team that has been very willing to send something like Syndra into the bot side, or really any mage into the bot side for Viper. I'm curious to see what that final ban for JDG is going to be. I expect a lot of jungle priority, considering basically all of them are up, but now Rise is off the board as well. You know, mid lane pool already pinched pretty heavily in game number 1. Yeah,
it's kind of ridiculous. 5 out of 6 so far, which is not too bad for mid lane. Not something I feel like we always see. We do see the high profile ones banned away, but not usually 5 out of 6. It is the Ezreal locked in for Viper, though. Very safe pick, very strong pick, very big late game carry, and that's exactly up Viper's alley and what he's been playing towards recently.
Yeah, Ezreal, his second most played champion of the split, only behind, of course, what we all expected, the Xerath, in terms of most played champions.
Great champion.
Yes. You know, it's definitely a very consistent pick. It lets him play weak side, and this does tell me that they want to try and get something strong for Knight in the mid lane from a matchup perspective. Probably going to be saving him for a little bit later. It's going to be the Rumble pick on the top side, generally very, calm and collected, can really match up in anything, and this has really been Xiaoshu's champion over the course of the last, year, even going back to last year at the end on JDG when he first got picked up. This has definitely been the pick that they wanted to go towards, so I think that consistency makes a lot of sense here.
To get the Jin locked in on top of that, so going with a little bit more standoff-ishness, I guess, if that's a word. Probably not, but we'll see what the combo is going to be. I expect the bot lane to be picked up here, at least for BLG, just to get that out of the way and get some powerful picks in that 2v2, something that can roam away at least as well. Be very powerful on, something he's been really highlighting, but we'll see what they want to delve out for the rest of this first phase. They will have the back-to-back setup here. Oh, Karma. And there's the Syndra.
Karma and Syndra. I like this a lot. For BLG, you get a really powerful 2v2 lane. Karma is a takeaway. Jin Karma is a very strong poke lane, so to get yourself that poke lane with the Ezreal gives you strong side. Jin's going to be more weak side. JDG is going to have roam priority with Vampire, most likely, because they're going to get to pick some sort of playmaking support, whether that be a Camille, a Shen, or if you just want to go for a Nautilus, Leona kind of thing. I think all of them could make sense in this particular instance. But I want to talk about that Syndra because we're looking at all of these mid lane bans. Well, now we're going into second rotation. JDG have still yet to pick their mid laner. We already have 6 mid lane champions taken off the board, and now they get to ban 2 more. I mean, you're really pinching the pool of Hongq incredibly thin here. I imagine things like Victor, things like Anivia, things like Ahri could very well be on the board as potential bans, and that's looking pretty scary right now.
And good call on the or talk about the Nautilus there, and we'll have that locked down at least, and we'll see what JDG want to focus in, because I expect all their focus to go to jungle. At least maybe try to whittle down some of the counter for top lane, as they do take away the Poppy, which is a little bit more of that focus towards some flexible picks here. But BLG's focus should be right as rain. It should be that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think banning junglers is necessary when you see something like the Syndra. A very popular combo that's kind of picking up in tempo right now across a lot of regions has been the Nocturne Syndra. I'm not as much of a fan of that in isolation, but it certainly could be something that BLG are looking for here in Game 1, as you're looking at an immobile AD carry on the other side, and Nocturne always feels pretty good in that matchup. It's going to be the Nefiri ban, so definitely giving some respect over to Jinja here, making sure he doesn't have that carry.
Yeah, I do like the jungle focus. Again, that combination between whatever Junja and Hongq are going to be playing for this game number 1 is going to be of utmost importance for JDG to get a crack at BLG. Because the first time we saw this matchup, this split, since it is double round robin, it did not go well for JDG. Let's just say it like that. And it was a pretty tough series for them. So I know they're going to be wanting to kind of get some of that revenge, get that game score going up a little bit more for themselves. As the Lee Sin towards Shun, I love that teams are starting to respect this pick from him.
It's curious because I certainly agree with the Poppy and Lee Sin bans, but it's a lot of jungle attention. You ban the Nocturne, a lot of jungle attention to leave up the Jarvan. I imagine that is going to be the pick here for JDG. That would make a lot of sense. I don't really think you can skip that over for free.
Absolutely easy. You get the hotpot special for free.
For sure. And it pairs really well with the Nautilus as well, because it gives you somebody that can dive in and kind of set up a lot of those plays so Jarvan doesn't have to do it by himself. Really like this duo. You're going to have so much proactivity in the mid game because your support is actively going to be able to roam. Jin should be able to survive on his own in the 1v2 on the bottom side. Yes, Ezreal's probably going to get a big gold lead, but for what? We'll see if this Mbessa is locked in. I think this is the Cassante angle. If they really wanted to go for it, this seems like the most obvious pick you could get. You bring the tank player in, you give him the tank, but if they go for Mbessa, certainly would be an interesting call, and that's what it's going to be.
I guess I was kind of memeing earlier, but he's got kind of a carry in some regard for Flandra. It was interesting, when we were actually looking at Flandra, he's played, obviously, Mbessa a good amount, and it's all about his entrances in the later game team fights. I think some of those can look really good and be that kind of engager for the team, because that is something they're very much lacking.
Hello anh em nhá.
Their primary, secondary engage, and now they're going to have the Zen down with it.
Yeah, I really like like the comp here for BLG. I do think you kind of have to play this really aggressive because you don't have that free engage support.
Rồi,
Victor's gonna be that final
hai
lock in.
tem thì cũng đã có cho mình đó trên đội hình ở trong game thiếu đầu tiên rồi. Xin Giao, Xin Giao Amesa, Tinra, Ezreal và Katma. Và phía bên kia thì Nautilus, Jihin. Có thể nói là một đội hình thuần về đánh nhau à? Thuần về đánh nhau đến từ cả hai đội anh em nhé. Làm cái tài Q game 1 đi, làm cái tài Q game 1 đi. Bây giờ, ui, 8 giờ kém rồi à? Làm cái tài Q game 1 nha anh em ơi. Anh em nghe tiếng của nhà đài ok không? Để em chứa cho tiếng nhà đài to một xíu nhá. Trừ 8.5 và tài Q 30.5 mà. Ok anh em làm cái tài Q 30.5 nhá.
It's going to be a fun one to see how this game one sets out, and I think it's going to set the tone for the series between these two teams. Because again, second meeting between them. Last time you would see this team either side until the playoffs, if that does come to pass.
Ồ anh em ơi, tài Q 30.5 map 1 nha, game 1 nha. Thuận tay cho BLG và cờ à? Thuận tay cho cả hai mà. Em chưa thấy nó cả hai đội đều đánh được cái đội hình này.
And keep that one up over top esports, at least for the time being. So you know it's weighing heavy, at least for both teams.
Yeah, JDG just in their own.
Nào, đây là home kill.
Take down BLG all year long. This has been their nightmare matchup. I think they got a very good draft that I honestly kind of prefer here in game number 1. We'll see what they can do with it.
Rồi, cùng đến với cả game thiếu đầu tiên giữa JDG Gaming và BLG nào. Lô 4 đều à? 4 đều và 7-1-2 cái KDA cũng có thể nói là gần như là ok nhất rồi đấy. Chỉ sau JDG Gaming cũng chỉ tiếp sau gọi là vị trí của AL và Top Esports thôi. Còn sau AL và Top Esports thì khá là ok với cái KDA như này. JDG Gaming 4 nguyên tố đất nước và sát thủ dân chủ à? Lại dân chủ đây. Dân chủ là sao anh em? Nguyên tố dân chủ. Lần đầu nghe của nguyên tố dân chủ ạ. Hello bóng nhá. Hello em gái của Dứa nhá. Chỗ này thì đang làm một cái tài Q anh em ạ. Một cái tài Q. Trận trước thì AL thì cũng đã có một cái chiến thắng 2-1 trước EDG. Không hiểu sao trận ấy ra được 3 map. Ảo ma thật. Không hiểu sao trận ấy ra được 3 map đấy. Em dường nghĩ trận này sẽ ra được 2 map thôi. Khả năng cao là 2 map. Chưa chúng nó sẽ tàu nhanh thôi. Bởi vì bây giờ cũng đã là 8 giờ kém mà bên Trung Quốc là 9 giờ kém rồi. Mình nghĩ sẽ là 2-0. Đội nào thắng thì rồi sẽ 2-0 anh em nhé. Anh em yên tâm bên dưới sẽ nói gì ra cái thôi cho xem. 2-0 nếu thằng nào mà thắng game 1 mới khóc xong giọng bị từ hôm qua anh em ạ. Qua uống nước lạnh xong gào thét tên em trong đêm nên là tự nhiên giọng nó cứ kiểu gì như con vịt được ấy. Chắc là do hôm qua kiểu là 1k rưỡi 2k view nên là vui quá là cứ hét thôi, hét hỏng cái giọng lên, hét hỏng cái giọng lên anh em ạ. Chịu rồi à? Ngày 15 có trận bóng nào không à? Ngày 15 á hả? Đã có lịch ngày 15 thôi anh em ơi, chưa có lịch 15 nhá. Mới chỉ có lịch đến ngày 14 thôi. Mà thực ra ngày 14 thì thuần game, không có bóng anh em. Không có bóng. Nào pha gánh từ Junjia. Này biết là điều nguy hiểm xảy ra tới mình và anh ta cũng đã lùi về thành công rồi. Kun cũng sẽ có một nhịp sang cướp rừng. Và ngày hôm nay Flange, một tân binh mới của BLG. Đó, một tân binh mới. BLG mới chiêu mộ được Flange từ AL. Và ngày hôm nay thì Flange cũng được ra sân luôn. Ok chưa? Hôm nay thì cũng là ngày debut luôn.
I saw them trade there. I was like,
BLG sẽ gọi là cầm với 3 thằng đi top à? 3 thằng đi top, Bin, Franze và Breto. Có thể nói là đang sở hữu số lượng tuyển thủ top nhiều nhất ở LPL hiện tại, đó chính là BLG. Mình không hiểu sao là họ vẫn có thể là giữ lại vị trí Bin nhờ, trong khi không cho Bin đánh. Không cho Bin đánh nhưng mà lại vẫn lại giữ Bin lại. Ảo ma thật. Nhớ giữ lời hứa ngày 15 à? Lời hứa gì ấy? Lời hứa gì đây? Đọc lại lời hứa thế nào? Em có nhớ không?
I've also been having a lot of fun with seeing ADCs take exhaust, which I'm very happy to see Viper take that. Keep any threats away.
Thế rồi, ai cũng kêu là lời hứa này. Mình có hứa với ai bao giờ đâu. Đây rồi, uống hớp nước cho nó trong cái giọng lại rồi anh em ạ. Uống hớp nước cho trong giọng lại rồi. Ok chưa? Anh em nghe giọng ok chưa? À, vừa uống hớp nước xong anh em nghe lại giọng đã ok chưa? À, không cứu mất đi, mình tốc biến rồi này. Hứa nhưng không nhớ à, thì không cần nhắc nữa à. Thôi, khả năng quên luôn nhỉ. Khả năng cao là quên luôn nhỉ. Khả năng cao là quên luôn nhỉ. À, Jundia sắp có 6. Tun thì mới chỉ là level 5 mà thôi. Tầm này ra ăn được con cua xuống dưới này thì hầu như cả hai sẽ đều lên level 6 anh em ạ. Nhưng mà sẽ là sự cạnh tranh đấy. Sẽ là sự cạnh tranh đến cả hai người chơi đi rừng đấy. Vampire và Jundia đang rình mò vào vị trí này. Rồng thì cũng đã ra. Con rồng đầu tiên là một con rồng gió. Vô tâm à? Anh là một người vô tâm. Anh không thể đấy. Nào, rồng một thì con rồng gió thì con rồng này cũng không quá ngon lắm. Con rồng cũng chỉ giúp tăng tốc độ chạy thôi. Tốc độ chạy nó không phải là một thứ quá ngon đối với cả hai đội. Đứa tự nhớ đi nhé, nếu không nhớ được thì đứa mất tiền thôi à. Là sao? Nhớ hay không nhớ thì vẫn mất tiền mà. Ủa? Nhớ hay không nhớ thì vẫn mất tiền mà. Lời đã nói thì không thể rút lại được đâu à. Lời đã nói thì không thể rút lại được đâu à. Ok luôn nhá. Nào, ăn rồng được thành công đến từ bên phía BLG này. Và bây giờ là quyết định sang cướp cho mình con bồ đỏ đến từ phía Jundia. Nhìn giống thế 2-0 dành cho BLG thế nhỉ. Nhìn giống 2-0 lắm anh em ạ. Thật. Cái thế trận này nhìn quen lắm. Cái thế trận này quen lắm nhỉ. Nhớ thì dưới đâu có mất tiền đâu à. Là sao? Đâu, thử nói lại nào. BLG mạnh điên à. Hello khẹt khẹt vú nhá. Hello Scatter nhá. Làm gì đi Jundia. Thật ra giờ anh em phải trông chờ vào Gala cười anh em nhé. Trông chờ vào Gala cười và hung kill thôi. Và JDG Gaming thì cũng mới tuyển một thằng đi rừng về. JDG Gaming mới tuyển một thằng đi rừng về. Vậy nhé, em vào nhắc thôi à. Tầm này người già mà phải nhắc lại đi. Không nhớ thật đấy. Người ta bảo là không nhớ, người ta không nhớ thật đấy. Nhắc lại. Nhắc lại cho người ta nhớ lại coi. Nào, on tập hợp ở giữa. Nai cũng đang ở đường giữa. Bên phía JDG Gaming cũng sẽ có 3 người. Và quyết định lùi lại một nhịp tới từ bên phía BLG. Tiền bây giờ đang chênh là 500. Can trường hụt. Ba sâu đã ra. Edview thì vẫn đang ở đường dưới. Quét tàn khiếu trúng được một người, đó là Hồng Kiều. Trên này thì Celso đang gây được khó khăn so với chữ Franze. Đúng là người ta câu Franze mà chỉ đi đường hòa tiền thôi. Thì đó đang đều thành công đến với cả một đội tuyển rồi. Anh biết là ngày 15 sinh nhật em rồi, nhưng mà ai chẳng biết. Vội lắm rồi à. Ai mà chả biết 15 là sinh nhật của bạn bạn Bống nhờ. Nào, khó liên tục. Ở đây thì pha sâu được cử ra, can trường trúng vào người của Junjia. Junjia cũng hất tung vào, ngược lại đó chính là vị trí của can các bạn Katma. Bật bán nguyệt thương lên, Katma nằm xuống. Nhưng đấy là người đồng đội của mình cơ. Can trường lần 2 cũng hụt mẹ nó rồi. Vampire khả năng cao sẽ đổi mạng cho những người trợ thủ mà thôi. 2 đều, không, chính xác hơn là 2-1 khi mà Nai cũng vừa ở trên kia có được cái mạng của người chơi đường trên của Weibo Gaming. Lời nha. Lời nha. Một tình huống mà con Syndra trong tay của cái này làm được cái nhiệm vụ. Đó chính là lấy 2 mạng hạ gội anh em ạ. Sâu thì BLG ăn được 2 rồi. Thôi, cho Junjia một nốt con còn lại đi. Cho không? Kéo cho anh em ạ. Hất tung thành công Junjia này. Junjia bị làm chậm, mưa tên lửa chảy ra để cover cho vị trí Junjia lùi về. Móc mỏ neo là trúng. Ở đây On gặp nguy hiểm. On lại nằm xuống mạ gục thứ 2 mất rồi. Thằng On này mày lại off rồi đấy. Thằng On này mày lại off rồi. On lại off rồi anh em ạ. Buồn thật, thằng On lại off rồi. Cứ ngày nào em dưới đánh gọi là về BLG nhá là y rằng nó sẽ off. Vetan Kiyo bùng nổ sức mạnh thành công đến từ ví dụ con này. Này mất tốc biến. Tè lè được dùng đến từ ví dụ Flange. 5 mạ gục đã có sau 10 phút đấu rồi. Game tái. Game tái. Em dưới thì cũng lên live từ lúc 5 giờ 30 rồi. Bây giờ là 8 giờ. Lên live từ 5 giờ 30 bây giờ là 8 giờ anh em ạ. Đẳng cấp. Đầu đến dưới check lại xem game 2 game 3 là. Ui game 3 AL 47 phút. Bảo sao? Game 3 của AL 47 phút bảo sao? Bảo sao anh em ạ? 47 phút thì ra là 47 phút. Không biết lâu như thế này. Hello anh em mới vào nhé, anh em mới vào cho em giữ xin một like đi, một like một comment đi anh em ơi. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều nhá. Trận này thì đang có một cái tài Q 30.5. Không biết là một thằng mà chuyên đánh tài Q và đánh với một thằng chuyên đánh xỉu Q thì nó sẽ ra cái gì. Một thằng chuyên tài như BLG mà gặp thằng chuyên xỉu như Weibo Gaming thì mình đang chưa biết nó sẽ ra gì đây. Dòng 2 đã ra rồi, lên một con rồng hóa kỹ. Một con rồng hóa kỹ này. Nào, vòng lùi thương là chúng. Bán cái thương được bật ra. Sun một lần nữa hất tung đầy chiêu Vampire lên. Có tên mình cái báo Aken. Nhưng Sun khả năng cao đéo chịu nổi sát thương rồi. Và ở đây Hầu Kiều có được cái mạng của Sun. Nét vẽ tung ra không trúng. Và Nai đây bật sân khấu lên. 2 viên, 4 viên. Và Viper có được cái mạng của Hồng Kiều và Junjia. 46 dành cho bên phía BLG. 10 mạng cũng đã có. Khi mà bên phía BLG nằm xuống 2 mạng trong pha giao tranh vừa rồi. Còn bên phía của Weibo Gaming thì là 3. Có thể nói là gần như là hòa. Gần như là hòa. BLG chỉ lời hơn được một mạng thôi. Lời hơn được một mạng so với cả bên phía của Weibo Gaming anh ạ. Nhưng mà tiền bây giờ thì cũng đã out đến tận 2k rưỡi rồi. Quả này sân khấu bắn trượt nhiều quá. Quả sân khấu 4 viên. Sân khấu 4 viên mà bắn được có gọi là gì à? Bắn được cũng 2 viên anh em ạ. Nào ở đây Hâu Kiêu. Ông Kiêu nằm xuống mạng thứ 3. Bằng với cả số vị trí mạng nằm xuống on rồi. Và Nai bây giờ đã out đến tận là 1k7 tiền so với cả vị trí của Hồng Kiêu. Ui giời ơi. Out tiền quá. Cái này ơi. Làm người thường đi em. Làm người thường đi em ơi. Nó mới đánh nhau ác. Hai thằng này xỉu kill êm mà. Cái dưới đang đánh tài kill cơ. Không đánh xỉu kill anh em ạ. Đang đánh tài kill cơ không đánh xỉu kill. Đang phải khấn đây. Khấn chúng nó phải quật nhau, phải là gọi là 5-10 hiệp luôn. Tầm này mà không quật nhau 5-10 hiệp thì đúng là em Dứa sẽ là người thua anh em nhé. Từ chiều là đã ăn gì vào bụng đâu. Kêu là đợi làm xong đi ăn, nhưng mà bây giờ 8 giờ rồi chưa được ăn anh em ạ. Mấy thằng Trung Quốc này đúng ngày hôm nay nó lừa em Dứa này. Tại sao mình không làm trận sớm nhỉ? Tại sao mình không làm trận 16 giờ nhỉ? Ủa, nhưng mà trận 16 giờ trận 16 giờ nó đánh nhau cũng lâu thật. Một trận 35 phút, một trận 47 phút. Mong trận lúc này 2 xỉu đây. 2 xỉu là đẹp dại luôn. 2 xỉu đẹp dại luôn. Ô, sâu vẫn còn một con anh em ạ. Khả năng cao sẽ 3 sâu cho bên phía BLG. Tiếng này đây. Tốc biến lên, kỳ kích vào người, và Nai đây bị đóng lồng vào thì Nai sẽ vẫn đổi mạng được thành công với vị trí không kim mà thôi. Bán nguyên thương được bật lên, hất tung lần 1, hất tung lần 2 và Junjia vẫn lùi về được với cái phong lôi thương của mình. Nhưng Viper tới thì Junjia vẫn sẽ phải nằm, chỉ có mình Vampire mà thôi. Nào, tốc biến, đánh tay né đi, né đi, né đi, né đi. Và Viper sẽ có mạng gục của Vampire. Thuần đánh tay thì làm sao mà né được. 15 hạ gục, ok. Tham tiền bằng thời gian rồi đấy. Tham tiền bằng thời gian rồi đấy. Biết cách chơi đấy. Đã biết chơi game ấy. Một đường trên sẽ có cho bên phía BLG này. Nhìn BLG vội lắm. Thật. Em ạ, nhìn thằng BLG vội thật. Nó đang siêu vội luôn đấy. Khả năng cao là 2 xỉu rồi. Khả năng cao là win ra 2 xỉu thật rồi. Cái nhìn nó đánh vội lắm. Đang muốn về rồi đấy. Nhìn nó giống muốn về rồi đấy. You have to be so careful about making sure you're positioning properly, and Honky has just been out of position here. Viper, it turned around too. Walk away from the explosion, man. GVL giày thủy ngân là ổn rồi, lên về sát tư à. Thằng nào anh em? Thằng nào? Vừa tên lửa chạy ra nhưng Nai đéo quan tâm, Nai tele con mẹ luôn ra đường giữa anh em ạ. Không, chính xác hơn là tele về nhà từ ví dụ cái này. Không quan tâm các người đồng đội và đồng địch như thế nào. 7-1 đến từ Nai rồi. Một con Syndra có thể nói là siêu xanh. Tầm này một quét tăng kiếm và bùng nổ sức mạnh thôi sẽ là một thằng phải nằm xuống. Nào, một đường giữa sẽ có cho bên phía BLG. Tiền cái kiệt bây giờ đã là 3k7 tiền. 3k7 tiền anh em nhá, không hề ít đâu. Anh em nghe không nhầm đâu. 3k7 tiền. Ôi chưa. Hôm nay view không đông lắm nhỉ. Không đông như ngày hôm qua, gọi là livestream LCK nhờ. LCK khả năng cao mình chỉ hợp với LCK thôi. Khả năng cao là mình cũng là fan của MCK khác. Fan MCK và hợp với cả LCK. Đấy. Không biết trận này BLG có diễn ra 3 map không nhỉ? BLG diễn ra 3 map thì mẹ anh yêu luôn. Diễn ra 3 map ngon luôn anh em ạ. Nào, Chun ở đây. Chun ra phát hiện ra rồi, nét vẽ là chúng on bị làm chậm. Và ở đây Lava từ Chun bật bắn người thương ra, nhưng mà liệu có tốc có chạy được hay không? Câu trả lời là chưa. Khi một người không chạy được, đó chính là vị trí của Junjia. Ông Q nằm xuống, Viper có được mạng này. Và tàn thiếu chúng được vào vị trí Vampire, có thêm cả chiều cuối của Nai tới thì sẽ là 3 mạng dành cho bên phía BLG. Lồn má, nhìn gì đâu Gaming gà thế. Đứng im cho bên phía của BLG đánh luôn mà. 18 hạ gục rồi. Nhìn cái thế này giống một chiều lắm. Thế này một chiều lắm anh em ạ. Rồng 3 dành cho bên phía BLG luôn rồi. Rồng 3 rồi đấy. À. Tele được dùng đến từ vị trí của Siasu, tốc biến đến từ Nai rồi, mưa tên lửa chảy ra. Ở đây, Sun tới, có đánh nhau. Amesta hụt chiêu cuối, cái lồng mẹ Franre ơi. Lâu rồi chưa chơi game mà em. Lâu rồi chưa chơi game mà em. Junja muốn chơi. Chiêu cuối được dụng vào và Sun nằm xuống, quét tan kéo không trúng con ai cả. Ở đây muốn đuổi vào chiêu này, Hồng Kiêu đang muốn đuổi. Hồng Kiêu đang muốn có cái mạng hào gục này. Franze chơi đi em, nhưng mà tầm này Franze đang không còn cho mình cái chiêu cuối đó chính là hành quyết công khai nữa. Hồng Kiêu đánh tay, nét vẽ kẻ ra. On tới, Viper tới, Vampire cũng đã tới, quét tan kéo trúng được vào một người. Tu cho mình cái cổng công nghệ đến từ vị trí của Viper. Đã lùi về thành công đến từ vị trí của Nai mà thôi, hết cả mana rồi. Hết cả mana rồi. 20 xác anh em nhá. Đi được 2/3 quãng đường rồi đấy. Đi được 2/3 quãng đường rồi đấy. Anh em mình gọi là đi 2/3 quãng đường với nhau rồi.
Shun and On are overextended, but look at how close Knight and Viper are to this play. It's really easy for them to collapse, and the moment that Syndra and Ezreal show up, it's just completely unplayable. The exhaust is completely superfluous. I mean, you have no need to exhaust this victory. He is 100% dead.
Này 30.5 về được không nhỉ? Về được, chắc về được anh em nhé. Chắc là về được. Còn combat Baron, combat endgame mà. Hất tung thành công với Sun lên này, Sun bị hất tung. Và quét tan kéo chúng, bật bán người tương lên thì khả năng cao là Sun vẫn sẽ phải nằm. Hồng Kiêu đây nằm xuống trước, mạng gục gỡ gạc dành cho bên phía JDG Gaming. Và vị trí của JDG Gaming lấy được 2 cái mạng, đó chính là Sun cùng với Gala. Và một mình Sun nằm xuống, ui, là 3 mạng. 23 mạng đã có rồi, tài kill không thể chết rồi anh em nhé. Tài kill bây giờ không thể chết rồi. Từ khi bây giờ không kéo chết được. Chưa nghĩ ra gọi là cái gọi là cái kịch bản nào để chết tài kill anh em ạ. Đây, On chết mạng thứ 4 đây anh em này. Đấy, mạng nó cứ tự nằm xuống thôi, cần gì phải gọi là khấn đâu. Cần gì phải gọi là khấn đâu. Tự về. Kèo tự về anh em ạ. Kèo tự về nhá. Chơi game nó chỉ dễ vậy thôi. Cờ bạc nó cũng chỉ gọi là dễ như vậy thôi. Chơi thì nó tự về thôi, cần gì phải nhiều đâu đúng không? Khả năng cao thì là 2-0 cho BLG luôn đấy. Đánh như này là khả năng cao là 2-0 luôn. Even being close to neutral in terms of gold is going to make this Rumble and this Jarvan and even the Victor a lot more scary. Hongqiu has had his negative moments, but he does have 4 kills. Rồng cuối sẽ xuất hiện sau 2 phút nữa. Con rồng này thì cả JDG Gaming, cả BLG đều muốn phải có phát nha. Còn nếu như JDG Gaming họ muốn thua thì thôi, thì họ cứ buông thôi. Tầm này mà để cho BLG linh hồn rồng công nghệ thì đúng là chịu. Flandre đánh vẫn đúng cái chất lượng của anh ta đề ra. Đó là từ hòa cho đến thua lên anh em ạ. Thì mặc dù anh ta đang ở trong cái đội tuyển mà có thể xanh sao vách cái đái ra, nhưng vẫn là thua đến từ bên phía của Flandre. Ảo ma thế nhỉ. Vampire đây sao một bùng nổ sức mạnh và một cái chiêu cuối né được thành công đến từ Flandre. Không, chính xác hơn là Vampire mới đúng chứ. Nào, đánh nhau luôn không? Ở đây lao vào làm chậm, Sun hất tung một người ra, đó là Junja. Sân khấu được dựng, không cứu yếu máu, một tên lửa chảy ra úp lồng được 2 người và người đầu tiên nằm xuống đó chính là cặp ma. Ở phía bên kia thì home kill trong tay của Victor cũng đã làm rồi. Kèo sủ ở đây đang quẩy trước 3 người nhưng Franre tới thì có double kill ngay dành cho phía Syndra. Sun đây đang cố múa, Gala có được cái mạng hào gục của Sun và đang là cái thế trận đó chính là 2 đổi 4 rồi cho bên phía của BLG. 30 mạng đã có. Rồi, tái kill về anh em ơi. Tài kill về. Go go. Tài kill về nha anh em nhá. It's Hongqiu overextended in this instance. He separates from his own jungler, and at this point, Shun's like, "Yeah, I'll take the free victor. Junja can jump back over the wall, but it's a really nice pseudo insect ultimate from Shun on that Xin Zhao, and Vampire has no health as this fight starts. Yes, Junja can pick up a kill alongside Gala on. Về anh em ơi, về lụm trước gọi là khoảng 10 phút yếu luôn đấy. Tầm này ít nhất phải đánh ra tầm 40 kill. Nếu BLG mà cứ giữ cái thái độ mà chơi game như này thì khả năng là 40 kill là vừa. Đúng là đánh nhau nhiều thì nó sẽ diễn ra một cái hệ lụy, đó chính là tài kill và xỉu tham anh em nhé. Anh em đang đi xỉu tham thì đái dần đi. Tầm đến đi xỉu tham và đái dần luôn đi. Nét vẽ câu được tốc biến từ Flandre này. Nào, có bọc đầu đến từ vị Sun. Sun đánh vào vị trí của Xiaosu. Ở đây hất tung vị trí Xiaosu lên quét tan kiếu mà vị trí Xiaosu vẫn tốc biến đi rồi. Gala đơn né được cho mình cái hành quyết công khai, nét vẽ trúng vào người của Frandre nằm xuống. 2 mạng cho bên phía Weibo Gaming. Phải chấm. Theo Hũ à? Hũ à? Có khi nào Hũ không nhở? Tốc biến qua, Viper tốc biến qua đánh tay và Viper có được cái mạng của Gala cười. Trời ơi, điều gì vẫn quá điếm anh em ạ, điều gì vẫn quá điếm. Nào, tầm này có cơ rồng công nghệ trên người, Viper đang bắn đau vãi cả đái ra. Rồng đang được ăn, bên phía BLG đã có 4 người. Thì đồng người mình cũng là 4, có trừng trị trong tay. Ở đây móc mỏ neo móc trúng vào người on nằm xuống hàng gục thứ 5 rồi, thì lôi tầm nhiệt được dùng ra hất tung thành công với Viper lên và rồng có cho bên phía của Weibo Gaming. Này đang bọc một tầm này khả năng khó. Rồi còn quét tan kiếu, còn bùng nổ sức mạnh đấy. Khó anh em ạ. Quá khó, quá khó. 3k6 tiền cách biệt. Lượng tiền bây giờ được giảm khá nhiều dành cho bên phía của Weibo Gaming rồi. Khi nào trận này nhìn nó lại người ta cái thế gọi là 35-40 phút nữa thì đúng là ra dại nhỉ. Lại 35-40 phút nữa thì đúng là ra dại anh em à. Nào, giúp anh một tí. Giúp anh một tí đi.
And you can see some of the chunks in that gold lead coming back towards JDG. The fact that they have gotten themselves to these 3 items, now working on 4th item spikes, especially for Gala.
Cách biệt bây giờ đang là 6 mạng anh em ơi. Handicap trận đấu này để là 8.5. 8.5 à? Mình nghĩ vẫn sẽ về được. Thoải mái. 8.5 về thoải mái anh em ạ. Nào đi check map đến từ Vampire này. Con Baron rất chưa được ăn. Thật sự bây giờ để BLG ăn Baron thì cũng có thể là hơi nguy hiểm. 50-50 đấy. Rất là 50-50 luôn. Tầm này Nai chưa có. Nai tầm này đồ cũng ngon rồi. Đồ rất ngon rồi. Thật sự là hai đội đều pick những cái chất tướng có thể đánh nhau rất nhiều. Nào, đang muốn nhắm vào một con bà Syndra. Hình này nó cũng tỉnh cái đái ra, bật máy quét lên và quét hết đi. Baron đi. Rớt Baron đi BLG ơi, không cần phải gọi là ấy đâu. Ở đây thì sao, mất cái tốc biến từ Vampire rồi, quét tan kiếu chúng vào đây, tốc biến lên bắn tay đến từ vị Viper, có được cái mạng của Vampire. Một pha tốc biến hơi rốt đến từ con Nautilus này. Junzia mất tốc, bán người thương bật lên úp đồng vào thì cũng vẫn phải làm xuống từ Junzia. BLG đang có thể nói là bật mốt lên rồi, bật mốt rồi Sun ơi. Xiaosu có được cái mạng của Sun và vị trí của Hồng Kiêu vẫn phải nằm. Hồng Kiêu vẫn phải nằm, bây giờ mở ra cái thế Baron dành cho bên phía BLG rồi này. Viper đang tanh. Anh đúng chân là lướt luôn vậy. Chân là lướt luôn anh em nhé. Rồi, ăn Baron luôn không? Sẽ ăn Baron luôn dành cho bên phía BLG này. Ở bên lượng đam họ là quá nhiều rồi. Quá nhiều đam anh em ạ. Muốn ra cướp nhưng cướp làm sao được, không còn một tên lửa đâu mà đòi cướp. On khả năng bị giữ chân lại và sẽ mất đi cho mình một cái bùa Baron đến BLG. What the fuck? Làm cái gì vậy? 39 mạng gục đã có. Baron đã có cho BLG tầm này end game luôn đi em ơi. Chơi game thì không cần đến nỗi phải gọi là 30 phút đâu. Trời ơi. Mù mắt Vampire ơi. Mù mắt. Nào. Hành quyết công khai vào người đó chính là ví dụ Gala. Nhưng mà Gala có cho mình lớp giáp ảo. Xiaosu còn 1 chấm máu lùi về thành công. Ở đây Sun đang quẩy với thì một mình mà thôi. Ảo game mẹ rồi. BLG thua game 1 anh em ơi. Đánh như thế này thì BLG thua mẹ game 1 rồi. Mất giáp hồi sinh tỉnh dậy. Sun có sống được hay không? Sun vẫn sống. Sun bị mẹ kéo lại một nhịp. Nhưng mà hạ gục đã có cho Gala rồi. Baron thua 2k 9 tiền. Ốc chó BLG bán rồi. Bán rồi nha anh em nhá. BLG đang muốn bán rồi đấy. Đồ má. Nhìn BLG đang muốn bán rồi đấy. Ông bán cả map không luôn hay là muốn bán mỗi cả mỗi hay là bán mỗi ấy nhở? Thì giống bán handicap lắm. Thôi, kêu buồn anh em nào đi handicap của BLG. Trận này gặp đúng trận nó cướp rồi. Gặp đúng cái trận là trận nó cướp rồi. Thôi, đúng trận nó cướp thì trừ bao nhiêu cũng chết nhá. Kể cả bây giờ chị cái có mở là trừ 8.5 vẫn phải chết. Vì cách biệt bây giờ đang là quá thấp. Cách biệt bây giờ chỉ có là 4 thôi. Dòng cuối đã ra rồi là gần như là con dòng cuối cùng luôn anh em nhá. 29 30 phút rồi. Tè lè được dùng đến từ vị trí của Ambessa trong tay Fanre. Dòng được ăn còn cho mình đó chính là 4k6 máu. Mất đi khá nhiều máu từ Yuzukia. Đây bán người tương vật tên là dòng đã có cho bên phía BLG linh hồn dòng tung nghệ. Bên phía BLG Gaming tầm này khá là khó để có thể chạy rồi. Này giết được một ở đây đang sấy liên tục đến từ Xiaosu. Xiaosu chỉ đổi được một kỳ mà giật là cái thế mà đó chỉ là 1 đánh 4. Là endgame ở phút yếu thứ 30 dành cho bên phía BLG. Mình đã bảo rồi. Cái thế trận mà nó muốn bán thì trừ 8 chết anh em nhá. 20 28 ta chết đúng nửa 0.5 chưa? Ok chưa? Em thấy đã gọi là đi xúc vật đến từ phía BLG chưa? Nó muốn thắng bao nhiêu thì thắng, nó muốn thua bao nhiêu thì thua. Ok. Trừ 8 chết. Mình bảo rồi. Nhìn nó bán pha kia là biết ngay mà. Thôi, 1-0 cho BLG và nghỉ ngơi phút đến với game 2 anh em nhá.
Conversation with you after this about what Flandre's feeling if he just rode this Bronco for the first time, because that's a hell of a game to come into this team on to do almost nothing and to watch your carries do what they just did. Insane stuff from BLG.
It's exactly perfect for Flandre because he came in and he got both the highs and the lows in that game. He got the highs of watching Knight pick up a quadra kill and absolutely decimate JDG on his Syndra, and he also got the lows of, you know, Viper just randomly being in the mid lane, Shun just taking every single fight he can possibly think of, on going for a flank angle on the Karma, all of the good and the bad that BLG generally offers as a team. But he stepped up huge in that final team fight. That Ambessa was massive in destroying JDG after they got that soul. He certainly held his weight despite the laning phase maybe not going his way.
Viper's like, I feel like I'm back in 2020, 21 again. It's crazy. Oh, whoa. That's what I imagine is happening in Viper's head. I don't think that's what's really happening. But anyways, just want to say, a second 16 kill game for Knight this split. Insane. He last split was 4 out of the 5 top kills. I think actually he ended at 5 out of 5 of the top kills in games. It looks like he's already starting to make things work here, as that'll be his second time on the top list, and now he's got number 2 and number 3.
Look, I mean, you say, oh, it's the second 16 kill night game. I go, oh yeah, it's Wednesday. Like that's just, hey, that's just what we got here in the LPL. This guy's the best player in the world. I'm sorry, there's no contest. Like there just is no competition right now. He has been the best player in the world all year long. Don't give him Syndra. This champion's broken. She's really good in basically every circumstance. You pick the team fighting comp into Syndra. I really like the draft for JDG, but you can't give him 3 free kills before 8 minutes or whatever he ended up getting in this game and expect to survive that. 82% KP from the Syndra here, highest on the entire team.
Yeah, the fact that both him and Viper had 30+ damage percentage done, it's actually insane. So we're gonna take a look back down memory lane at all the Knight highlight clips come through here, maybe some of the cool Mystic shots. I guess we passed a lot of that already. We're at level 12s, and this is also the first replay we get, and it's BLG getting killed. But you'll start seeing the turnarounds here soon. It was a tough game from JDG. I feel like they had a lot going for them. They were able to delay the dragon. They had a very clear team composition that had pretty easy to execute pieces, it felt like. Yeah. But fell prey to the constant fighting that BLG wanted.
I mean, it's pretty easy to summarize this game for JDG, in my opinion. If they did not have a 4,000 goal deficit at 15 minutes, they probably win this game. Like, if their early game was just, like, a little bit better, a little bit more neutral, they had multiple fights in the back end of this game where, despite being down 6,000 gold, despite giving over Baron, they were still in an okay spot to be able to try to make their way back because of their team fighting comp. The problem is they just fed gold tonight in the early game, and you just can't get away with that in this comp. For as much as we give BLG a lot of credit for the good plays that they went for, these plays look a lot worse if you don't have a massive gold lead, and I think, again, luckily for BLG, they were able to get it. We'll see if JDG can be a bit more patient in game number 2.
That's very true. And let's go back to my previous statement. What is Flandre thinking right now? What is going through his mind? He's like, do I even have to play? Like, can I put AI in for myself? Like, at this point, like, I feel like it's one of those things. He had some impact.
Yeah.
Missed a couple public executions. Don't think his impact had the biggest impact, but he's part of a team that runs like this, that has 2 carries like Knight and Viper, that can have performances like this. Is this a good thing or a bad thing in your eyes?
Hey, I mean, it's got to be a good thing for Flandre. He can sit there and go like, hey, whatever I do, I'm going to be fine. Mazel, I made a joke the last time we were on a cast together casting BLG, where I said, I'm the worst top laner I've ever met, and you could sub me in top lane, and I could probably at least make worlds with BLG with the bot side that they have. I think Flandre's like, oh, I can just kind of do whatever I want on the top side, and I'm going to get bailed out anyways. I'm sure he feels pretty good about that. The chaotic nature, maybe he's going to grow to love. Maybe that's more of a learning process for him, but I think in terms of the overall teammates that he has around him, how can you not be excited to see what happened in this game?
Yeah, it's a little bit more one-sided for my taste, but BLG definitely look just as strong as ever, and they just swapped out their top laner in the middle of the split, which is exactly the BLG thing to do, and they always look better for some reason when they make subs. I will say, do you feel like we get a similar draft for BLG as we do see the obvious MVP of that game, Knight, getting his MVP, his 5th?
I think BLG are definitely a team that loves to punish early games. I think that if you can get Knight gold like this in the early game, then yeah, do it every game. Please give me 3 kills on the best player in the world for free on a busted champion in the mid lane. That's going to feel pretty darn good. Do I think that they have the potential to, continue to push the tempo? Yes, I think JDG is probably not going to go for scaling again. That was really the team fight comp that they played. Like, they got all of their team fight champions. It's going to be a switch up for them in game number 2. We'll see how BLG respond as well.
I'm very curious, but so far they have had every answer in the book. There are still many more games potentially to be played here tonight between these 2 teams, and we'll see if that's going to be the case. BLG 1-0 on the series. We'll see you after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by K-Man, and we've got Shim behind us. And BLG, pretty good. Flandra, 1-0 on BLG. Feels pretty good. We could just write the record now, right?
Yeah, easy. Done, dusted. Flandra's the best top laner in the world. BLG are the best team in the world. They're completely undefeated.
Easy peasy. Flandra did a pretty easy time of it, though, for his debut on BLG. You get to watch Viper and Knight do their thing, but that's where we got to start talking about what happens at game number 2, because they actually gave him the Mbessa. They gave him something that has a little bit more influence. They needed a kind of a secondary engage for themselves. Didn't actually end up needing it in the game, but do you feel like that was the right fit for the draft? Do you feel like that was the right fit for Flandra? And what else would you like to see out of him on this team?
I mean, ultimately, I think Asante would have been the best choice in that spot. I think that absolutely felt like what they were setting up for. But what I think is interesting is that they were picking a ton of Mbessa with Wenbo. So right now, it does kind of feel like they are just kind of doing exactly what they were doing before, just slotting Flandra in for Wenbo, basically keeping the style as similar as possible. I'm curious to see if that's something that they're going to stick with, or if they're going to try and expand beyond that, because Flandra should theoretically have a very different skill set, or at least a more wide skill set than someone like Wenbo. For now, it just looks like the team, maybe without a lot of time to scrim together, without a lot of time to practice in the same way, is probably just going to be sticking to their same roots. So maybe expect a Yorick, or maybe even a Jace coming out.
Yorick, man.
Yeah.
You gave Wenbo the Yorick multiple times. He looked really good on it. Give the OG the Yorick and see what's up, man. Still remember last year when he was the one kind of leading the charge on the top lane unique meta, I guess, in the Yorick and the Jace tank top lane. Gosh. Good times. But for JDG, it looked good on paper. It started not great, and you had some fight back. So, like, it's not like everything was an L for JDG. Like, I still feel like they can find some positive moments from that one, but you have to go back to the building blocks and figure out what to do to make sure you don't get caught in the early game trap again.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, I think all of their issues can really be traced back to how bad their early game was. Just the fact that you've had 3 kills over to Syndra and really put yourself in such a spot where you have this team fighting comp, and yet you don't really have anybody that can actually survive front to back because you gave too much free gold over to the primary carries. The Ezreal was always going to be a problem. It was always going to be a bit of a win condition for BLG with the draft that they had for themselves, but losing in the mid lane was a massive issue. Hongq, quite frankly, just was not good enough in that game. The Victor is his most played champion, and he looked bad in terms of his positioning on that champion. We highlighted him as a huge piece, the most consistent piece for JDG throughout the split up until this point. He's got to have a better laning pace. I expect them, they already saved him for counterpick in game number 1, but get him an even better matchup here in the 1v1 just to let him survive. If you can just get to the mid game, that was clearly their biggest issue in game number 1.
Yeah, and something they can't really have happen against this BLG team, because we've seen them take down almost every team like that. Yeah. Through their first round robin, but it's starting to get down to serious business, and I know we'll talk about it a little bit more as well, but like JDG on a bit of a win streak here. It's 3 wins in a row for them when they had been so up and down throughout the earlier parts of this split, and you want to continue that momentum. You feel like you're finally gaining some traction, and maybe that traction leads to being able to fight against this BLG team, but we've got to know now, or we're not going to know for this regular season, as this is the final time we will see these two teams face off before playoffs. Now, are going to be back on that blue side, so we'll see if that changes anything here, as at least they're able to find something from a different angle on that red side, and they can find different focuses, at least in the band, as we do see the Poppy still there, the Camille band this time around, the Vi band.
Đi live về à? Có money live cơ.
Notably, though,
Có cả money live BLG cho anh em đánh cơ à? Trừ 8 trừ nhiều chứ còn ai đâu ta. Đầu trận BLG cháo đâu có cái thế trận đó chính là thua trận thua kill cả. Làm gì có chuyện còn thấp hơn cả trừ 8 mình cũng có chứ. Cái mấy khả năng tàu nhanh 2 ván rồi. Khả năng cao sẽ tàu nhanh 2 ván. Khó, team này khó lắm.
Very true. the Lucian
Thấy
comes
khó
to
ra được
play.
cái thế trận
And it could just be the
3 map
Lucian
lắm.
Emilio
Lucian,
great
Miolo
combo.
được chọn từ những BLG
Feel
nè.
like they smelled blood
Rồi
in the
2-0.
water in that bot lane 2v2 last
Không.
game, and they want to go hunting.
2-0.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm scared.
2-0 dành cho BLG.
I'm seeing Lucian Milio on the other side. I saw what Viper and On were able to do in game number 1. The
cái
thing is that Vampire was basically put in a position where it's like, okay, you are the
Tia,
rogue in game
Miolo,
number 1, playing Nautilus,
Lucian.
and the Karma could not get plays going
Nốt đi,
around the map. The
Lucia,
Karma
nốt
was
đi.
more active than the Nautilus
Nốt
in
đi.
terms of the roams, and if you feel comfortable that On is just going to be better in that respect, pick
Lucia
up
lấy
Lucian
gì đây?
Milio, win lane and be more useful. Again, this is the best 2v2
Nhận
in the
các
game.
can.
You really have to pick something that can just stay
Chắc
safe
hẳn
on
là
the other side.
các
Zaya can
can.
do that. Maybe it's just going to be the lovers duo here. That should give Vampire yet another
Luôn không?
play
Lấy
to
luôn
play
không?
alongside, but once again, he has to actually activate, which he wasn't able to do in game number 1.
Yeah, I'm man. That's it's gonna be curious. Now, Lovers
Bắt tiêu
Duo does give you that safety, and it's really reassuring. God, K man.
Làm theo cái sự
What
tham.
are BLG trying? They're trying to send us home early. My God. Everybody knows the recent clip of Knight on Akali. There's a reason why JDG banned it in the
game 2 lên
first
xe.
game. And or I guess it was BLG that banned it in the first game to be able to keep it for the second game themselves.
Quay ra
And
các can.
right
Bên
now
kia
it's
thì
just
Miolo,
full
Lucian
aggression
và
from
Akali.
BLG.
Akali gọi là một tướng
I
tủ
don't
đến
wanna
dành cho vị
overreact.
trí
I don't wanna
của
be too superfluous.
Canai rồi đấy.
I'm looking at the
Tướng
first
tủ
players
này
in the
đấy.
draft here. BLG have won draft. Like it's just it's they're already
Làm
in
cái
such a
xỉu tham
commanding
32
position
đi.
coming out of
Em
these
nào
three picks. Not
team
just
to
on
thì có
the
làm cái
range
xỉu
of
tham
Akali, that's
31
obviously
được.
massive, and he's like
Em
the
dưới thì
only
team
M2
bé
on the
thôi.
champ. Rakan
Và
goes
hai
in,
lan
and
tỏa.
what happens? Milio just cleanses everything with ultimate. Like Rakan
Nhiều
doesn't
khi
care if you
cái
get
ranh
to
giới
target. In this game, you can't petrify
5-10
engage
giây
people because
khá
of
là
the Milio
khá là
either.
khá
Lucian's
là
gonna
cao.
dominate the 2v2. Zaya's not gonna get the chance to scale. We'll see what happens on the top side here. You're going to have to ban out like really strong side tops, but BLG have such a ridiculously good foundation in this draft already that they can round out with basically anything in the jungle and on the top side, and they're probably going to feel good here.
Cấm bên là muốn chơi
JDG
Gna.
running away the vein.
Cấm bên là muốn chơi
They think
Gna.
coming out here, and he's gonna pick up that vein that we talked about in the podcast.
Khả năng cao là
With
TCL Gaming
Flandra
chơi
being
Gna rồi.
a little bit more skilled.
Nhìn cái
at
thế
least,
cấm như thế này.
in the ranged top laners, besides his counterpart. But we do see the full jungle focus for BLG. And something else that was left open from game number 1 that was actually banned by JDG last time around is the Lee Sin, and it fits to a T for this team comp.
Nào, Lesin được lựa chọn dành cho
Sure,
Sun.
man. I mean, just tack it on. Right?
Lesin
Like,
nào,
you wanna
biết
dive
chơi
into
Lesin
the
người
early
ta.
and-
Lee Sin,
Yeah,
Anh biết chơi Lesin
you
không
win
ta?
bot lane, you're great in team fights right now. You've got Knight on his most
Ừ,
deadly
Lesin
champion in the
dành cho
split.
Sun.
You got Shun on a pick that maybe isn't his signature champ because Kindred
Và
and Italy, they
Skarner
exist,
dành
but
cho vị trí
pretty
của
high up there in
Zunzia.
terms
Thiệt
of things
mẹ
he's doing over
Zunzia.
the course of his career. Just everything that BLG could want in this particular game.
Nào biết chơi
Skarner could be
Skarner
it.
đâu.
You pair up with the Casio, it gives you some tools to go backwards
Cờ Red
in
Tông
these
à.
team fights, but you gotta have pressure
Cờ
somewhere on
Red
the map.
Tông
Renekton
à.
would make some sense. Xiaoshu is
Ok,
very much the
cờ
Renekton
Red
player,
Tông
even
dành cho
going back to,
Xiaoshu
a
trước.
long time ago when he debuted in the LPL.
Papai
This
lấy
has always
gì?
been a signature pick. They're just
Lấy gì
looking
cho
for
Zunzia đây?
consistency in
Giờ
this
tôi vẫn thấy
draft.
Bích rừng
How
thôi,
they
vẫn
close
Bích
it out
rừng
here
trước
in the
thôi.
draft is gonna matter. Skarner
Trước
is
sau
definitely
vẫn
the
là
pick
một.
I'm kind of keeping my eyes on here. Trundle
Vẫn là
would also be a potential
vẫn
option.
là
I wanted
một
to go for it
con
alongside the
phải nói
Casio, but it's once again them going for team fights.
Yeah, very
vậy.
true.
Khi còn
And,
lại thì cũng vậy.
I don't mind the Skarner. I mean, you get a good impale.
Còn
you
Gla
can
được
down
chọn
some
dành cho
very
Plan B
number
này.
numbers, and that's gonna feel pretty good. I'm okay with some of
Chắc
the
Red
answers
Tông
that
và
JDG
một con
have into the
Skarner
team.
mà thôi.
I just saw a hover there that I would
Skarner,
really
Red
like. I
Tông.
don't think that's what we're gonna get, but I really want the Malphite because it sounds hilarious. But being able to have the
Lâu cánh em mới vào
steady
nha.
survival team comp for JDG does feel good. It will be the
Đâu rồi,
fun
đến
not.
giữa làm cái
I
lệnh
mean,
này cả.
it's a pretty good Gnar angle. You're looking at Renekton on the other side. It's a good draft overall for BLG. Just the comfort level of these champions,
Ngày
and
nhiều
the
ra.
matchups they were able to get
Ngày
were just
12 à?
absurd. It is once
12
again a situation where I do think they get outscaled. I think that is fair to say. Casio, Zaya, Skarner in the back end of the game. It's going to be a bit of a problem. I think Milio can actually
12.8.
negate a lot of that, and especially if you get gold onto Lee Sin and Akali, you know, it makes the late game a lot more difficult, but we have very similar, I guess, setups to what we had in game number 1. BLG are going to have so much control in the early part of the game. They're going to have even stronger lanes than they did
Thì
in game
em
number
nhớ
1.
rằng em dưới
But
gọi là làm
JDG
một
are
quả
gonna
lệnh
hope to
ao
survive and try and get themselves to a spot where they were able to win some fights in game number 1.
là
in the late game.
29 à.
Yeah, and that survival is key. But
9 trận. Kỳ này em dưới làm tận 29 trận. 29 mà chia ra 29 chia cho 14. Đấy là em dưới còn có những ngày nhé. Có những em dưới chỉ làm được 1 trận và có những em dưới được không được làm. Đâu? Ngày 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Có một ngày là 1 trận này. 2 ngày 1 trận này. 3 ngày 1 trận. 3 ngày 1 trận, chứng tỏ là 3 ngày đấy em dưới đã mất đi thành 3 trận rồi. Thêm 1 tỷ của em dưới rồi đấy.
Game number 2 of our final series of the night.
10
Only a
m2.
two for tonight, the rest of the week, 3
Đây giờ được 3 ván không ta?
BLG
Hay được 3 ván không ta?
JDG, game 2.
3 ván này hay là 2 ván như là kịch bản nhỉ? Xem game theo hai đây. Khi mà bên phía LNG Gaming sẽ bảo vệ cho mình phần sân màu đỏ. BLG thì ngược lại, với chiến thắng ở trận thứ hai, trận đầu tiên thì họ không được quyền phép chọn bên và họ sẽ phải chơi mình bên phần sân xanh mà thôi. Mới vào đã có tay công pau này. Mới vào có tay công banh luôn anh em ạ.
I think BLG was a little quiet.
Vào trận em giữ bật mic anh em nhé.
Didn't quite feel as overwhelming in favor of them, but certainly I think the BLG fans are going to feel happy about this situation. I'm curious to see what the junglers want to do in the early game. Lee Sin, if he gets any sort of lead in the same pockets that, you know, Shun was able to do in the previous game, that's a nightmare. Lee Sin's going to be so active here. I think an invade is definitely possible pretty early on with the lack of counter invade that is really on the side of JDG, so definitely keep an eye on what Shun's going to be doing here.
Yeah, his Lee Sin's been pretty good. A lot of people have started to come to respect it now, as they should. He wasn't always the best Lee Sin, but we've definitely seen some more rising prio for that for him, and does pick it a lot of times if it's left open, especially games like this where they just want winning lanes. They want to attack as much as possible.
That's BLG's thing, man. They love attacking lanes. They love getting big leads, and they love snowballing games out of control. You know, when we were talking about this team before MSI, back in split number 2, we were talking about a team that really was like all hands in terms of the way they played. Their macro was super inconsistent. They really did not play well from neutral. They were a team that I think really struggled in making good decisions at the end of games. I think that has improved over the course of this split. They've certainly looked more comfortable in the team fighting stage, but ultimately, this is still a team that wants to get gigantic leads and try and snowball out of control. If you're going to attack them, JDG has kind of identified, well, we kind of have to attack them in the later part of the game. That is their weakness, and hopefully they can survive to that point, unlike what they were able to do in game 1.
Yeah, very true. I'm hoping to see some pop-offs from both sides, at least. Not just BLG. See if we can get a good performance out of Hankyu again. I think dying 10 times in the first game of the series was not on his radar, probably. And this also wasn't on my radar. This very long pause to start game 2. Everything had been going fine and dandy, K-Man. What happened?
I know.
Did your button stop working too?
Yeah, I'm spamming it. The casters are trying to start the game, but doesn't seem to be working here.
I'm really trying, guys.
Yeah, you know. We'll have to send a letter to whoever sent this pause. I can't tell who the pause is on. They've kept the camera lingering on Hankyu, but either way,
nào,
we are back.
quay trở lại nào. Mấy cái thằng này, mấy cái thằng Trung Quốc này, mới rất mất thời gian đấy. Thật là mấy em Trung Quốc này rất mất thời gian đấy. Thỏ ra cái em dưới làm trận nào y rằng y trận đấy sẽ tách bao nha. Em dưới để ý rồi, cứ em dưới làm trận nào y trận đấy sẽ tách bao. Có hiểu sao? Tức là người ta ghét dưới.
Yes, I actually am genuinely curious. Hopefully we can check that out at some point. For now,
khả năng cao là ghét mình. Nên là hở ra là tách bao. Từ Jujia sang đấy cướp luôn à? Động đất Isto sang cướp luôn đến từ Jujia với cái lợi thế đi xuyên tường này. Thế thôi, lợi thế đi xuyên địa hình như này thì phải cướp thôi. Quan trọng là lên xin của BLG có biết không nhở? Sun biết không Sun ơi? Nhìn Sun đi này, Sun đéo biết rồi anh em ơi. Sun với cái vòng rừng đi farm này đéo biết rồi. Rồng 1 lại làm con rồng đó. Nhiệt cái một nhở. Ủa, một cái đội hình pick có thể nói là thuần win đến bên phía của BLG. Brandre chưa pick cho mình một con Gna nào cả. Ở phía này thì sao? 3 lần pick. Rakan, Castovia, Heian thì đều trong kết quả khá ok dành cho vị trí của Zino Gaming. Ở đây ra ganh vào người Viper, Viper mất lướt còn tốc biến mà thôi Viper ơi. Chặn một nhịp và Viper còn tốc biến không? Tốc. Ok, nhưng mà Julia cũng tốc theo và có chiến công đầu dành cho bên phía Zino Gaming, đá sóng ngâm vào. Thật sẽ là lùi về từ Sun mà thôi. Khi mà một con Lesin như này đang quá yếu khi mà không có bồ đỏ. Không có bồ đỏ nha. Thôi về đi, về đi. Anh em có thể canh một cái handicap thấp của BLG để vào nhé. Canh đi, canh đi. Mình nghĩ canh tầm khoảng 5.5 hoặc 4.5 vào là ok.
Such a big lead now. That free extra kill is also going to accelerate him. You know, we talked about the benefits of being able to draft a team fighting comp. One of the big reasons why I liked BLG's draft is because it felt like they were going to have so much control over the mid game, and they probably are still going to have quite a bit of control. The Lee Sin not exactly going to be taken out of the game, but Skarner getting accelerated, that's going to matter a lot for their ability to posture. For now, Shin's going to try and get something. He is a level down if this fight happens, so curious to see how much he wants to go for here.
Okay, he's going to walk on the ward. Control ward down. That's how much he wants this moment. Try to steal it away. Smite fight. Dude gets the better of it. Junja takes it away.
I mean, it's just terrible. As we get a fight in the mid lane here. Honkyu's in danger. No mana.
Okay. Knight was a little bit worried about the damage back with the Twin Fangs. It will be just a very close affair in the mid lane after that jungle scuffle.
Yeah, you got to be very nervous about trading with an Akali early on in a game like this. Her kill pressure is kind of ridiculous if she can get on top of Hong.
Nếu mà đánh như này thì khả năng cao là
Well done by him to not overstep but also not let the wave crash. Gonna be keeping an eye on mid lane very, very heavily. Honky already with a bit of a CS lead. That was not how game one ended up going. This is where BLG got their massive lead and really got it out of control.
Kéo dùng mana. Không dùng mana như chơi đám với Hùng Q tốt.
Not going to be spotted out just yet as well. He's going to go for the scuttle crab. It will just be the trade of those scuttle crabs, but passing down towards bot lane now.
Yeah, I mean this is just a good start for JDG. Dragon is spawned and they're going to have the crab for it. Just still on the bot side.
Thêm một lần nữa.
Should be okay.
Mục tiêu của anh ta sẽ lấy càng nhiều tốc biến càng tốt. On lấy kéo thêm tốc biến luôn. On xuống thứ hai cho bên phía BLG. Ách cả nho. Trên này thì thần cá sấu được bật ra. Đó khiến cho Ukraine phải hóa cho mình dạng na khổng lồ. Có na khổng lồ nhưng một thè luôn. Chỗ này Ukraine với cái lợi thế tay dài không biết là có ăn được cái Xiaosu không nhở? Ui dồi ôi, đá sông cắm gắn sông âm còn hụt kìa. Chịu cố gắn sông âm hụt. Tầm này ao BLG vẫn lật phải mất đấy. Chưa có 6 từ Sun, Sun bị lộ ra bởi vì con mắt đến từ vị trí của Weibo Gaming rồi. Sun kia làm chậm, Sun ở đây có bị bụi vai không đây? Câu trả lời là không. Nghe được cái động đất Crystal rồi. Từ giữa này vẫn đang cố gắng farm giai đoạn đầu trận thôi. Tiền thì đang là ngang home kill. Trên này thì Franre đang xử lý tốt với một con Gruna nha. Đang ao khoảng 200 tiền. Sun lộ vị trí ở cái đúng con trên con mắt. Bắn sông âm hụt. Mẹ Sun đánh con Lesin phế thế. Ở đây lao vào một nhịp làm chậm được cả hai. Giam cầm là hụt đến từ ví như Juntia. Sun chưa có level 6 khi bây giờ Sun mới chỉ là 5,5 mà thôi. Mới chỉ là 5,5 từ Sun. Thọt rất là thọt luôn. Lesin thọt quá. Ba ván thì chịu. Ba ván thì đúng chịu anh em à. Lướt bắn thanh trừng được xả ra. Ở đây, chưa ulti và Juntia ra cover cho hai người đồng đội của mình có thể lùi về một cách an toàn. Vẫn chỉ là tình huống chase đam được cả hai đội mà thôi. Liên tục là chase đam. Tầm này bên phía của BLG phải chờ nhé. Phải chờ đến cái lúc mà có ít nhất là một đồ trước. Một đồ xong rồi làm pha combat ở hành đồng là sứ giả. Mình nghĩ bỏ rồng đi rồi đợi sứ giả rồi bắt đầu combat đẹp. 8 phút nữa, 7 phút nữa combat sứ giả là đẹp. Còn đâu mình không khuyến khích cái việc đó chính là combat tại rồng bây giờ đâu. Hiện tại sứ giả đi cho sâu đi, cho hết đi. Farm đến sứ giả rồi chơi. Thật, farm đến sứ giả chơi anh em ạ. Tiền bây giờ chỉ là một K3 thôi. K3 đối với cả BLG đấy là chuyện quá dễ luôn đấy. K3 khả năng cao chỉ khoảng cần một combat là đẹp. Ba sâu được có cho bên phía của Zindo rồi này. Lợi thế ba sâu. 6 phút nữa cả ra rồng ra rồi. Nào, ở đây sao bộ pháp thần tốc hất tung được cả hai người lên. Viper mất lướt, có cho mình lửa chạy hồi máu. Ở đây thanh trừng được xả ngược ra, Gala mất cho mình nửa cây máu. Chỉ là lửa cây đến từ view Gala mà thôi. Thật sự là chỗ này đang quá khó. Viper confirm vào liên tục. Thật sự là rất nhiều vị trí để nó khai thác vào. Anh em nào đang ở Hà Nội, trời này nó dễ nóng không anh em? Đéo hiểu sao thằng nào kêu bên dưới là sắp mùa đông rồi vậy. Đông rồi vậy mà em không biết anh em đọc tin đâu ra kêu mùa đông. Trời ơi là trời. Bây giờ vẫn 36 độ. Đẩy bố. Mất con mẹ cái điện thoại rồi anh em. Đưa đang kéo bên dưới để điện thoại ở đâu đây? Ô, mất điện thoại rồi. Đây rồi, đây. Nhiệt độ bây giờ ở Hà Nội đang là bao nhiêu? Nhiệt độ bây giờ đang là 32 độ. Giờ tối 32. Ơi lại bố. 9 giờ tối 32 độ C, ok. Ok. Julia ganh xuống. Muốn tìm vào on trước, nhưng mà đây là một con Miolo. Viper bị ủi vào tường, có cho mình kem chuông bảo hộ Mikel. Ở đây về thành công đến từ vị trí của Viper rồi. Thành công đẩy lui hai thành viên bên phía BLG về. Quá nhiều lợi thế cho Zidane Gaming rồi. 1K6, 1K7 tiền cách biệt. Chỉ là được tân lính và sẽ là đường giữa này kéo kịp à. Những cái thế này khê đấy nhở. Làm tí đi BLG đây. Thua từ đầu trận hơi khổ đấy. Làm tí đi, làm tí đi. Tỉnh ra đi BLG ơi. Anh cần các em gọi là
Đô rồi rất nhiều những cái tên.
Anh cần các em gọi là ấy nhá. Nào, solo kill hay không đây? Không kill còn thấp máu. Và sẽ là mạng solo kill dành cho bên phía của Canai. Trên này dạng na khổng lồ từ Prande. Có lấy được không? Lấy được mạng không? Nhau đi em. Không lấy được mạng nhưng mà rồng một sẽ có. Và rồng một sẽ có dành cho bên phía của JDG Gaming. Cách biệt về tiền bây giờ vẫn đang là 1k6 tiền. Mới chỉ là 1k6 tiền mà thôi. Chứ quá nhiều cái thứ mà bên phía BLG phải lo lắng.
Doesn't find the angle he wants, and actually JDG are going to put some pressure now on the backs that they were trying to complete.
Yeah, I think this is quite a funny circumstance that Vampire and Gala just get to.
Hello tất cả anh em mới vào nha. Mình nghĩ game này 3 ván không à. Game này 3 map không thì có thể đấy, có thể nha. Còn liệu rằng là BLG có muốn 3 map hay không thì phải đợi BLG nữa. Bởi trình độ BLG thì họ là muốn là thắng, muốn là thua. Viper này sẽ có bạn ở Gala này. Thật sự là BLG là muốn thì thắng, muốn thì thua anh em. Ta lấy được tung ra và khả năng Viper sẽ là khó sống rồi. Mạng có cho ví dụ Hồng Kiều, tiền bây giờ là 2k4 tiền cách biệt. 2k4 tiền được gáp anh em nhá, không nghe nhầm đâu. 2k4 tiền gáp.
Get themselves back into the game. You do not want to be giving gold over to the Cassiopeia. Gala overextends. The 1-for-1 trade is really not that bad at all in favor of BLG. Viper getting any gold right now is super important to be able to fight. That Essence Raver has been completed.
Hello tất cả anh em mới vào phòng live của em dưới nhá.
He's gonna get a tower on the bot side. He's up 600 gold despite the fact that he got solo killed in the mid lane. That Roa is starting to stack as well. JDG feel a lot more comfortable, I think, with the way that this
Anh ơi biết hay em sai. Em nào mà đi qua mà chưa gọi là gì nhỉ? Cái nào? Moneyline đâu à? Bây giờ Moneyline đang để là BLG 3 chấm. BLG 3 chấm này anh em. Làm tí gọi là BLG 3 chấm nhá. Không tin là thằng BLG này để thua với hàng đâu. Em dưới nghĩ về một câu chuyện tiếp 2 đấy. Làm tí đi. Moneyline BLG 3 chấm anh em. Vô. Không phải vô cộng làm cái gì cả cho nó bẩn người ra. Không phải vô cộng làm gì. Vô hẳn Moneyline 3 chấm. Moneyline 3 chấm nha anh em nhá. Rồng 2 sẽ là con rồng lửa. 2 phút nữa mới ra cơ. Lâu điên. 2 phút nữa mới ra một con rồng lửa. Gắn thống âm vào. Trúng vào người vì chư vampire. Nó sẽ lùi về một nhịp từ sun luôn. Tin đi, tin đi. Tin BLG đi. Nào, solo kill, cái này đang muốn solo kill, có bóng khói. Ở đây Siêu phải bỏ chạy. Phải bỏ lính để chạy rồi. Ở đây thì sao? Ủi vai được một người vào, kéo về đó chính là vị trí hình như là on. Nhưng ở đây thì bộ pháp thần tốc, Viper có được mạng hạng phục của Gala. Ấy chưa? BLG lật kèo con mẹ nó rồi. Đúng là chỉ là có muốn đánh hay không đến từ bên phía của BLG mà thôi. Anh em, mình đã nói anh em như thế nào. Quan trọng là BLG có muốn win hay không thôi anh em nhá. Còn cái việc combat thì BLG luôn làm rất là tốt. Tốt hơn so với JDG Gaming rất nhiều. JDG Gaming tuổi rẻ. BLG dám để BLG 3 chấm, sợ thật chị cái. Chị cái vẫn khinh thường BLG như ngày nào, thật sự thề luôn. Nhìn giống có map 3 lắm hả? Nhìn này giống có map 3 lắm hả? Nhìn combat như này giống có map 3 lắm hả anh em? Mọi anh em nhìn combat như này giống map 3 lắm hả? Nhìn có map 3 lắm đấy. Nào, sứ giả đang được ăn. Một con sứ giả được kiểm soát dành cho bên phía BLG. Tầm này chưa dám ăn luôn đâu. Một đường giữa đang muốn tấn công đến từ ví dụ Gala này. Hồng Kiều đấy cover luôn. Còn mất nửa cây máu, mất thanh trừng để cứu lại cái đường dựa lên từ vị trí Viper. Dưới này Andre bị về cái dạng Natini rồi. Khả năng cao sẽ là khó sống từ Andre mà thôi. Vẫn sống anh em ạ. Ít vẫn sống. Máy nhờ. Stun ở đây thì sao? Ít máy Stun ơi là Stun. Stun ơi. Làm gì em mất tổng 2 từ BLG rồi. Tiền lại về làm hơn 1k nữa. Ít máy cái thằng BLG này. Mấy thằng lấy BLG này. Ngừng bán được không? Trời ơi. Đánh như này bao giờ mới có cúp thế giới hả? Mình đánh như này bao giờ mà chúng mình mới có cúp thế giới? Cách biệt lại là 1k7 tiền. Quá thất vọng. Quá thất vọng.
Really nice for decisions later on in the game for JDG. As do have still more focus to put around the Rift Herald. Gala was looking for a cheeky blade collar onto Viper.
Nào, hai rồng cho JDG Gaming. Bây giờ cách biệt về tiền là 1k5. Ấy, solo kill. Solo kill đi. Phải solo kill không chạy đâu. Ở đây dám solo kill nhỉ? Rồng 3 là con rồng nước anh em nhé. Một con rồng nước. Nào. Tùn đây muốn chơi không đây? Garna có cho mình cái tele này. BLG sẽ đuổi thành công với JDG Gaming lùi về và có cho mình được con sứ giả này. Ăn thành công sứ giả. Ok. Quả đấy mà JDG Gaming muốn chơi thì ngon. JDG Gaming mà rủ đánh nhau thì ngon quân. Họ đéo. Mất thần cá sấu kìa, kéo xuống thần cá sấu kìa. Nào, động đất Crystal. Bẻ lái từ vị Zutia này. Ôi, cái nhìn hóa đá là hụt không kêu ơi. Không kêu cái nhìn hóa đá hụt nha. Và Sun cũng không dám lao vào, mặc dù trên người Sun vẫn còn tốc biến. Trừ 5 trừ 6 hả? Mới vô BLG xong nhót hả? Nhót làm sao được anh em? Chưa
fake, at least in terms of where the game state is at right now. JDG is winning for sure. They're in a pretty good position, but this game is far from over. Both of these sides absolutely have the tools to continue to play. If Knight's Akali is going to have 2 kills, this game
Baron đã ra. Cách biệt về tiền, 1k8 tiền vẫn là bình thường. Đối với BLG thì chỉ là một combat mà thôi. Đây mới chỉ là 2 con rồng. Bạn rồng 3 sẽ có sau khoảng hơn 2 phút nữa. Nếu như ra được 3 match trận này thì mình nghĩ cũng được anh em. Còn 2 match thì càng tốt. Bây giờ đã là 9 giờ tối rồi. Mình còn chưa đớp được cái gì vào mồm đây. Khi mày phải ngồi đợi delay tận 2 tiếng từ game 1. Hiểu delay lâu vì cái thằng chó L nó đánh quá rốt. Nó mà đánh game đấy chỉ khoảng 20 phút thôi. Nó tiết kiệm được hẳn phút ở đây. Nhưng không, nó quyết định đánh tầm 47 phút. Cũng có đẳng cấp của Á quân LPL khác. Bảo sao chỉ vô địch được đúng một mùa. Không, như cái mùa AL lên lôi cao nhất ở LPL hình như chỉ là về nhì thôi. Bây giờ thắng được BLG sao ấy. Bắt đầu setup đi. Cắm mắt, cắm mũi các thứ đấy. Tầm này cắm mắt mũi kiểm soát hang rồng các thứ đấy. Nhanh lên. Tích cộng từ vài Gna này. Đẩy lính trước và Preston sẽ là người phải ra đớp lính mình thôi. Vampire đang đi check mắt. Một con mắt khá sâu từ view Vampire. K1 tiền ao. Dưới này thì BLG mất đi cái trụ dưới rồi. Nên là phải chơi cẩn thận hơn rất nhiều. Không dám mạo hiểm. 40 giây nữa thì rồng ra. Liệu là BLG có muốn đổi rồng lấy Baron không? Liệu là BLG có muốn đổi rồng lấy Baron không? Nếu như để cho Skarner và một con cái tông có rồng nước thì đúng là VU Viper sẽ không có tác dụng gì với con Lucian này cả. Thật đấy, cứ bắn được bao nhiêu là nó hồi máu hết. Nhưng mà đây thì sao? Hôm nay không dám solo kill nhỉ? Ai sợ rằng Zeno Gaming có đồng đội nhỉ? Khả năng cao là phần đấy sợ không kill có đồng đội. Kéo dám solo kill thì hơi điêu. Bởi vì Na bây giờ tiền đang hơn mà. Brandre có Na khổng lồ mất nửa cây máu mẹ rồi. Đánh nhanh lên. Ok, ăn cho mình được một cái hạt mầm. Hồi được không quá nhiều máu đâu. Sứ giả được thả ra này. Nào. Mèo sứ giả đến từ ví dụ Brandre trước. Hất tung được ai không đây? Chính quyết định là hất tung vào ví dụ Ghana. Ở đây về con mẹ dạng Na tí lị mất rồi. Mất tốc biến. Bộ phát tật tốc được dùng và rồng được ăn thành công cho bên Zindong Gaming. Cái nhìn hóa đá không trúng một ai cả. Viper đang bắn. Xiaosu là mục tiêu. Nhưng đằng xa kia thì Hongkyu đã có được cái mạng con bài Akali rồi. 2 mạng dành cho bên Zindong Gaming khả năng cao sẽ là có ván thi thứ 3 anh em nhá. Ít ngoại lại 3 map à? Kèm theo đó là một con Baron Free nữa. Thôi 3 map anh em ạ. 3 map.
At the start of that exchange in the river, Meganar is the front line for BLG in this fight, and if he's going to get chunked out and burn that Mega early on, there is no way to keep this going. Look at Flandra's health bar. He's below half health, and Mega is over by the time this fight even starts in earnest. Yes, the Battle Herald comes through, but look at the health bar on the Dragon. JDG actually do a great job to peel off the moment Lee Sin gets into the pit. It's a lot of damage.
3 map. Khó BLG ơi. Quá khó BLG ơi. Mấy con lợn này. Mấy con lợn này. Lừa anh em mình. Một cái có thể nói là cái cú lừa đến từ mấy con chó này anh em ạ. Rồi, phải chịu. Đúng là BLG đang quá ngu trong cái trận đấu này. Từ đầu trận Kun đã làm một pha đúng là tự bóp rái bản thân rồi. Tiểu tham à? Rất tiểu tham về nổ.
I just think BLG are starting to run out of options, and this is when we've seen BLG struggle, especially when they don't find a lead when they've drafted the way they've drafted.
3 rồng cho Zindong Gaming, em xỉu cho anh được không nhỉ? Zindong, em xỉu tham cho anh được không nhỉ? Xỉu tham thì cần em gọi là em xỉu tham cho anh ấy. Đá được một người về đó chính là như Hongkyu này. Nhưng mà Brandre tele tới thì tàn tiệc rồi. Brandre tele tới thì cũng tàn tiệc bố rồi. Na khổng lồ đến từ với Brandre nhưng để làm gì? Thì cách biệt giữa anh ta và những người đến kia Zindong Gaming là quá xa. Đéo hất tung được ai cả, thanh trừng xả ra nó chưa giết được ai. Nai nằm xuống. Ở đây thì sao? Vampire đã phải nằm giam cầm chúng 2 người. Giật lông đến từ vị trí của phía Gala cười và có mình triple kill. Và sẽ là một cái triple kill dành cho ví dụ Gala. Xiaosu tới và giết được thành công ví dụ Miolo và sẽ là quét sạch dành cho Zindong ở phút đấu thứ 25 này. Vãi lồn, Zindong Gaming thắng kiểu anh em ạ. Vãi cả lìn. Vãi cả lìn, Zindong Gaming thắng ra xỉu. Rồi, phút rồi đến với game 3 anh em nhá. 3 map. Quả này đúng đánh được 3 map đúng. Thôi nghỉ ngơi phút rồi đến với game 3 anh em ơi.
Found the advantages they wanted. A double kill started for the jungler of JDG, and they have done it. All 3 games, all series, total max today. 6 games to kick off day number 1 in week number 4. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Flandra's debut and JDG showing a little bit of that magic.
We were talking about JDG, you know, we're so back, we're on the uptick. They were 3-0 last week, but after game number 1, so much of that momentum seemed to have been sapped out of the system of JDG, but a really good showcase from them in game number 2. They draft once again for scaling, but that awesome early game from Junja completely tore apart the entire strategy from BLG. They were able to win one fight, but ultimately they never found that same level of positioning. One massive mistake from Flandra here, one big mistake from Knight diving the backline there. You know, all of these things ended up adding into an overall game that they could not come back from, and now we're looking at a game number 3 from a team that we were counting out just a week ago.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about this whole situation is that it's a JDG that has started to find themselves, and then we lost some of that hope in game number 1. But when you continuously draft things that are easy to execute, I preach about it all the time. That is how you find the comebacks in these kinds of series, because after a confident game number 1, BLG are always going to draft ego in game number 2, and you just punish that so heavily.
And here's the thing, man, like it's not just ego, right? It's so many picks that I think are generally good in this meta and for their players. Like Knights Akali losing in this circumstance, that's huge. Like Knights Akali has been nearly unbeatable. This Lucian Milio into Zaya Rakan, I think, is very Lucian Milio favored. I love playing Milio into a full engaged champion like Rakan because of the amount of peel that you generally have as a champion. You have a lot of dive on the enemy side, but not really a lot of ways to take advantage of it. There should have been advantages, but again, Junja's pressure on the bottom side of the map, getting this Zaya Rakan ahead in the early part of the game, it completely destroyed the entire game plan for BLG, and ultimately you have to give a ton of credit over to Junja for that. There's been some talk, you know, about some changes in the JDG roster, some new players coming in. I think Junja's trying to put a lot of that to bed right now with this performance.
I would say so. I would say so. A little pretty good little Skarner performance, but also showing the team communication skills, being able to play around what is set out as the strategy and being able to punish some of those members from BLG. It's a great performance from JDG top down.
Just awesome stuff. I mean, there are still some things you want to see cleaned up. I still don't think Honky was having a very good series. I think he's made a lot of critical errors. Some of those Cassio ultimates weren't exactly on point. He gets solo killed by Knight as well. Some mistakes coming through, some things that I think can be cleaned up. But the good thing about that, you won this game pretty confidently, and I don't think Honky, your most consistent player across this split, was all that good. If he starts playing well, he can at least go neutral against Knight. Like, we've already seen that this team has the ability to get their big advantages. The big question now, I think, for BLG is, you know, what do you look at in game number 3? I think, obviously, this game was a little weird. You basically lost it at level 2 because of the Skarner invade. Like, you never really were able to recover from that. But ultimately, the things that really came back to bite them was this team fight. It was the Soul Point fight that really kind of lost them the game. In this particular instance, you cannot be chunked out as early as Flandra was in this fight. Him immediately going onto the backline as Mini Gnar alongside Knight and just dying. That's also a big mistake. And we were asking whether or not Flandra was going to be a good piece for this team. He made some pretty massive mistakes in this one.
He did indeed, and that's where I want to start asking and talking about the MVP conversation of this game, because I think I truly do feel like it's got to be the.
Oh, did Mazel die? Is it just me? Okay. Yeah, if you're asking me about the MVP conversation, I guess I can talk about that. Mazel was about to make, I'm sure, some sort of argument for Gala. I understand giving Vampire and Gala a lot of credit for the way that they played in this one. They got there because of Junja. Without that gank at level 2, level 3, without that play on the bot side, we're on flashes to try to block the Skarner Q and ends up not even being able to block it. He, his AD carry goes down. Like, I think Junja ran this game. I think without the Skarner, this would have been a lot more difficult for JDG, and I certainly don't think they would have been able to pick up the victory. So, good stuff overall. I would say I'm expecting a Junja player of the game here, but you never know. I'm sure the famous LPL AI will be voting for Gala because of the damage he was able to do on the Zaya. You never really know, but just a good showcase. This is a team that I think, we think back to the beginning of the year when it comes to JDG, we think of a team that generally looks at, and it is going to be Junja. I think this is the right choice. He definitely ran the early game here. That is, I think, an ethical, correct pick. But I'm excited to see what JDG and BLG do in a game number 3. I did not expect to get to this big game number 3, but we're going to see how these two teams break down. Hopefully, I'll have a play-by-play caster as we send it to break here. We will be back for 6th game of the day, game 3 between BLG and JDG.
minute. K-Man, what are you doing here?
What? Oh, what are you doing here? You're in the wrong spot. You're supposed to be where I'm sitting.
I'm not Ulk. This is not Ulk. This is actually Lennon in the
never mind.
past, because I'm technically younger than he is. So I'm actually Lennon from the past. That's why you can see I'm like 30 pounds lighter than he is. I don't actually know how much he weighs. He's also like 6'4", if I remember correctly. I'm not that tall either. But you don't have to worry about us for very long, because we're going to have draft on our way. And we're in Game 3 of BLG JDG, where I think expectations coming into this series, I don't know how you were feeling. I personally thought BLG were going to come in 2-0. But we're now on the precipice, baby.
Look, JDG, they were at their hottest last week. I get that their schedule was pretty easy, but they had got some confidence. They got some momentum. Now they're running into this series, and they're like, hey, we needed to at least be competitive to show that we could still be at the top of the LPL. They have done more than that. They had an opportunity to come back in game number 1. They just weren't able to seal it, and they just outplayed them in game number 2. I mean, level 3 just completely destroyed the game. So if they play like they have throughout this series, they've got a real chance of winning this one.
Tabe got on his knees with, the mask still on, and he's like, guys, we have not beaten BLG since January. I need this like water, boys. Whatever you gotta do, let's get it done.
On the same day that AL almost loses to EDG, Tabe is like, boys, we gotta beat BLG. We gotta pick up this win. Trust me. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. I think BLG have kind of been disrespecting JDG in a lot of these drafts. They've been going for a lot of aggressive, greedy picks. I liked their draft in game 2, but a lot of the things they love to play are off the board, and I'm curious to see if it just continues to be, aggressive in the way that it was last game.
I still feel like this is the absolute thesis of both of these teams. We get 2 games in a row where Knight is kind of smurfing, and he's still getting these amazing solo kills, like that game 1 Syndra where he's 1v3 in mid lane and he gets the kill anyway. I'm like, dude, what? Like, that's just Knight magic there. And game 2, even in parts of game 1, we actually got to see JDG have some really competent team fights. So whether it's actually Bilibili that are making the mistakes, or it's just the, BLG stands for bad late game kicking in, either way, it seems like I feel like we're still seeing regular season form of these 2 teams.
Definitely feels like a little bit of both. I think JDG are really smart in terms of where to capitalize. They're not scared to pull the trigger, which is something that I think I really like to see out of them. I will say BLG's positioning in the back end of these games, not great. I mean, that soul fight in game 2 was horrendous from Flandra, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. He burned Meganar way too early into the fight. You've got, even in game number 1, when Viper and Flandra were just caught out under the mid lane turret trying to protect it, up 5,000 gold, and they just give a 3,000 gold swing back over to JDG. These are the kinds of mistakes you cannot be making if you're a team like BLG in the back end of these games. Luckily, I think, we're going into game 3. You're hopeful that they're not going to have as bad of an early game, and maybe they're going to actually be able to get a lead and snowball like they like to do.
All right, game 3 to end out the first day of week number 4. We're going to still probably see a little bit of mid-bans, especially from JDG, but it seems like the focus going forward is really going to be on top side. I think the fact that Vi has stayed
Nào, game 3 rồi anh em ơi.
has been pretty interesting, and we'll
Game
see
game 3 giữa BLG và Zito Gaming nào. Kháng cao lên endgame luôn đến từ BLG đấy, khi mà họ sẽ được quay lại với phần sân màu đỏ yêu thích của mình.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We've been asking all series long, are they just going to stick to the kinds of styles that they were going with Rainbow? Do they feel like they can explore a little bit more when it comes to Flandra? Do they want him to play tanks like he was on AL? Do they want him to play strong side and get counter pick in a draft like, he was doing throughout the early parts of his career? There are just so many ways that this could go, and game 3 is going to tell us a lot. Notably, we're going back to these mid lane bans. 5 mid lane bans.
134 view ạ.
We're getting the Lock, the Rise, and the Orianna off the board again.
134 view.
Cass, Rise, all of them are off the board. Not a ton of options, but Nefiri is left up as a carry for Shun, and they want to stick to that.
Nào, Nafari dành cho bên phía Sun. Tủ, mà tướng tủ. Bắt đầu tướng tủ rồi, bắt đầu những con tướng tủ được cầm ra rồi. Những con tướng tủ đã được cầm ra rồi. As dành cho vị trí Gala. Cả Seraphia dành cho Vampire luôn. As và Seraphia.
completely agree. I mean, what got that game out of control in the
Okay.
previous game was getting a big lead onto the Giải Rakan and then using Gala and Vampire to move around the map. It was a very split 2 kind of playstyle from them, and they were essential last week. Gala was excellent in their, recuperation week. Was not very good, I would say, in the first couple weeks, but he was really good last week, and they need to capitalize on
Cô
that
anh em mới
success.
vào nha.
Viper is very crucial towards how BLG want to play, getting a strong 2v2
Em mới vào
lead,
cho em
especially
dưới
with
Super
no
Live
Lucian
Top
really
Pride
up
anh
to
em
take
rất
here.
nhiều nhá.
Fearless is very good.
Zik à? Lại Zik à?
Zig seems like it's going to be the answer.
Lại Nafari Zik à?
We're getting that locked in. It definitely helps with some of the 2v2.
Đây,
I'm worried about the
xỉu
lane.
xỉu
Not
tiếp.
to say that Viper and On have been weak, but with a
Lại
Ash
xỉu tham
Seraphine,
tiếp
if
anh em
you
ạ.
make a slight misstep or you use the satchel bomb in the wrong way, you pop the ghost on the Ash and you just get ran down. So BLG seemingly looking towards wanting to not only
Xỉu tham
play
tiếp,
the
xỉu
map
tham
at
tiếp.
large, but also still have access to things like the Shen who are
Em giữa
really,
nghĩ
really
sẽ là 3 cái xỉu
pivotal
tham luôn
in
đấy.
the 2v2.
Yeah, and I think notably here, On has played Karma and Milio in the first 2 games. These are not roamers. These are not champions that are going to be as active in terms of creating for BLG. This is what On does. He picks Shen, and he's a creator for the rest of the map. I think this is going to be a much more comfortable situation, even if the lane matchup isn't quite as good. Viper Ziggs is very good. It's been good for more than just this AP mage meta. He's always been a big
Nocturne
Ziggs player.
dành cho
going
bên phía
back to
Jin
his time
Đông
in
à?
LCK. So
Nhìn đội hình
as long as
mỏng
it's
nhờ.
Nocturne, by far the highest priority jungler left
Thật
on
sự
the
là nhìn
board.
đội hình
Really
bên
the only
phía
core
của
jungler
Jin Đông
I would
Gaming
say
big
that is
mỏng
left
nhờ.
available to take if you don't want to go for something like a Trundle. Certainly as a matchup into
Mỏng
Neferi
thật
can
đấy.
create a lot of power.
Thề.
Just turning the lights off and pairing that up with an Ashe and Seraphine ult combo really makes it a lot more difficult for the Shen and even the Ziggs to play.
Trời ơi là trời.
So going into the second phase of
Nhìn
draft,
pick mỏng
right
quá.
now, BLG I think have
Phải thòng một con
some okay champions for the players
phải
that are
thòng
gonna
một
be
con
piloting them, but I don't think they
top
have a super
trâu
cohesive
vào.
draft identity quite yet.
Yeah.
Whereas JDG,
Con trâu mình nghĩ
you
khả
can
năng
go
cao là
hunting,
khó
level
thở đấy.
6s, you can send this Ziggs going to bottom
Không
lane.
thòng được một con trâu
Nocturne
vào khả năng là
also
khó thở đấy anh em ạ.
Shen from getting his ultimate off. I think there's a lot of tools that JDG still have access to, especially if they're going to be playing a shorter range composition to leverage something like a Seraphine. So what do
I
you actually want to
completely
see from BLG?
Yeah, I mean,
Nào,
right now, what
cấm đi
matters
lên
the
băng,
most, in
cấm
my
đi
opinion,
TF.
is absolutely going to be this mid lane pick. I mean, look at the amount of bans that are coming through. We already had all of the priority in the first ban phase, this Lock, this Rise, this Orianna. Now we're going to have even more chances to take away some of these
Lên
priority
băng,
picks. If
ép
someone
được
has
cấm
tempo in
đi.
that mid lane matchup, that's going to matter a lot. Who you pair up with Neferi is going to matter a lot. BLG, I think, needs a little bit more
Khả năng
damage.
cao
to
nếu
begin
như
on
này
their
BLG mà
side.
muốn bán
I'm
thì
trying to think of, like, who would even be a great
thì
option
muốn
there.
bán
Maybe
khả năng
something,
cao nếu
I don't know, like an Ari could potentially be
Đang
good to
xỉu
dive
tham,
in back
xỉu
line
tham
and
được.
create some havoc. Takes it away as an option to pair up with the Nocturne on the other side, which I'm sure that JDG are going to be looking for. But with the Silas band as well, that would have been pretty solid to take some of these ultimates away. You're losing a bit of the, I guess, options that you set up for yourself
cấm
at the
đi là
beginning of this.
sát à.
Are we ever afraid of Neferi Annie as this team? That's kind of what I'm looking for as BLG. There's Annie ban. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
4 con mid,
My worry
5
with the
con mid,
Annie is just like,
6 con mid,
man,
7 con mid,
your Neferi
phải
has
lean.
to get fed. Like, if you're
10
picking
con
Annie,
tướng thì cấm đi.
you have one carry, you have one way to win the game.
10
Especially
con
because I
tướng
don't
cấm
think
đi 7
Flandre
con
has
mid.
been as consistent as you would want in this series up until this point. Putting him on a carry would be a little bit scary on the top side, at least in that situation. I think you want Knight on something that can take over the game, even if it's not as well, of a fit as maybe something like an Annie would be for this comp. It's going to be the Aurora as the lock-in. You want that dive buddy with Nocturne. It's a lot of priority on the side of
Em
JD.
vào cho em dưới một line đi anh em ơi.
Almost
Có lẽ nhiều
100%
nhé.
that it's going over to Honku, but if Flandre picks something a little squishy, you can lean over. I think that JDG overwhelmingly now have a ton of pick potential just between this Nocturne Aurora and then we add alongside this bottom lane, and it just feels like 1 to 2 members are slightly out of position, you get blown up. I also see a lot of strong early lanes here for Nocturne to be able to bully, so this is seeming like it is moving more and more of the direction of JDG, at least from a draft perspective, looking strong. And now we've got Knight's Ari. We say that a lot about like Knight X champion, but this seems like has been, to me anyway, the
hai
answer
và
into
IT thì
Aurora
trong
after
BL
plenty
và
of
Aurora được
nerfs.
chọn dành cho BLG.
And notably, we are
Con
getting some hovers
Aurora
here. It's going to be
này
a lock on the
mình
Alistar, so the Shen
Đó,
is going to be the flex onto
mid
the
luôn,
top side
đâu đâu.
for Flandre. He was the Shen player at the start of this this
Top
split.
là cầm con gì
In
đây?
terms of like when you go back to some of the preseason tournaments that
Ủa,
were being played
cái
even
top
towards the end
cho
of split number 2,
top
Flandre
chưa?
was really spamming Shen both in solo queue and in competitive action. He's very comfortable on the champ. It's going to be the Jax as the answer. This is a classic answer to Shen on the top side, but it certainly creates a much more open game state. This Alistar actually has a little more priority in my opinion than the Shen, and you're going to have some more macro opportunity on the top side. So while I do believe that you're going to have some priority in the early game for BLG, I think JDG is going to be happier than they've been really throughout this entire series with the way the draft went.
Oh yeah, you get plenty of ability for a champion like Aurora to get her passive off multiple times. That's where a lot of her strength is. And then side lanes, you have two incredibly competent side laners who are going to have infinite map hacks. You're going to have a Nocturne behind you, and then at any point you're like, hey guys, I don't know where their support or jungle are. Gala's like, don't worry, brother. I got you hooked up. Here's a hawk shot going across the map. We're going to be able to control all the vision. I think BLG not only need to be decisive, but they also need to be incredibly quick, which sometimes can backfire, especially when I look at their composition, and I do think it's a little low damage. Getting Ziggs bombs to lands are not super consistent DPS in my mind.
You've got so much pressure on Shun in this game on the Neferi. I mean, he is being given the keys to the kingdom in this game. He has to be able to step up. He had a bad early game. In game number 2, got invaded and never really was able to recover on the Lee Sin. He's got to be better on this Neferi champion, the best carry jungler in the entire meta right now. You talked about the Ashe Seraphine being such a problem in the mid to late game. That lane is an issue. Ziggs is going to be left isolated because the Alistar is going to be roaming a lot of that early game. Ashe and Seraphine is going to be a massive problem. And we've seen what happens when JDG and Jinja in particular put a lot of tempo and pressure onto the bottom side of the map. Gala is in good form, and Gala can carry. Ashe is going to be in a great spot. Aurora is going to be in a great spot. JDG have the tools. We'll see if they can pull off the upside.
Nào, cùng đến với cả game đấu cuối cùng trong ngày hôm nay của LPL. Đó là trận đấu cuối cùng giữa JDG Gaming và BLG. Hy vọng rằng nó sẽ game vui cuối ngày hôm nay đây. Đối em Dứa thì em Dứa thích vị trí BLG hơn. Là tôi sẽ cười trên thắng.
Come on, man. Where's my JDG hype? I need some JDG hype. Like I've been waiting for it all night. I would have thought that with the win they would have been in a better spot.
Thể thao đẹp mắt thôi. Nhưng mấy đội cửa dưới mà thật sự đánh mà xấu, đánh bẩn bẩn, mình đéo thích xem thôi anh em ạ. Xem nó cứ thế nào ấy. Chúng nó kiểu trình độ chúng nó không được gọi là, không phải nói là trình độ, phải là chuyên môn. Chuyên môn mới chuẩn nha anh em nhé. Chuyên môn chúng nó không cao. Phải nói thẳng ra là chuyên môn chúng nó không cao. Chuyên môn phải nói là siêu thấp luôn ấy. Không phải nói là thấp. Lô anh em mới vào nha, anh em vào cho em dưới xin một like đi anh em ơi, anh em rất nhiều. Chủ tham 31 anh em ạ, 31 nha. Money Live về Money Live gì rồi anh em? Anh em vẫn xem từ game 1 à? Từ game 1 giờ vẫn chưa có anh em nào mới vào comment cho em dưới nhỉ? Xin một cái gọi là comment mới đây. Xin một cái gọi là comment mới đi anh em này. Ngồi đợi hơi lâu rồi đấy. Hôm qua được cộng hẳn mấy trăm gọi là lượt đăng ký mới mà ngày hôm nay không ra nổi gọi là vài view à? Hôm nay không ra nổi vài view cơ à? Ảo nhỉ. ITB này đúng ảo luôn đấy. ITB là cái ảo nhất em giữa từng làm việc luôn đấy. Nó là thứ mà bạn có thể lên voi xuống chó bất cứ lúc nào. Nó không có một cái lượng view ổn định nào cả. Nào, on 1 chấm máu, on vẫn. Ok, vẫn thống đến từ on. Tuyển thì JDG Gaming đang làm tốt hơn giai đoạn farm đầu trận. Khi mà gap tới là 600 rồi. Chưa gì đã gap 600 đến từ bên phía của JDG rồi. Làm tiền tốt thật. Ở đường giữa này thì JDG Gaming vừa lấy được một cái mạng. Đó chính là vị trí của... Ủa? Hình như người vừa nằm xuống đó chính là vị trí Kanai. Và ở đây thì Sun cũng lấy thành công lại được cái mạng của ông Q. Cân bằng về lượng mạng gục, đó là 1 đều anh em ạ. 1 đều với lượng mạng gục rồi. Tầm này mình cần một con chó khỏe nhá, một con chó xanh. Nếu như một con chó xanh thì nó có thể là cân tem được. Không cần đồng đội của mình phải xanh lắm. Chỉ cần chó xanh thôi là chó sẽ bết cho những người đồng đội chơi. Đấy, chó bết cho người đồng đội chơi thì là ok luôn.
not going to win this game without that gold. They're definitely not going to be in a good spot. Unfortunately, they are losing basically everywhere
Nào,
else.
Sun bây giờ mới chỉ level 4 sắp 5 thôi. Juzia thì mới chặng 4. Không Q, không còn tốc biến nữa. Tiếng chu hiệu triệu dùng được đến từ ví dụ Sun ở đây thì Nai bị cấu. Ui, cấu bất nửa kênh từ Nai. Juzia có muốn chơi không? Có hoang tưởng vào người của Juzia luôn. Và Nai sẽ phải nằm xuống mạng thứ 2 trong trận đấu này. Mất 2 mạng gục đến từ Nai rồi. Hơi khó khăn nhở. Tuổi thơ hơi cơ cực đến từ Nai nhở. Nhìn Nai đầu trận này đang hơi khổ đấy anh em ạ. Đang chưa được vui. Khi mà bên phía JDG Gaming liên tục là hỏi thăm anh ta. Cho dù là anh ta cũng đã có những lúc là phải gọi đồng đội ra rồi đấy.
Struggled throughout this series up until this point to even stay neutral against Knight, getting solo killed and getting pushed down in farm. Well, now he's got a free kill. Knight's down a bunch of farm. He's going to be up 500 gold as we continue to play this out. For the first time, JDG actually have pressure through the middle of the map, which means that they should have even more control over these objectives. They were
Trên này thì
already
cần phải
doing
farm
good
nhé.
job controlling with this
Rắc mà không farm thì sẽ là rất khó chơi đấy. Anh em nào từng đánh rắc rồi anh em cũng biết. Rắc mà không farm thì tí nữa combat đéo bổ được ai cả. Thật sự là con này phải farm. Mà farm rất nhiều luôn. Không thể nào suy nghĩ một cách đơn giản là ôm lên là xong đâu. Nó phải đè được lên luôn đấy. Con này phải đè được lên luôn. Đối với mình thì một con rắc hay là một con rắc có thể gánh được tem nhá. Một con rắc gánh tem được là một con rắc ok. Còn không gánh tem được thì chịu. Một K4 thì cách biệt đến từ bên phía JDG Gaming rồi. Chết 2 mạng từ nay thôi. Nhưng mà lượng tiền gáp nhiều quá nhờ. Có thật sự là phải gáp như thế không em trai?
Once you burn that flash early off of that great trade, you can just continue to punish it over and over and over again. Gun basically just has to be around the mid lane, sacrificing his own tempo just to keep his Ahri safe. They are going to be pinging down onto the crab on the top side, but Jax is also making his way down.
Từ bên phía BLG nè. Basto đã ra. Không, Basto chưa dùng một bên nó dùng hoắc kỹ. Một dùng hoắc kỹ rồi. Cạnh tranh mình cua trên và ăn công đến từ ví của Sun đã có 6.
Very cheeky, I think. If they got that timing, that could have been a big win coming through for Jindong Gaming. And Hongq is just completely spacing Knight out of the mid lane, even with On sitting here trying to protect the minion wave.
This Ahri cannot play the game. I mean, she is completely zoned out of this entire wave. There is no way for her to be able to step up here. Gunja has all the tempo in the world.
Lô mấy anh em nhá. Lô 8 anh em mới vào nhá. Nào hoàng tưởng được bật lên làm choáng được như Juzia lại, nhưng bên phía BLG có tội nó là 4 người cơ. 4 người sốc ai à em ơi, đòi sốc ai. Đây bọn anh có 4 người mà em sốc được ai. Sốc được em sốc luôn đi. Sốc luôn. Nó cơn đầu trận đúng nó mà 4 người đấy thì thôi. Huế vật lên em nhé. Huế con tướng luôn. Như kiểu đánh tự gánh gãy chân luôn đấy. Tí nữa sẽ là có LC cho anh em, nhưng mà LSC như khả năng cao là mình sẽ không làm anh em ạ. Khả năng cao là cái LSC đấy không thuần được. Bên mình là không có thói quen là thuần về những cái giải đấu về đêm. Khả năng cao sẽ bỏ LSC anh em nhé. Anh em nào thích LSC có thể tìm bên khác. Tại băng tiến bắn ra trúng vào người của Kanai, và Kanai nằm xuống mạng gục thứ 3 luôn rồi. 1-3 từ người chơi đường giữa của BLG. 2 cắt tiền cách biệt rồi. Lại 2 cắt tiền cách biệt rồi em trai ơi. BLG ơi, làm cái lồn thì vậy. Thật sự đang đánh một cái giai đoạn đấu early game của nó là không tốt đến BLG đâu đấy. Một early game có thể nói là đang hơi phế. Even if it is a trade, so much going in favor of JDG is they could potentially make their way down here.
Yeah, Nocturne doesn't have his ultimate, but we're seeing mass movements now. Good control from BLG to play to the bottom side quad.
Nào, tổng 1 đang được ăn. Và khả năng là sẽ ăn thành công đến từ Skull và những đồng đội của mình mà thôi. Nhưng đang thua về thế trận và tiền. Liệu là BLG có tìm một pha combat được cho nhau hay không? Không thì hơi khó nha. Cần phải tìm cho mình một cái tình huống có thể combat được ở trong game đấu thứ nhất này. Rồi, nhìn lại tình huống đại băng tiễn đến từ vị Yugala. Bắn đại băng tiễn được quá nhờ. Đồng đội chỉ việc húp thôi. Nào, hai thế giới được bung ra. Nai lại là mục tiêu. Nai hôn gió thành công. Và thành công sống được trong pha giao tranh này. Ở dưới này thì sao? Khúc ca lan tỏa ném ra siêu bom địa ngục cũng được ném. Nhưng siêu bom này nó cũng chỉ dùng để có thể là cờ lên tên lính mà thôi. On vẫn phải nằm xuống và mạ gục có dành cho ví dụ là cười. Đánh kiểu gì vậy On? Em Giải đánh kiểu gì vậy em Giải ơi? Em Giải đang đánh kiểu gì vậy em Giải ơi? Anh không chấp nhận cái kiểu gọi là đánh nhau như thế đâu nhá On nhá. Em vào đấy là có thể đi về được nhưng em lại đéo về. Đéo sai vẫn muốn đi lên cao làm cái gì? Ở dưới này thì sao? Chó săn truy đuổi vào người của Xiaosu. 3 đánh 1. 3 đánh 1 hất tung lên và đéo có mạng luôn kìa. 3 đánh 1 và đéo có mạng dành cho bên phía BLG anh em ạ. Địt con mẹ, tại sao? Trời ơi, tao làm gì có tội với chúng mày đánh nhau mà cho tao khó nhìn thế. Đánh nhau cho tao gọi là khó coi thế nhở. Thật sự là tao làm gì có lỗi với chúng mày à? Mà bắt tao phải xem cuồng treo cải lương ác vậy. Tao xem cái gì đó giống con người đánh được không? Nhìn mấy con vật đánh khổ nhau thật. Chỉ khổ người xem thôi anh em ạ. Nhìn con vật đánh nhau chỉ khổ người xem thôi.
They didn't get the first dragon, but I'm seeing 2 of their solo lane quests already done. That's more experience in top lane.
BLG cút từ đấy mid bot phế hết ten Thùy thua đường à. Khả năng cao là cút thật anh em ạ. Thật. 4k tiền rồi. Mẹ khả năng cao là chết thua cả xỉu tham luôn đấy. BLG thua ra xỉu tham luôn đấy chứ. Còn với Zidong mình cần đéo trên rồng đâu. Họ chỉ cần combat thôi. Combat auto thắng từ Zidong rồi. Nhìn BLG đánh tuột nhả quá nhờ. Đúng là đội mà có cái hệ số là 7-1 tôi đánh láo thật. Cước gì em dứa mà là một thằng trong đây nhá. Em dứa bán độ cho bằng chết. Bán độ cho nát tem luôn. Luôn. Bán cho nát tem. I mean, JDG can just throw away basically any resource to get the tempo that they need right now, and they're going to be able to walk một
their
em
way
dứa
through
nhá.
it.
Chẳng
To the untrained eye,
lên
they might be, you know, spamming some emotes in Twitch chat right now, saying, what was that TP from Aurora? But if you know who you're playing against, for BLG, every potential objective fight is a fight you're going to have to take. If they're going to be fighting over bottom side scuttle, there's potentially going to be 4 people there.
Nếu như mà đội em dứa mà được cộng.
JDG thought there was maybe going to be able to.
Không nhầm, nếu như đội em dứa mà được trừ, em dứa lên fit lo kèn luôn. Còn nếu em dứa mà được cộng nhá. Ô mày try hát. Try hát. Nghèo đi cộng vào đúng là bú luôn. Try hát luôn. Vừa win còn vừa được cầm tiền về, tiền lậu về. Rất ngon anh em nhở.
The gold lead's pretty big, but it's not a huge difference right now in terms of active combat power. You are going to definitely be favored for JDG, but if there was ever a fight,
tiền bây giờ đang là 3k6 tiền. Đồng mẹ cái kiệt lớn quá anh em.
Or it's just going to be a clean JDG take. The problem for BLG, they have no lanes to actually play through. That means they have no tempo in this river.
Rắc với sen tắc phải ngu lắm cái thua. Đúng vậy. Các cái sen đúng kèo này đúng kèo kiểu đánh bao cát luôn đấy. Kèo đánh bao cát này đúng sen phải ngu, rắc phải ngu lắm thì sen mới thua được. Nào, dòng 2 đã ra. Và khả năng cao là sẽ phải bỏ dòng 2 từ BLG mà thôi. Nào, còn đấy mất nhiều máu quá, mất cả bất khuất mẹ rồi. Là về một nhịp tiêu von mà thôi. Về một nhịp này thì mất dòng. Về dòng. Tiểu tham nổi không nhỉ? Anh nghe tiểu tham nổi đó.
Once that's done, you have no front line. There's no way to re-engage. They were worried about that Nocturne ultimate. I think they would have needed to preemptively send Flandre down, and so they're just like, okay, I guess we have to give over this
Đấy, khả
dragon.
năng cao tiểu tham
I think they're okay
về.
with that, considering the fact that it's not stacked up just yet. At least it's a little bit of gold onto the Shen, who could make a difference. But if JDG is going to continue to get a bunch of things for free, throughout a majority of this
cố gắng cắt
well, now
chiêu,
you're looking at a
gọi là
situation
lượng
where they
tiền
feel
ít
pretty
ỏi
good
có được
going
cái
into the
3k3
competitive
tiền
game.
này.
Ash is starting to get
Chiêu
a
đi.
very strong lead on the bottom side, and if Gala continues to play the way he has, he's going to be able to dominate and take over. Certainly not Nocturne and
Tứ
Aurora
giả
that
đã
are going to
ra.
be falling off. So, you know,
Này,
JDG going to feel
Dứa
pretty
ngứa
happy
mũi
about that.
này. Dứa chăm chỉ mình chơi về cố gắng anh em nhanh lên, chỉ cần bọn phá trụ xong các em sẽ tắt live đi ngủ ngay. Xong một phát em sẽ tắt live đi ngủ luôn anh em ạ. Em Dứa định team các sếp đêm nay làm Real Madrid cơ. Các sếp bảo không cho. Bảo là mai mày còn phải đi học nữa. Mai mày còn phải đi học, nên là tôi đéo cho mày làm đâu. Mày mà làm xong sáng mai mày không đi học được.
Shen could teleport for this. This seems like a lost cause. It seems like On is the only person here. All right.
Nào, con tiến bắn lên trúng vào người của Sun và sứ giả sẽ được ăn dành cho bên phía của ôi sứ giả hồi con mẹ nó máu rồi, hai thành dân được bật ra ở đây sao gặp nguy hiểm, sứ giả đã thành công cho bên JDG Gaming. Ở đây thì Nai phải lùi về, cả là đang bắn và ở đằng xa kia Flandre khả năng sẽ phải nằm xuống mà thôi, khi anh ta chỉ là một con xem mà thôi. Còn mất tốc có cho mình 2 tung nổ qua tường. 7-2 dành cho JDG Gaming và khả năng sao sẽ là BLG thua ở trận đấu thứ 2 rồi. Mai đi học rồi à? Em Dứa đi học từ đầu tuần rồi. Dứa đi học từ đầu tuần đấy anh em. Thế bảo là thôi, em nên đi ngủ đi. Em làm Real Madrid xong 4 giờ sáng rồi, thì thời gian đâu mà ngủ nữa. Thôi mình thấy các sếp quan tâm mình nói như thế nó cũng đúng. Nên thôi mình đi ngủ anh em ạ. Tí nữa mình quyết định nghe sếp và đi ngủ. Không có Real rêu gì hết. Cái thằng Real Madrid này là giao hiệu không có gì hay. Bình thường bây giờ ngủ à? Bình thường 9 giờ tối anh em nhé. Bình thường 9 giờ tối em Dứa lên giường đi ngủ. Bình thường 9 giờ tối thôi.
That is extremely tragic for Shun though. Like the Herald is in the middle of resetting and he goes to smite it and the health just barely ticks back over while it's recovering because the leash on the aggro ended up falling. That is nuts. That is such a minor interaction that ends up I would say that ends up kind of going in favor of JDG. I think even if they had lost the Herald,
đến từ
that
phía
fight
JDG
still
Gaming.
feels pretty good. And now they're going to use this Herald not as a battle Shelly, but as one that's going to get them 2 turrets here. Mid-tier 1. Now onto Shun. Viper flashes out of the
21 giờ
way
đi
of an Ash
tin
ultimate
à.
to save himself.
Ở đây thì lao vào từ Zuzia, có được cái mạng của Sun. Zuzia liệu rằng là có về không đây, có giờ là hơi khó. Và mạng gỡ cho phía Viper. 8-3. Tí nữa nhá. Đố anh em nào gọi em Dứa dậy. À đâu, bây giờ là 10 giờ đúng không? Tí nữa nhá, em Dứa làm xong trận này đố anh em nào gọi dậy. Trận này sắp xong chưa? Tụ nổ đi xong. Cứ tụ nổ là xong. Rồi, ngày ra mắt của Flandre đối với cả BLG là một ngày kỷ niệm buồn với một trận thua 1-2 trước JDG Gaming. Quá nhục nhã. Thua ai không thua thằng JDG Gaming. Lạy ô. Thua hay không thua thì thua Zinto Gaming anh em ạ.
I think Gala's been super
Nào.
smurfing even if he doesn't have a Mondo gold lead over his opponent. I think we got to see
Mai
a
thì xem nào,
microcosm of
lịch
what this
lịch
Ashe
ngày
can
mai
provide. Throws a hop shot,
16 giờ và
spots out
18
on before
giờ
they
à?
even rotate. BLG, for
16
what it's
giờ và
worth, they're gonna
18
use the
giờ à?
power of the Ziggs. They're gonna throw down the satchel charge, get
Vậy
themselves
là đi
some
học
cheeky
về.
bounties.
Đi học
Turn's
về
gonna
và mình
feel
sẽ đi
really
ngủ một
nice.
giấc.
Just trying to
Mình sẽ đi
squeeze
ngủ một
whatever
giấc đến
juice
3
is
giờ
left in
chiều
the
dậy.
fruit.
Đẹp
And
luôn.
get what they can,
3 giờ
because
chiều
this
dậy.
is a game that
Ngồi
is out of
làm 2
control
trận.
incredibly quickly.
2 trận xong khả năng tầm 8 rưỡi. Khả năng cao tầm 8 rưỡi. Tiếp tục là cái nào? Thề luôn, thề nhiều khi bóng có nhiều cái bóng đéo biết, anh thấy buồn cười vãi lên ra. Mình nghĩ là không chơi game, mang tiếng là không chơi game đi. Không chơi game nhưng cũng phải biết là cái trụ là cái nào chứ nhở. Nhiều khi anh hỏi bóng là bóng có TikTok hay là Facebook nhá. Bóng thấy cảm giác là bóng đang hơi kiểu xa lạ. TikTok và Facebook kiểu người rừng ấy.
Who can kill this Jax?
Bóng phải là con của tặc răng bóng ơi. Bóng phải là đệ tử của tặc răng không? Bóng. Khả năng bóng đôi khi còn không dùng cả Instagram luôn đấy chứ. Bóng có dùng Instagram không bóng rồi? Thề luôn, con gái mà kêu là không dùng IG với cả Facebook hoặc là TikTok nhiều nhá thì đúng là bịp. Đây, bóng có biết dùng IG, Facebook với TikTok không? Hay là chỉ biết gọi là lên Google để xem yêu từ bé thôi hả? Hay lên Google để xem từ bé thôi. Cái chấm ngoặc ngoặc như này, dấu bằng ngoặc ngoặc như này khả năng cao là đéo biết dùng Facebook với IG rồi anh em ạ. Cao là không biết dùng Facebook với IG rồi. Lắm em ơi. Thằng không cãi được rồi. Con vợ này khả năng không cãi được.
And they've not looked super competitive in those other series. It was really just the upper finals, not even the grand finals in split number 2 or split number 1 where they even looked like they were on the same level. Like this has been a hugely BLG matchup all year long.
Có dùng nhưng có thuộc dạng đó chính là up nhiều không? Có dùng nhưng không hay vào thì người ta gọi là có tải thôi anh em nhé. Người ta gọi là có tải thôi. Còn không hay vào thì đối là không được tính, người ta không gọi là không dùng. Có dùng thì người ta gọi là ngày nào cũng vào. Còn không hay vào thì người ta gọi là chỉ là tải thôi anh em ạ. Như em Dứa thì cái đéo em Dứa cũng dùng hết. Thật sự là anh em hỏi em Dứa về ứng dụng gì trên điện thoại thì em Dứa cũng có. IG, Facebook, TikTok, Zalo, Messenger, WeChat, Bufa, Signal, Tele và rất nhiều ứng dụng nữa. Đâu để em Dứa xem nào. Nhưng mà điện thoại của em Dứa nhá, mặc dù là một thằng con trai nhưng mà dung lượng iPhone dùng rất ít. Điện thoại em Dứa 256GB mà em Dứa mới dùng hết có gọi là 126GB thôi. Đấy là còn rất nhiều, còn hơn 100GB nữa cơ, còn 130GB nữa cơ. Thấy chưa? Phần album ảnh của em Dứa khả năng cao chắc được hơn 100 cái. Đây là album ảnh 5, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26 nhân 5, 20 nhân 5 là 3, 20 nhân 5 là 100, 6 năm 30, 130 cái ảnh anh em ạ. 130 cái ảnh anh em nhé. Anh em thấy một người con trai siêu ít ảnh chưa? Chỉ vỏn vẹn đó chính là 130 cái ảnh. Đấy. Quá đẳng cấp. Quá đẳng cấp anh em ạ. Nào, hoàng tưởng được bật lên 2 thế giới cũng được dùng. Ở đây người đi trước đang làm vì chữ hồng kill, Xiaosu đang móc. Khả năng cao sẽ làm cái án tử dành cho BLG rồi. Chụp lại vào thì rắc sẽ là bổ hết. Ở đây thì hồng kill có được cái mạng của On. Và Franre nằm xuống. 2 mạng dành cho bên phía Weibo Gaming. Ở đây thì sao? Khả năng cao sẽ là một cái quét sạch khi mà Sun cũng sẽ là người cuối cùng được làm không? Chính xác hơn là có một vị trí của Zik. Và sẽ là một con Baron Fury dành cho bên phía Weibo Gaming. Gì Dứa ít ảnh vậy á? Thế anh em nghĩ có ảnh gì mà lưu hả anh em? Có ảnh gì để cho anh em gọi là để có thể lưu vào trong điện thoại vậy? Rồi để em Dứa đi xóa bớt mấy cái khả năng cao là còn ít đấy. Build gì đây? Xóa nốt đi. 1 xóa, 2 xóa, 3 xóa, 4 xóa. Ui, em Dứa mà xóa đi thì nhiều luôn, xóa nhiều luôn đấy. Thề, em Dứa không bao giờ lưu ảnh gì hết. Em Dứa không bao giờ xóa ảnh gì hết anh em nhé. Em Dứa không bao giờ lưu ảnh gì hết. Những ảnh gì mà em Dứa có chụp màn hình nhá, tối về em Dứa xóa hết luôn. Nó đéo quan trọng với cả em Dứa anh em ạ. Thật sự là mấy cái ảnh chụp màn hình đéo quan trọng với em Dứa. Nó chỉ có tác dụng ngay cái thời điểm mà chụp thôi. Còn khi mà chụp xong rồi thì trong tương lai đúng là không có tác dụng. Không có tác dụng. Nào, muốn bắt vào ai nhưng có khúc ca lan tỏa, nhưng mà ví dụ Gala không chống chịu được lượng cam đến từ cả một cái siêu bom địa ngục. Can ai muốn bắt vào Junjia nhưng Hồng Kiêu ở đây, và Hồng Kiêu cầu đi cầu về như lìn. Ôi, chó săn truy đuổi lao vào và hai thế giới được dùng ra luôn. Bên phía Weibo Gaming mất cho mình 3 cái bùa Baron rồi. Lăng quang. Ôi, lăng quang. Và bây giờ sẽ là con rồng dành cho bên phía BLG. Thời gian lại được kéo giãn ra. Thời gian lại được kéo giãn ra anh em ạ. Tầm này em Dứa mà đi gọi là đi xóa ảnh thì khả năng xóa thêm vài cái nữa luôn đấy. Xóa thêm vài chục cái nữa luôn. Không ít đâu. Ui, có cả ảnh xoài ngày xưa luôn. Thế đã nhớ lời hứa chưa? Em Dứa đã kêu rồi, cứ nói đi, em Dứa chỉ biết nhớ hôm đấy là ngày sinh nhật thôi. Còn lời hứa à? Hình như là chưa kêu hát cho em bóng nghe đúng không nhở? Nào, 3 mạng cho Weibo Gaming này, on đây sang người thứ 4 mà thôi. Và vị như Viper khả năng cũng khó về khi mà anh tạo không còn cho mình cái tele nữa. Có gói thuốc tổ hất tung được vì như Hồng Kiêu ra, bật máy quét lên đánh cho nó dễ. Đại băng tiện bắn ra sẽ là quét stack đây cho bên phía Weibo Gaming ở phút thứ 26 này. Và đánh hát sinh nhật luôn cho em không nhở? Hát và happy birthday không nhở? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Mừng.
Unbelievable stuff from JDG. They're going to crack the base open here. It was
Biết
looking like
là
a
sinh nhật
very
mày.
questionable Baron power play that they were on, but at the end of the day, I guess if you try.
Happy birthday, happy birthday.
Đúng ngày đi. Để đúng ngày rồi hát anh em nhé. Đính con quyết đính con thì đính con này hình như là chính xác đúng không anh em? Thằng xoài ngày xưa nhìn chậu VL à? Thằng xoài ngày xưa nhìn chậu VL à? Ảnh AI tạo anh em. AI tạo thì nhìn chả trẻ trâu. AI tạo thì chả trẻ trâu à anh em? Em Dứa hồi đấy có biết làm ảnh AI à? Có biết lấy ảnh ở đâu đâu. Vào Gemini kêu là bạn làm cho tôi một cái ảnh hình quả xoài thật là ngầu. Nó tạo cho em Dứa cái ảnh đấy, em Dứa thấy đẹp phết. Nên là em Dứa cầm làm avatar thôi. Nhưng mà cái tên xoài cũng chỉ áp vào em Dứa được khoảng tầm bao nhiêu lâu nhỉ? Hơn 1 tháng. Hơn 1 tháng với tên xoài. Rồi chúng ta lại quay về với tên Dứa anh em. Hơn một tháng với cái tên xoài và quay lại với tên Dứa. Đại băng tiễn bắn ra nó trúng được vào một người, nhưng ở đây có cho mình đó chính là cái bay vào từ vị trí Junjia và vị trí của On mất cho mình quá nhiều máu, lao vào 4 từ vị trí của Xiao Su. Lính đang tràn lên, muốn cân 5, có trụ đường dưới dành cho bên phía của JDG Gaming rồi. Trụ nhà lính thứ nhất cũng sẽ có, bởi vì Overly nào Vampire mất tốc. Ở đây muốn đánh giá đến từ bên phía của BLG. Giết được một người, đó chính là View Hồng Kill rồi. Chó săn truy đuổi lần 2, không giết được. Julia có được cái mạng của Sun. Và ở đây BLG lật kèo khi mà đã quét đi được tận là 3 người bên phía của BLG rồi. Lật kèo. Lật kèo anh em ơi. Thịt mẹ nhà nước ơi, nó lật kèo rồi. Mấy thằng BLG này. Mấy thằng BLG lật kèo rồi anh em ơi. Ngầu Verlin. Dứa nghe hay à. Hồi đấy cũng định lấy tên là Dứa đấy. Nhưng mà thôi. Thôi anh em ạ. Hồi đấy quyết định đổi tên, nhưng mà anh ngờ cái tên dùng được có hơn 1 tháng. Kéo được dùng nữa. Dùng được có hơn 1 tháng lại không được dùng nữa anh em à. Lại phải đổi tên lại về Dứa. Mà hồi xưa mình cũng không có ý định đặt tên là Dứa đâu. Ngày xưa mình trước khi mình làm bình luận viên ấy, mình có hỏi thằng bạn mình là: ê mày ơi, bây giờ tao lấy tên là gì bây giờ? Tên nhân vật hư cấu nghe dài quá. Tự nhân vật hư cấu nghe dài quá mày ạ. Thế nên nó mới kêu là lấy tên là Dứa đi. Lúc ăn kèo thì sẽ là BLV Dứa, còn lúc thua kèo sẽ là Dứa lồi, dối lừa anh. Đấy. Lúc thua kèo sẽ là Dứa lồi và dối lừa. Mình cũng thấy đầu tiên mình thấy đéo hay. Và về sau đến cái đoạn mà lấy tên bình luận viên thì lúc đấy mình bắt buộc phải tìm một cái tên gì đó thôi. Mình đéo nghĩ ra được cái tên gì khác cả. Lúc ấy trong thế là mình mới thôi lấy mẹ luôn tên Dứa đi. Trong đấy lúc đấy trong công ty thì cũng đã gọi là đã có bún, đã có đậu, đã có cáo rồi, đã có tôm, đã có kẹo rồi, có các các tên rồi. Thôi mình khả năng mình làm tí hoa quả tên Dứa anh em ạ. Nhân vật hư cấu có gì hay à? Tên nhân vật hư cấu này từ lâu lắm rồi. Nhân vật hư cấu này tên từ nhân vật hư cấu này là tên từ năm 2022 anh em ạ. Nhân vật hư cấu này từ năm 2022 rồi. Ở đây 2 thế giới được dùng ra từ vị trí Hồng Kill, cả thêm đó trên một cái khúc ca lan tỏa nữa. Tắt đèn lao vào, Viper nằm xuống, Junjia tới và Junjia mất đi cho mình dạng giáp hội mệnh. Chiasu đang lùa, Nai còn nửa cây máu, Lai phi hồ cùng với đó là hôn gió. Và Nai có được cái mạng hào gục của con Nafari. Ở đây Aurora giết được 1, nhưng mà bên phía BLG gần như là sống không còn ai nữa cả, khi mà chỉ còn vị trí của Nai và Sen mà thôi. Phía của JDG Gaming còn tới tận là 3 người. Hạt thông nổ qua, Hồng Kill sẽ có được cái mạng của cái Nai này và khả năng cao sẽ là Baron. Ok, Baron. Đó, cái tên nhân vật cấu nó từ 3-4 năm trước rồi anh em ạ. Lâu lắm rồi. Đâu để mình check xem tên nhân vật hư cấu mình đặt tên từ bao giờ nào. Anh em đợi mình xíu nhé, để mình check cái tên đặt nhân vật hư cấu mình đặt tên từ bao giờ. Mình check được. Nhân vật hư cấu, tài khoản và liên kết, sửa mật khẩu, nhân vật hư cấu, biệt danh, để mình check em nhé, để mình check xem cái tài khoản này từ bao giờ nhỉ. Đéo check được à? Không check được anh em ạ. Mẹ. Cái điện thoại check được à? Đến từ PC xem check được.
Đồ cho Adam.
Nhân vật hư cấu 4.200 điểm. Nhưng mà thật sự là cái nick này từ rất lâu lắm rồi. Từ lâu lắm rồi anh em. Cái tên nhân vật hư cấu này từ lâu rồi, lâu ơi là lâu. từ cái ngày mà Napoleon còn cởi chuông cơ. Thôi bài à, lại gọi là bài đi xem mình đến bên khác rồi, khả năng cao đi xem khác rồi, khả năng cao lại đi xem người khác rồi. Đâu anh em mới vào phòng live của em dưới nhá, anh em vào cho em dưới xin một like subscribe đi anh em, cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều nha. End game luôn đi Jin Đông ơi, đi, mất thời gian quá đấy em ơi. Jin Đông ơi, 35 phút rồi. Tập này đi xem bóng ở đâu nhỉ? Tập này xem được ở đâu nhỉ? Xem ở đâu anh em? On là người đi trước, On bị cấu, có cho mình khúc ca lan tỏa ra, cấu được lửa máu của On, siêu bom đi cục kém xuống ở đây lại lao vào với một cái hoang tưởng của mình và Viper sẽ phải nằm xuống mà thôi. 2 đổi 1 và ở đây thì Franre khả năng khó về rồi khi mà Franre chỉ làm con sen. Gala ở đây vẫn sống với một chấm máu của mình, On đang cố đuổi nhưng mà Gala hồi máu là quá nhiều. Và sẽ là chiến thắng dành cho bên phía Zino Gaming ở phút điều thứ 35 này. Anh em nào muốn vào nhóm nhớ nhắn tin qua Telegram phần khung chat nha anh em ơi. Cảm ơn anh em rất nhiều nha. Có bình luận viên nào nữa đâu mà xem à. Thôi, bye bye anh em và hẹn gặp anh em vào chiều ngày mai vào lúc 16 giờ anh em nhé. Ngày hôm nay chúng ta gặp nhau ở đây là quá đủ rồi. 17 giờ 35 và bây giờ là 22 giờ 10 phút mới được end game. Quá đẳng cấp. Đủ má Sài Gòn. Bye bye anh em và hẹn anh em vào